Chapter 1. Scheduled to depart early in the morning, the crew decided to party like it was the last night on Earth. Captain Loris Roderick had better ideas about how to spend his time before beginning a 5-year stint aboard the Magellan Unified Space Station. But knowing trust would be in short supply among the others, for a high-ranking officer still in his mid-20s, he decided to join them at a beach bar along the shore of what was affectionately called Second New York City. Without even thinking about it, he assumed a strut and a carefree smile as he entered the unkempt establishment, where a dozen of his men and women were already crowded around a bar fashioned out of thick driftwood. Their glances at him lingered a bit too long for him to feel any sense of ease. "Enjoy the view while you can," a gray-haired officer said with a slap on the back that nudged him closer to the bar. "You'll miss it when you've got nothing but light years of empty space around you." Loris grinned back at the man before surveying the fading light against the tops of the Manhattan skyscrapers, just barely jutting above the sea's waves. Toward the south were the unified Central Command buildings, launch deck, and a trio of ships that would carry them to their new outpost and the dangers beyond. An endless stream of lights from ships and satellites mingled with the stars above the clear sky. "This might qualify as classified information, but I've got a girl up there right now waiting for me. Based on our correspondence, I have reason to believe there'll be plenty to see," he said, falling into the comfortable rhythm of the off-duty talk he had mastered during his days as a cadet and junior officer. A swish of long red hair drew his attention to a formidable woman off to his right. Carrie Panica was her name, but he wouldn't have remembered that if her nickname, Panic, didn't come easily to memory. "Now I understand how you landed this position," Panic said, shaking her head and smirking. "No feats are impossible for a unified officer when there's a chance at getting laid." "I'll need a detailed report of the exact positions landed," the man to Loris's left said. Loris looked around, shrugged, and raised his eyebrows. "I doubt you'll get even a hint at what happens. You know what they say, in outer space no one can hear her moan." The comment set off a round of laughter that echoed throughout the stuffy, hot building, but Loris managed only to force a smile and cast a hard glance at the orbiting lights and the Magellan somewhere beyond. He expected to take shots about how he got his job, but it still stung him deep down where he couldn't hide from the truth. He was in over his head. His rapid advancement stemmed from both the legendary reputation of his mother, who suffered a tragic death after making several incredible breakthroughs in jet propulsion, and the life-threatening nature of the position as Earth's outermost defender. Loris's plan was to scrape through 5 years, passing on what he'd learned as an ace dogfighter, fending off the ravenous silica, then transfer to a strategic planning position that would tap into his real passion before leaving his mark and finally getting the respect he wanted. But he'd never get there if he couldn't generate some goodwill among his crew, some of whom were going on twice his age. "What can I get you?" the barkeep asked Loris, after delivering a few icy bottles elsewhere. "I'll take a double rum Widowmaker, and I'll cover the tab for anybody here who wants to down one with me." "Aren't you shipping out tomorrow? Are you sure you want them pouring you into your seat?" the barkeep asked, appearing surprised. Loris shot him a look that put him to work. "I'm about to be appointed commander of the Outer Reach and take control of the only speck of civilization outside our solar system. If I'm going to get hammered, I'd better do it now before any loss of judgment could get us all killed and set the unified fleet back eons." His argument persuaded the lot of them, and the bartender dutifully lined up tall, thin glasses along the bleached driftwood surface. After making the drinks and emptying a large bottle of rum, the bartender pitched it through the open window, where it made a satisfying crash against the rocks. "Did anybody hear what got the previous commander sacked?" Panic asked, now directly at Loris's left. Loris lifted the murky drink and held it near his lips. This was another opportunity to earn their confidences by sharing some news they weren't privy to. He showed up to a shift one day drunk. Smacking his fist against the counter, he threw the glass back and drained every last drop down his throat. The Widowmaker had a way of burning for days he hoped would mask his growing sense of dread. Chapter 2. Pre-flight check clear. Approval for passage through the planetary shield granted. Launch sequence initiated. Engines activated. Strapped into the cockpit, Loris had a headache, and the droning of Officer Lopez at the navigation console wasn't helping. But if he could sit through his promotion ceremony without giving away he was hungover, he sure wasn't going to blow it now that he was in the clear. He squinted at the bright lights, stinging his vision of the short, narrow room, outfitted with monitors for a half-dozen crew members. They were squeezed in tight. Glancing at the display in front of him, he settled on a plan to sleep through the 2-hour journey to where the Magellan was positioned near Jupiter. Loris, Lopez, and Panic were on board the UFS Balboa, which, along with the Cook and the Cortez, composed half of the Magellan's 6-ship exploratory fleet. Equipped with minimal weaponry, the Balboa specialized in tolerating harsh conditions, taking terrestrial samples, and performing complex and precise maneuvers. It looked a little like a silver turtle, with legs withdrawn, notable for lines of jet ports along its contours. "Have we been cleared for takeoff?" Loris asked, hoping to get on with it. Lopez glanced over at him and opened his mouth, only to be cut off before he could begin. "Wait, I'm getting a strange reading," Panic said, sending Lopez's hands scurrying across the console to investigate. "What is it?" Loris asked, sitting up in his seat and mustering all of the focus he could. The last thing he needed was any kind of an issue at launch. "Maintenance cleared all 3 vessels, right?" "It's not that," Panic went on. "I'm detecting some strange compounds coming from the center of the Balboa's main cabin. 2 parts carbon, 6 parts hydrogen, and 1 part oxygen." Laughter came over the comm from the other ships, and Loris didn't have to think too hard to figure out she was referring to the alcohol on his breath. He peered over at the tall redhead and silently chided her background as a chemist and ability to handle absurd quantities of liquor better than he could. "Let's cut the jokes and get down to business," Loris said, knowing Panic's zinger took going on mental autopilot off the table as a potential option. Those at command were listening in. "If we don't move this along, we'll miss our traffic window. Now, have we been cleared for takeoff?" An agonizing moment passed until a green light flashed on Lopez's console. "Yes, just give me the word," Lopez said, his hand ready to activate the thrusters. Loris wanted to go, but Panic's joke had him feeling like he was at a disadvantage, and something needed to be done. He patched the Magellan into the comm channel. "Before we set out, let me address what everyone is thinking," he said, feeling more clear-headed and determined than he had. "We're all used to serving under senior officers who have spent decades gathering knowledge and experience. Their leadership is unquestionable because they've been through it all. That's something I can't pretend to offer. But I do have something else. It won't be long until you learn something essential about me. I expect excellence, first of all from myself, but also from those around me. No one works harder than me, and no one has a stronger desire to see our mission end in success. If you can match my intensity and hunger to learn, the discoveries we can make will be earth-shattering." The ship shook, disturbing Loris from finishing his comments. The light on Lopez's panel turned yellow. A voice from the command center's flight control room came over the comm. "We've detected some unexpected seismic activity. If you don't go now, we're going to keep you grounded." "That's strange," They can detect tremors weeks in advance, Panic said. I don't need any more of a kick in the pants. Lopez, hit the thrusters, Loris ordered. Lopez didn't hesitate, and within an instant, the force of the ship's acceleration upward had their spacesuits' white thermal magnifying polymers pressing tightly against their chests. Loris kept his eyes on the cockpit's large window as they approached the vastness of space. Successful liftoff for all vessels. We're about to breach the atmosphere, preparing to transition from launch thrusters to primary propulsion engines, assuming glide path for exit through the planetary shield, Lopez said. Something is happening on the ground, Panic said, her voice giving off a deathly serious chill. A series of explosions. The image in front of them, showing the atmosphere giving way to black space, changed suddenly, as a view of the ground below appeared. Balls of fire and black smoke were scattered about the surface. Something on the panel in front of him caught Loris's attention. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the planetary shield has been compromised. His old instincts and thoughts of the enemy he'd been fighting his entire life percolated in his mind. It's the silica. How could they possibly disable the shield and attack so fast? Someone get me tracking on them. Let's coordinate with the Cook and Cortez to counter-engage. His mind started racing as he struggled to sort out what was going on. Oh my God! Screams came over the comm from the command center, before sounds of crashing and burning overwhelmed the channel. It went dead. They'd been hit. Scanners aren't detecting any silica ships. All orbital traffic is scrambling, Lopez said, alarm in his voice. Where are they? Loris said, through gritted teeth, as he pored over the readout on the monitor. Nothing came up. It had been a century since the silica first made contact with Earth, during a laughably ineffective invasion. Named the silica because these pale creatures were silicon-based life forms. They were larger than humans, and stronger, but they had a glaring weakness to the carbon so prevalent in Earth's atmosphere. The ideal weapons against them were essentially car tailpipes with triggers. The carbon monoxide locked up their joints and rendered them paralyzed. Every roadie with an old gas-powered jalopy in the garage was suddenly a vaunted alien killer. While easy to defeat on Earth's surface, the silica were more menacing in space combat, where they could plug directly into their ships, reducing reaction time to 0. They wreaked havoc on ships and satellites until the planetary shield was built. It had perfectly protected everything but long-range missiles. Until now. Take another look at the explosions, Panic said, adjusting the monitor to allow a wider view of the planet behind them. They're forming jagged lines along the surface. The explosions are becoming more violent. Those fault lines, there's just no precedent, Lopez said. Loris marveled, his mouth gaping open, as fissures tore open along the Earth's surface that would be visible to the naked eye from where they were in space. They crisscrossed every continent and ripped clear across oceans. Fire, black smoke, and clouds of dirt spread. Balboa, this is Acting Commander Reed of the Magellan. What is happening there? We've lost all contact with command. Sick to his stomach, the reality of the situation began to dawn on Loris. The explosions are coming from underneath the Earth's surface. A moment passed, in which no one moved or said anything. It was a moment of falling, without knowing how long it would be before hitting the bottom. I'm detecting another explosion, Lopez said. Increase velocity! Increase velocity! Loris yelled. They were halfway to the moon, but that distance seemed like nothing as the surface of the Earth dissolved into an amorphous mass of dirt and ash and fire that began racing to catch up with them. Light from the explosion poured out in every direction. It was like a sun had existed within the Earth that had suddenly been uncovered. "We're not going to be clear of the blast radius," Lopez said. Loris breathed hard. His heart rate was through the roof. He couldn't even think about what just happened. "Start tracking debris and feed it into me at the gunner station. A few shots with the blasters and our timed charges should help. Also, let's adjust course toward the moon. See if we can get behind it in time to shield us. Tell the others to do the same." Tearing off the straps, Loris bolted from his chair and went for a narrow ladder leading to the bottom deck and the gunner's compartment. "Sir," Panic called out. "That's an order." He slid down the ladder and climbed into an unpadded chair before a black monitor. It came to life with lights and buttons, showing a readout of the giant chunks of rock that were threatening to crash into them. Now he knew what Panic wanted to tell him. He'd imagined debris roughly as big as the ship that he could blast to bits. Instead, they were about to be smashed by a solid mass 50 kilometers wide. Loris only had one trick up his sleeve for something like this. The Balboa carried 20 charges it could deploy to blow craters and collect samples. He'd have to send them all out at once, in the hopes of slowing the approach of the mass and buying enough time to escape. "Sir, the cook," Lopez called. An image on his screen appeared of their companion vessel falling into the rising cloud of dust and rock, emitting a brief explosion before vanishing completely. Loris didn't think he could feel any worse. The Cortez, the fleet's newest and strongest fighting ship, was able to both keep up with the Balboa and use shields and focused plasma fire to protect it from anything around. "We could dump fuel to gain a little more speed," Lopez suggested, but Loris nixed the idea. A moment later, Loris felt the ship shake as small debris pelted the exterior. From inside, it sounded like hard rain spraying a glass window. He had to launch the charges now. After a few swipes against the monitor, a port in the hull opened and expelled the explosives one after another. The monitor traced their path toward the approaching mass. Loris kept his twitchy left index finger close to the detonator button, and when the charges were within 20 meters of the rock, he set them off. The explosion would have been enough to decimate an area the size of a city, but the only impact the spectacular blast had against the massive, hurtling rock was to squelch its acceleration by a few tenths. "It'll be enough," Lopez said. Loris exhaled a sigh of relief and leaned back in his seat. The ship sailed around the side of the moon, on its way to the Magellan near Jupiter. Now that they weren't in imminent danger, his mind fell back into grappling with what had just happened and what it would mean. He felt strangely unmoored. Every place he'd ever known, and virtually everyone he cared about had been taken from him. Time seemed to move slowly, and every action felt like it resonated with consequence. He got up from his seat and started back toward his place in the cockpit. On the way, he set his hand on the shoulder of a woman monitoring the ship's advanced life support systems. When she looked up at him, this woman he hadn't spoken to even once, he could see the same pain he felt in her eyes. He also saw the expectations that were on him. Floating by wasn't going to cut it. This was an extraordinary moment, and it required greatness. He didn't know how he was going to meet it, but he was going to try like hell. "Sir, your orders?" Panic asked when he had strapped into his seat. "I don't advise going back until we're sure there aren't more bombs and the number of object collisions diminish." "Agreed. We'll continue to the Magellan. Keep an eye out for any distress signals or signs of other craft outside of the blast zone. Direct any vessel to the Magellan." Loris leaned against his hand as he looked over the scanner information scrolling across his console. No trace of any survivors, of course. He realized then that they'd all need to find greatness they never knew they had. Panic, Lopez, and the rest of the crews of the Balboa and Cortez had proven something to him. Would he find that same caliber of performance on the Magellan? Panic, one more thing. Get a message to the senior officers on the Magellan. I'll be expecting their reports as soon as we dock. Chapter 3. The Magellan Unified Space Station was the crowning achievement of a generation. Meant to provide a fully sustainable existence, plenty of space for over 1,000 people, and enough of a reactor core to get about in ways other stations couldn't fathom, it was humanity's first long-term foray outside of the solar system. A pit stop for both the unified fleet and private enterprises between Earth and some prospective mining locations in the Anodyne Quadrant. As the Balboa and the Cortez made their approach, Loris hunched over to get a better view of the monstrosity of modern engineering before him. Shaped like a long tube, with protrusions of differing lengths coming out at various angles and a ring at one end, the overall design was similar to that of a key. While the shape had specific purposes for mobility and energy conservation, the significance was lost on no one that the Magellan was destined to unlock the solar system. Making our final approach to Fleet Dock D, Lopez said, the first utterance in what seemed like forever. Already, they could catch glimpses of people inside through large bay windows. Most appeared to be walking from one place to another at a normal pace, as they would on any other day. Some were watching the pair of ships latch onto the docks against the backdrop of the giant ball of swirling hydrogen and helium gas nearby. Unsure what state the occupants of the station were really in, Loris led the others in the Balboa through the narrow hatch and along the shaft toward the station's main port. The grate under their feet rattled and echoed. The docking port area was large enough for a good game of baseball. A few silver steel polymer walkways crossed the cavern above their heads. It was lined with people looking down at them as they emerged from the tunnel, as was the port's control room in the back. At least 300 people had crammed in to see them enter. Loris stopped suddenly at the sight and tried not to look surprised at all of the eyes. He felt a tinge of nerves in his stomach, an opportunity to say something that would matter enough to pull people out of their despair, if only for a minute. But he didn't have any idea what he would say, or even who he was speaking to. A pair of uniformed officers cut through the crowd to greet them, a tall man and a stocky woman. The round-faced man of blonde hair was so thin it looked like his tucked-in shirt was the only thing keeping his pants from dropping. The woman had her black hair in a tight bun, and a look on her face like she was already disappointed in him. They picked up their pace as if they were racing each other to meet him, both extending their hands while still a dozen steps away. "Commander," the woman said, before she was nudged out by the man. "It's an honor to meet you, Commander. These are dark times," he said in a somber tone. "Excuse me," the woman said, successfully taking Loris's hand. "It's my pleasure. I'm Sonia Firth, Chief of Operations." "We spoke over the comm," the man cut in. "I'm Kelly Reed. I had been acting commander, but now I'll be assuming the role of Chief of Personnel." "Thank you very much for the warm welcome," Loris said, offering a faint smile. "Where can we talk in private?" "The other chiefs are waiting for us in the Pinnacle Conference Room," Firth said. "Good. Let's go now." The pair showed him the way. As he walked, he gave a firm nod to the people in the crowd, most of them staring at him blankly. He searched for one face in particular, sure it would be in the rows or along the walkways, but for the life of him, he couldn't find it. Loris and the two chiefs took a lift to the uppermost part of the station and entered a room that could have easily passed for an observation deck. Windows arched fully overhead, offering a magnificent view of the planet looming large nearby, and even Saturn further off in the distance. A half-dozen of the senior-most officers stood up from what was commonly called a chip table, a dark, glassy surface that could read and project material from the data storage bands unified officers wore around their wrists. Already, a detailed representation of Earth's fragments hung over the table in the center of the room. "Commander Roderick," Reed said, "this is Magellan's brain trust. Chief of Defense, Atsushi Yamaguchi. Chief Engineer, Marta Aylward. Chief of Technological Research, Development, and Life Support, Trenton Quaid. Chief Liaison to Unified Command, Armand Ayotash. Chief of Scientific Research, Riki Lala. And who are you again? Oh, right. Chief of Waste Management, Penny West. I'm just kidding. She's Chief of Economic Development." "Now that you're not my superior anymore, I don't have to hold back from calling you an ass," West said. "If you have a complaint, you can file it with the Chief of Personnel's office," Reed replied, chuckling to himself. West rolled her eyes, and the rest of them seemed completely humorless. Loris could sympathize. "Let's get to the meat of it. What have you learned while we were in transit? You may be seated," he said, settling into a tall-backed chair at the end of the table. A slight woman who wore gloves and a tight mask covering everything but her mouth and eyes remained standing. "Sir, we've analyzed the trajectories of the debris to create a model of the explosion and identify the blast point," Lala said. Strands of light flickered between the table and the band on her left wrist. The Earth fragments in the projected image began to fall back into place around a bright point near the center, just outside of the inner core. "The insertion point was on the northern end of the mid-Atlantic ridge, here. The bomb produced a two-tiered explosion that first cracked open the planet's mantle and then blew the pieces outward in different directions. What's interesting about this is that the force generated from the explosions was exactly what was required to produce this effect. Someone calculated this attack with a precision that, frankly, we would find difficult to match." In the projection, the explosion shattered the planet in slow motion. They could see the exact moment the atmosphere popped like a bubble, allowing cold space to rush in to freeze and kill anything not directly inundated by the inferno. Within Loris, the discomfort and exasperation always so near to the surface wouldn't be held back any longer. But how could such a thing ever happen? The silica haven't gotten near the planet since the shield went up. The level of sophistication of this attack is so far beyond anything we've seen from them. And precision isn't exactly part of their repertoire. Blunt, brute force is all they know. It just doesn't add up." He had to hold on to his composure, even after this unimaginable tragedy. "You're right. It doesn't," Lala continued, emotionless. "There is no way the silica could have executed this attack." "But the silica are the only form of extraterrestrial life we've come in contact with. Are you suggesting that one of us, a human, destroyed Earth?" asked Marta Aylward, a woman with dark skin and reddening eyes that seemed to be holding back tears. The possibility that someone on Earth had been responsible for its destruction was a new thought to Loris. The unified government composed about 80% of the planet's countries, and even more of its landmass and economic power. There were a few tiny, belligerent nations, and some violent groups out there, but for any of them to drill to the core and plant a bomb without anyone noticing, was beyond implausible. No, humans were not responsible for this attack. In fact, I suspect that at the time this explosive device was deployed, humans were drawing in caves, and the most advanced piece of technology we had was the spear, Lala said. What? Loris asked. The other chiefs murmured and exchanged disturbed glances. We may never know the exact composition of the bomb, unless some part of it is retrieved from the debris, but my initial analysis strongly suggests the use of plutonium-239 as an explosive agent in at least some quantity. The half-life of that isotope is over 24,000 years. That's how long this bomb could have been ticking under our noses. Ricky Lala took her seat, never at any point betraying any feeling about anything taking place. The rest of them sat in silence for a moment. Loris was at a loss for what to say. Could the doom of humanity have been sitting there for almost as long as humanity even existed? Armand Iotash, the liaison to Unified Command, leaned forward over the table and extended both arms in something of a shrug. He was an older man and frail. Not for nothing. The silica aren't the only other life forms we've come in contact with. There is another. I guess there's no chance of getting clearance for that now, but it has to be said. What do you mean? What are they? Loris asked, shocked. We don't exactly know. Never seen them, and don't have the slightest clue where they come from. Almost as soon as man achieved space travel, we began intercepting small probes sent to Earth from who knows where. They were these dense, black boxes with strange runes in the side that no one could decode. One was found every 100 years, with the most recent turning up just a month ago. No one knows what they mean, why they were sent, or who sent them. We called them the ciphers, and kept them in secret, Iotash explained. Loris nodded. At least we've got a lead on something. We're going to have to figure out the situation with these ciphers and see if there's any link to the blast, Loris said. He had more to say, most notably some questions about if they had files documenting the runes on the probes, but Kelly Reed spoke up to Loris's right. This is all well and good to discuss, except there are some pressing matters about what we need to do right here and now that need some attention, Reed said, striking a sensible tone. Loris leaned forward and extended a hand toward Reed, who seemed relieved to finally be speaking. Can we just take a moment to consider that 11 billion humans were killed today? We're nearly wiped out. I've done a count. There are only 1,066 of us left, and just 530 women. We need to institute a breeding program immediately, as in right now. All women between the ages of 12 or when they hit maturity and age 40 need to have one child each year to rebuild the species, he said. A disgusted snarl came from Sonia Firth at the other side of the table. The biggest tragedy is that your genetic material now makes up such a large portion of the gene pool. But you forget that you'll have one less woman each time one is set to sleep with you, because she'll quickly exit the ship without a spacesuit on. Reed snorted and threw back his head. We have to do something. Waiting around for you to get a date could take 100 years, he said. Why don't you try breeding with an electrical receptor? Firth said, crossing her arms. Reed scoffed at her and turned to the others in the room. I'm working on developing a matchmaking algorithm that would maximize genetic diversity. That's code for saying there are women on the ship you'd like to sleep with who would never do so while they had free will. I know I won't be surprised when Brenna Morse is first on your list, Firth said. Reed's face went red, and Loris blinked. "That's preposterous," he stammered, shifting in his seat. "Are they always like this?" Loris asked. Grumbling and murmuring ensued among the others. "My apologies, Commander," Firth said, clearing her throat. "Moving on to something more serious. Surely, beyond the untold human deaths, it's worth sparing a thought for the nearly complete obliteration of every plant and animal species we know in the universe. Immediately returning to Earth and collecting samples for genetic reconstitution or cloning attempts would be best. Other than a few dozen food-producing species found in the horticultural nursery here, there are only a few more plants and a few animals, none of which have mates." "My algorithm can match you up with the animals if you like," Reed muttered. "Enough," Loris said. He could see that they were all on edge and beset by grief. The best thing for any of them would have been to spend some time alone, to deal with the immeasurable loss in their own ways. But they had to take responsibility for what happened to everyone else next. While we're throwing out ideas, it'd be useful to remember that the resources of the Magellan cannot be maintained indefinitely, Chief Aylward said. Although many of these potentially devastating problems are years away from being felt, issues with reactor stability, general maintenance, food supply, even things as basic as efficiently managing non-edible supplies, are all potential threats to us without regular contact from passing vessels. Take soap, for example. Currently, we have 3 years' worth of soap and no facility designed to produce it. We will have to make one when the time comes, and that means taking space on the station away from something else. And that's just one small thing that we take for granted. I could point out that our medical facilities, while advanced, aren't equipped with the kinds of extensive resources we'd need because, for many types of chronic maladies, we always thought we could ship people back home. Loris nodded grimly, beginning to get a sense of the colossal amount of work every living individual would need to put in to survive. The feeling that he was in over his head began to surface, but he wasn't the type of person to back down from a challenge. Already, the belief that his finest hours lay before him solidified in his chest. Armand Iotash cleared his throat to get the others' attention. "That's a good point. Here's another. Unified Central Command is gone. I'll readily admit that my position as liaison is now pointless. The mission we were ordered to go on is gone. The laws and rules that we had are at our complete discretion." "What's your point?" Lala asked. "Unified sent us an untested commander, largely as a tribute to his mother, which might have been fine while we took up space in a distant part of the galaxy. No disrespect to Loris Roderick, but he must realize that the task at hand is very different now, and we would be better off choosing another leader." Chapter 4. Loris couldn't have escaped to his quarters a moment too soon. Stepping inside for the first time and closing the door behind him, he immediately looked for solace in his new personal space. It was large, to the point of decadence, featuring a sitting room, kitchenette, and physical training area beyond the bedroom and bathroom everyone else had. The words of Chief Aylward came back to him. Giving up all but the bare essentials was inevitable. He spent several minutes face down on the bed in the dark. Wandering to the bathroom, he tested the faucet and the light. In the mirror, his own face seemed older and harder than he thought possible. The apartment was conspicuously free of any modern technology at all. Paper briefs stood a foot tall on the table, waiting to tell him everything he needed to do for a job he might not be able to carry out. He stared blankly as he flipped through a few pages before going to a window near an exercise mat. The window looked out onto undifferentiated, empty space, but he imagined the remnants of Earth were out there. His heart ached. Time passed. The door opened suddenly, jarring him from his thoughts and the feeling of solitude that had been so comforting. He wondered if Reed or one of the other chiefs had come to deliver some more bad news. Instead, he approached the door to find a beautiful young woman in a sleek tan jumper standing there, holding a small gift-wrapped package tied to a blue balloon. She startled when she saw him, her straight black hair rolling over her shoulders. "Brenna." "Loris. I didn't think you'd be in here yet. Or if you were, you'd figure out how to lock the door." An instant later, they were clutching each other. The smell of her hair and the feel of her pressed against him were enough to melt any last bit of resistance he had. He could only guess what she'd been going through. But if anyone would be able to handle what just happened, she could. "I can't believe it, Brenna." "It's the worst day of everyone's lives." Loris had spent a long time imagining the moment he saw her and what he would do, but none of it seemed right. All he needed was to have her there. The unpleasant details could come later. "How are you doing?" he asked. "I'm ostensibly fine. Feeling at once better and worse about this shit job the firm sent me out here to do," she said. "And unostensibly?" "I would never want to be dead, no matter what the alternative was. I keep telling myself that. Here, I managed to trade for this a month ago. Welcome to the Magellan. You'll like it." When she handed over the small package, he noticed it had a few small holes in it. A faint sound came from inside. Curious, he opened it up and found a small turtle inside. It scratched the surface of the box with a tiny claw. "Oh, wow. That's amazing you got this." "Wherever you go, take your home with you," she said, smiling and looking at him. "It's a spotted turtle, obviously." Loris rummaged around in the cabinets for a small dish, put some water in it, and set the turtle in it on the table. "I'll call him Survivor." Brenna took a seat on the edge of the bed and looked down at her empty hands. "How have you been handling it all?" she asked. Loris leaned against a nearby wall and crossed his arms over his stomach. "It's been a shock, but I've been too busy for it to really feel real. Mostly, when I can spare a thought, I think about this one memory I have. I don't know why it keeps coming back to me. We spent every summer at a lake when I was a kid, and one year, when I was about 12, a bear came into our campsite and started wreaking havoc on the tents in the middle of the night. The bear shredded the side of my tent, stuck its head in, and roared so loud I thought I would go deaf." "What happened then?" Brenna asked after Loris paused. I'd been in charge of the campfire and had a small fire extinguisher with me. I sprayed it until the tent was a billowing cloud. It irked the bear enough to get him to leave, and I just remember sitting there with this foggy cloud all around that seeped out of the hole in the tent. The taste was awful, but I remember feeling safe in that cloud. I loved going to that lake. Now I'll never see it again." Brenna offered a sympathetic smile. "I'll never get another piano lesson from my mom. We used to play together for hours. But that's quite a story. Not everyone can say they've survived a bear attack." "How does it rank among the others you've heard around here?" he asked. "Being a psychologist on a space station has exposed me to a few crazy stories. I think the firm thought I'd identify some new disorders or conditions, but no one has gone that crazy being up here. That might change soon, however," she said. "Should I start booking my sessions with you now? Your time is going to be in high demand," he said. So will yours. You're the de facto leader of humanity now. That's a lot of responsibility, she said, smiling until she saw it hit a sore point with Loris. What? Loris pulled over one of the chairs from the table and sat down. There are already people who aren't happy about that. I'd barely met the chiefs before they were talking about firing me like I wasn't even there. Brenna's pretty brown eyes grew wide with alarm. What did you do? I made some excuses about how it was too soon to make any hasty decisions, and that we should still stick with Unified's laws until we can make decisions about our well-being in an objective manner. They bought it for now, but I know if I make one screw-up, they'll find a way to replace me. Maybe no one else believes in me, but I'm starting to think that this moment is what I was meant for, he said. I believe in you, Brenna said, setting her hand on his knee. It had been hard enough not to read into her sitting on his bed. Getting that support from her made it impossible not to feel how much he wanted her. That's good, he said, trying to carry on the conversation at hand. It might help if I had some guidance, too. I'm going to see ex-Commander Stade. Oh? Are you sure that's a good idea? She asked, making it clear she didn't think it was. Loris sighed. He couldn't wait any longer to say the things he had wanted to say to her all along. I know you said no the last time we saw each other. Loris, maybe you feel differently now, after all we talked about in our messages, he said, mustering a smile he hoped would win her over. She looked away from him. I do feel differently. But it's because of what happened, not our messages, and where I stand is the same. Whatever plan I had for my life has gone out the window, and right now, I can't even imagine what kind of life I'm going to have, much less who I'm going to spend it with. I should probably get going, she said, getting up. You don't need to leave. I'm not talking about rushing into anything too fast. I know you're a very independent person, but we can help each other through this, he said. Brenna stopped before she got to the door and turned back to look at him, giving him hope. I'll give you my help. If you're going to see Stade, there's something you should know that I learned in my interviews. He's currently in solitary confinement, and he's not in there for drunkenness, as had been told to the public. The old chief of personnel didn't quit his job and return back to Earth. Loris stared at her a moment, hoping what she was getting at wasn't true. You don't mean... Yes, I do. Stade is being detained for murder, and no one knows why he did it. A single guard monitored cameras of the station's detention center, which at the moment only had one occupant. A quick flash of credentials got Loris through, and soon he was through a heavy iron-reinforced door and on his way down a narrow, ill-lit hallway to room number 3, where Stade had been for 2 weeks. Loris had been apprehensive about going to Stade for help before. The information that Stade was a murderer who had breached the soul of the Unified Officers Code by killing a fellow officer for no apparent reason added a dash of disgust to his feelings about the meeting. Before sliding open the door, Loris thought one more time about turning around and forgetting about the entire thing. The heavy door made a harsh scraping sound as it slid along its track. The hallway light shed enough into the room to provide an outline of a man seated against the wall in the back. 2 weeks of confinement and minimal rations had done nothing to diminish the man's strong physique. Loris stepped inside and flipped on the light. The man, bearded and wearing white inmate's clothes, looked up at him with barely concealed anger. His arms hung over his knees. If it isn't the boy wonder, your mother would be proud. You're welcome, Loris blew through his nose and nodded. Ah, you're expecting me to thank you, because if you hadn't done what you did, I'd still be back on Earth, which is to say dead. Clever. Sometimes it's dumb luck, or the random happenstance of others that saves us, Stade said, shrugging slightly. Speaking of which, I've heard quite a bit about what you did that got you here. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of the Unified Book of Ethics? Code of Conduct? What about just not throwing away a distinguished career with a unified fleet by murdering a senior officer in cold blood? Stade glanced around his cell, which had a sleeping mat on one side and a toilet and sink on the other. Where is my schedule? I didn't realize it was time for a boring lecture from a pompous little boy. Or maybe this is the sleep aid I asked for. Keep going, and I'll be snoring in no time. Loris's ire started to rise. What made you think the laws didn't apply to you? The two shared a cold, unflinching glare that lasted more than a minute. Stade's lips puckered like he had something sour in his mouth. Let me tell you something that they don't teach back at the Unified Training Center. Out here on the Magellan, laws have a weaker grasp on us than they did back home. And that was before a guard came in with my lunch and told me Earth had been destroyed. There's something about deep space that makes the rules we've always lived by seem like gnats that can be brushed aside without any repercussions. I don't believe you. That's not how things will be while I'm here, Loris said. His comment elicited a strange smirk and snicker from Stade, who was much too relaxed for Loris's liking. I have a feeling you know more about it than you let on. Now, you didn't really come here to moralize about the error of my ways, did you? Get to what you really want. I don't have patience for bullshit, he said. Loris had hoped to gain more of an upper hand in the conversation by starting with Stade's guilt, but the man didn't have an ounce of shame enough to give an inch. Still, Loris attempted to get something in exchange for receiving help. How about this? I'll tell you, if you tell me why you did it. It might make things better for you down the road. Stade's tired eyes appraised him carefully. Go on, then. You go first. I'm not making any promises. Loris felt he didn't have a choice but to go on. I want to talk to you about what you would do if you were still in charge. There's already a lot of pressure on me, with no room for error. If I slip up once, they're going to throw me out of the commander's chair, he said. The look from Stade was almost sympathetic. He nodded thoughtfully, and Loris immediately sensed how strange it was to be entering into confidence with the station's only criminal. If someone successfully attacked Earth and managed to get away, what would you do? Stade asked. I'd hunt them down, Loris said without hesitating. Me too. But I may not get the chance, and it's not because we have no idea who did it, Loris went on. I've barely gotten here, and already they're talking about finding a way to replace me. Commander Roderick, Stade began. It wouldn't matter if you found a way to go back in time and prevent the destruction of Earth. Armand Iotash would still try to remove you from command. Loris's eyes widened. How do you know about him? Because he was trying to do the same thing to me. There, now you know why I did it, he said. The confession seemed to take a weight off his shoulders, but to Loris, it wasn't much of a confession at all. But you didn't kill Iotash. You killed the chief of personnel, Davis Kepling. What you need to know about Iotash is that he spent his entire life sitting in conference room chairs, looking innocent in meetings. He's a conspirator, a schemer, someone whose trust can only be bought by what you can give him today. He doesn't know how to get his hands dirty like Kepling did, and will always have his henchmen. Iotash curries many favors and maintains a lot of loyalty in this station, but Kepling was his true co-conspirator, and at the time was the bigger threat. Loris listened intently, but the sense that he missed something overcame him. The story wasn't adding up. Wait a second. What good is killing to keep your position, when doing so means you lose your position anyway? Stade looked to the side and scratched his bearded cheek. You've got to look at it from my perspective. As soon as they started plotting against me, they'd rip my job away from me sooner or later. It might not seem like much to you, but I've spent my life working to get here, and I wasn't about to leave without a fight. Although I'm no longer commander, I'm alive, and he's not. I'll always take being alive. Loris began to grasp the regrettable situation he was in. It didn't matter who he was or what he did. Iotash was going to come after him regardless. And Armand Iotash is doing all of this for what? Because he wants to be commander? That seems an awful lot of effort for not much payoff, Loris said. It might have been before, but now, to be commander is to be leader of the human race. Still, there's always been something about him that made me think he wanted the job for something else, other than listening to reports and signing off on missions. I don't know what it is, but he has another reason for wanting to be in charge, Stade said. You really don't have any idea what he might be trying to do? I don't. But I can't see how anything other than faithfully performing the duties of the position could be good for anyone. And it seems like the day's gruesome events did nothing to change his hunger for it. Loris almost wanted to sit down next to Stade. It felt good to have someone actually understand what he was facing. I wonder what he's really after, Loris said. I can't be clear enough about it. Do not let him take over as commander, no matter what it takes. Beyond his treasonous behavior and sinister ideas, he's a callous, unfeeling man who shouldn't be in charge of anyone else, much less this station. Your mother would understand. She wanted it to be something that brought people together by the promise of expanding our horizons, not a straitjacket that confined us. Loris wondered if Stade was trying to manipulate him by bringing up his mother. It always made him suspicious when people did that. Sometimes, people did it because they respected her and enjoyed remembering her. Other times, people expected him to blindly follow any suggestion of what she would have done or liked or thought. And how am I supposed to keep Iotash at bay? Loris asked. By letting me out, so we can take him on together, Stade said. Loris pursed his lips, slotting this invocation of his mother in the latter group. I can't do that, he said. Then don't be surprised if it plays out that you make the same decision I did. I won't do that. They locked eyes again in another tense exchange. Loris questioned if any of what he heard was true, or if it was the product of some good guesswork and a desire to get out of solitary confinement. He stepped back closer to the door and was ready to leave without another word, but one more thought occurred to him. He glanced back at the burly man hunched against a dark wall. We will decide on an appropriate punishment for you soon enough. I hope you don't forget your promise that things will be better for me, Stade said, a hint of desperation in his voice for the first time. There's something about deep space that makes me think that promises can be brushed aside without any repercussions. Chapter 5. The remnants of Earth lay before them like a vase, shattered into a billion pieces. There's a lot of instability in these masses. Let's stay safe and keep our exit path clear. We don't need to rush, Loris said over the comm to the rest of the fleet. After spending his first night on the Magellan, and taking the next day to plan, he'd ordered the Magellan to return to Earth and begin the long process of searching through the remains. From afar, the planet now looked more like an asteroid field, a floating group of rocks held near each other by gravitational forces. But as the fleet got closer and began to fan out, a more detailed picture emerged. In some places, the surface had been nearly untouched. Even the smaller masses on the outskirts had intact roads and particularly sturdy buildings rooted into the ground. But with the atmosphere gone, and all of the green and blue drained away, it was like these structures had been built on the surface of the moon. More bizarre, chunks of ice larger than their ships drifted among the debris, composed of parts of the ocean that weren't vaporized in the explosion. The Balboa, with Sonia Firth at the helm and charged with harvesting plant and animal matter for reconstitution, latched onto one of these ice chunks as the rest of the fleet passed. The Hudson had the task of scanning the debris for any human survivors. It wasn't out of the question that someone, somewhere, had made it into a safe hold or even a grounded spaceship that weathered the blast. The Erickson trawled for supplies and equipment. As they got closer, they saw in vivid detail what had befallen the majority of humanity. Those that didn't die along the explosion's fault lines from the nuclear blast were likely crushed by the earthquake that shook the entire globe, leveling entire cities and pulverizing structures with force and carnage unimaginable. Those still alive were then subjected to the sudden onrush of empty, cold space and died of suffocation before the freezing temperatures could get to them. These were the morbid things Loris couldn't help himself from thinking about as he directed the Cortez through narrow channels between the rocks that could collapse and crush them with just a tiny shift. They'd studied the trajectory of Earth's fragments and were carefully maneuvering through to one very specific spot. They came to a spot in the channel that was clogged tight by small rubble. A dead body collided with the ship's windshield, making everyone wince. "This makes my worst nightmares look like fairy tales," Panic said. Lopez looked over at her, but no one responded. After spending so much time thinking about death, the actual sight of death made Loris think about how silly it was to call the front window of a spaceship a windshield when there was no wind in space. Sometimes words live on beyond the source of their meaning. "Let's fire up the shields and use them to muscle our way through," Loris said. The ship's shields were a steady stream of proton particles that created a protective barrier with enough mass and force to absorb energy-based shots and repel incoming projectiles. It was just one of the tricks the Cortez could employ. In truth, the Cortez was designed to be more of a ruthless killing machine than a ship, despite its powerful engines. Loris loved to be on it whenever possible. It gave people with a propensity to think about death plenty to ponder. The dead body and other rubble cleared from view as the ship pushed through the tight channel. Beyond, they saw rock masses composed of the Earth's liquid core. The surface was smooth, but had grown hard as the heat and the cold struggled for equilibrium. The last gasp of the planet would be its heat death, when its temperature balanced with that of its surrounding, as per Newton's laws of thermodynamics. The Cortez pulled upward, away from the core, and hugged the surface of the large mass it had just squeezed through. Loris had flown along this stretch of Earth countless times, and even though the terrain appeared different, there was still something familiar about it. "Do you think we're really going to find them?" Lopez asked. Loris set his jaw and tugged at the spacesuit stretching over his arm as they approached their destination. He nervously tapped his helmet beneath his seat with his foot. "We're not leaving until we do," he said. They came over a plateau in the rock and surveyed their destination. Just a few days before, the place had been covered in vegetation and sat beside a shimmering sea. Now, all of the plants had burned away, the sea had vacated and left a bare, sloping cliff face, and the buildings were partially standing junk heaps. Loris released a tense sigh. "All right, let's go to work clearing the entry point." The Cortez hovered over one of the damaged buildings and fired a grappling hook from its underbelly to dislodge a large, fallen wall and send it spiraling away into space. The ship had the shape of a traipsing spider, with stiff but spindly legs, allowing it to gingerly position itself over the remaining wreckage and drill through it. At last, the viewer gave them a glimpse of an empty elevator shaft leading down into darkness. "The underground levels appear mostly intact. As best we can tell, they'd be right where Chief Iotash said they would be," Lopez said. "Let's find out if he knows what he's talking about. That surface over there should be good for landing," Loris said, picking up his helmet and beginning to undo his straps. A few other officers from the cockpit prepared to exit the ship. Together, they filed through the doorway toward the main hatch. Panic put her arm on Loris's shoulder, holding him back for a moment. "You know, you don't have to go out there. You're in command of all of us, and nobody would have thought twice about it if you wanted to stay on the Magellan and direct from there," she said, in hushed tones. "I don't think I'd be able to live with myself if I sent my crew out into an unstable environment and barked orders at them from the comfort of an armchair. We don't have enough people for anyone to be doing any less than the most they can to help." She looked at him and smiled faintly, before letting her hand slide off his shoulder. Helmets on and gear ready, Loris, Panic, and 2 other crew members entered the airlock and watched the hatch door open in front of them. "If you need anything, just tug on the line," Lopez said from his seat at the nav station in the cockpit. "I'll keep the engine running." The excursion team dragged an unspooling tow line with them toward the gaping elevator shaft. Gravity was virtually non-existent, and all around them, small chunks of cement, office supplies, and unified documents floated near the surface. Reaching the shaft made moving easier. Their boots could be magnetized in rhythm as they walked. The quartet spent only a moment at the precipice to see how far their lamps could pierce the darkness. Loris nodded to the others and took the plunge first. The unified command center had 15 subterranean floors, each with an area of about 100 meters in length and width. Armand Iotash could provide no guidance about where their prizes might be, or in truth, if they even resided here among Unified's best hidden secrets. Loris was prepared for the laborious prospect of searching for a needle in a haystack. The team started their search at the very bottom level, where the fallen elevator had crashed and lodged itself in the way. Panic used a torch to cut through the ceiling of the elevator car. Once they made it inside, she was about to go through the same process of cutting through the steel door to the bottom floor, which was already slightly ajar, but Loris stopped her. "Sometimes, the simplest approach is the best," he said. He grabbed a section of the elevator handrail that had torn off in the fall and jammed one end into the thin opening. Grunting as he exerted himself, he pushed hard and pried the door open enough for them to slip through. While that may have saved them a few minutes, a few steps into the long hallway made it clear that this was just the beginning of the doors they would need to get through. A few light fixtures in the ceiling flickered and sparked. "It's possible the backup generators are still running," said Vincent Price, who along with Carrie Redhook made up the rest of their team. "If we can find a functioning console, I'll be able to reroute power and make getting around in here a little easier." "You know how to gain access to the unified emergency systems?" Loris asked, surprised. "I came up through the maintenance and computer engineering corps. It's not an accident that I'm here with you," he said. "Good man," Loris said, patting him on the back. It was an attempt to diffuse the embarrassment of not knowing the capabilities of his crew. Getting thrown headfirst into this continued to punish him. Although a functioning terminal was nowhere to be found on the bottom floor, there were plenty of other curiosities that got their attention. The section they were in seemed to be dedicated to genetic research. They entered a large laboratory and marveled at what their lamps spotted in the center of the room, inside what was a vacuum container. Scanning around, they glimpsed complicated formulas and theories scrawled on whiteboards. Inside the vacuum container was a tiny sprout, green, but looking like it was made out of stone. If I'm reading this right, this plant was fortified to be able to withstand exposure to space, to grow in it even, with only a small attachment that would deliver water at a rate of 1 drop a month. It took 5 years for it to break through the seed and extend its first leaf. The goal was to develop orbiting farms that would further enable deep space travel. They call it a rock fruit plant. Sounds appetizing, Panic said. Loris used the tough elbow guard to smash one of the panels of the vacuum container. He collected the plant and deposited it in a container on his hip. We've got to take this with us, he said, amazed. The next floor up contained research on the silica. As soon as they made it into the hallway, one greeted them from within a glass case, spanning from floor to ceiling. The alien towered over them, its tough silicon exterior shifting colors along a spectrum of dark blue to purple, depending on the angle of the light. Anger swelled within Loris, tempting him to find a way to spit on it. Look at its eyes, Loris said. It's in carbon stasis, but still alive. It won't be for long, unless it can find oxygen soon. It won't be able to hold its breath for more than another day. They noticed a small plaque at the bottom of the case, naming their specimen. That apparently hadn't been enough, and the word was carved onto its right shin. Rasher? Why give it a name? They all look the same to me. God-forsaken bane of the universe, Panic said. She had a point. The search continued through several more floors, without much luck. Intermittent reports came in from the other ships about things they found and accidents they had, fortunately none of them resulting in any serious consequences. The Hudson couldn't find any signs of human survivors. Not even those already in orbit were able to move quickly enough to escape the blast zone. Some of the subterranean floors suffered damage so minimal that the lights and doors still functioned flawlessly. This is what I've been looking for, Price said, almost giddy, as a few taps on a console brought it to life. Are you going to reroute the power? Panic asked. She checked the charge remaining on her torch, which had seen a lot of action and would need to be replenished soon. I've got a better idea, Price said. He grinned back at them. Let's cut to the chase and see if we can search for the location of the probes. Down here, I should have access to most of Unified's classified data. Great, Loris said. Then we can head straight there, hook it up to the tow line, and get out of here. I've heard the rock rumbling, and I wouldn't mind getting out of here ahead of schedule. But searching out the location of the alien probes wasn't as easy as it would seem. After a while, Price was left slapping the side of the machine. I don't think they're here. Maybe they've been moved and the location was kept off the database. Isn't there anything about them on here? Loris asked. Oh, yeah. There's a fair amount of information about the probe's landing points, flight path, even pictures of the exterior. But there are also descriptions about it being made of a strange material that defies photography. None of these pictures show us the runes on the probe. Loris clenched his teeth. Knowing which way they came from is something, he said. If they're not here, maybe the information from this terminal will be enough. Can we get that transferred back to the Cortez? Price clicked his tongue and tapped a few more buttons. The encryption of the classified system won't even let the Cortez download any data, and there's no way for me to bypass that without extensive programming time. The best option is for me to localize as much data as possible before we truck this entire console back to the ship. Okay, let's do it. While Loris, Panic, and Red Hook prepared to separate the console from the wall, Price haphazardly selected terabytes of data to take with them, caring only that the details about the extraterrestrial probes were included. Sometime around the middle of the data transfer, an unfamiliar voice came over the comm. "Commander Roderick, this is Yamaguchi. We're picking up a flurry of signals on our scanners." Loris felt like he'd just been doused with cold water. He didn't need to think to know what the chief of defense was telling him. Down here, could there be a worse place to learn of an imminent attack? The silica, damn. How much time do we have? 5 minutes, if that. We're readying our defenses, but the Magellan will not be able to withstand this without the fleet. The only positive is that they're coming from the opposite side of the planetary fragments. All other ships must withdraw immediately and regroup at the Magellan. We'll be there as soon as we can, he barked over the comm. Panic and the others looked at him anxiously. Double time, come on. Let's get this out of here now, he said. Panic fired up the torch one more time and was about to sever the console from the wall when Price gasped. Wait, I found one of the probes. It's here, he said. Are you kidding me? Where is it? Loris asked. 3 floors up. It's in the back, but I can get the doors, Price said. His hands were shaking over the console, ready to act. Loris felt like he didn't have time to breathe. He knew from his days as a fighter pilot that the silica were never to be taken for granted, and being anything less than perfectly ready and in position was a reliable way to die young. Then there was that one time when he was the only one from his squadron to make it home. But if they left without the probe, they might never get another chance to come back. Okay, Price and Red Hook, you two will take the console back to the Cortez. Panic and I will go after the probe with the tow in line. It's going to be tight, but we don't have any other choice. Price nodded and began pounding on the controls. As soon as I'm done with the doors, you can slice the wall mount, Price said to Panic, who fired up the torch and held it close. Now! The flames melted through the steel, leaving the wide and thin computer screen floating in the air. Red Hook began pulling it toward the elevator shaft after the rest of the team. Taking Panic's hand, Loris let the tow line pull them up 3 floors to the gaping doorway, faster than they could make it with their magnetic boots. As they swam down the hall, he glanced back to see Price and Red Hook continuing up toward the ship. They'd make it with no problem. But then, what would the ship do when it was caught in close quarters by a swarm of silica fighters? Keep an eye out for that open door, Loris said, his eyes darting down every hallway. The halls were lined with vinyl tiles and had little other than doorknobs they could push off from. Their progress was painfully slow, each stroke a struggle to get closer to their destination. There, Panic said, when they reached the next intersection, pointing to an open set of double doors on their left. They barely made it to the room when Yamaguchi came through on the comm. The silica have reached the planet's outer fragments and have changed course toward us. Loris tried to chart where the unified command center landed between the Magellan and the approaching enemies. It wasn't dead in the path of the silica, but there was no doubt they'd be noticed. Lopez, if any of them turn to engage you, I want you to take off and raise the shields. If the shields are up, you won't be able to get aboard the ship, Lopez said. I know that, but we can't lose the Cortez. We can't lose you. When they entered the room, they found a black square just about 3 meters tall and wide. To say it was black didn't do it justice. It looked like the blackness sucked in the light around it, giving it a fuzzy appearance, as if it were part of a dream. Only after a few moments of staring did they see the large runes covering the sides. Loris's excitement at seeing the probe immediately met with sharp disappointment when he saw that it was locked into some kind of base. Go ahead and cut it out, Loris said. No, it would take me an hour to get all the way around it, and this torch only has juice left for a couple more cuts. We'll have to find another way," Panic said. Loris lowered his head and wished someone would give him a hand when one tapped him on the shoulder. "Ah!" The body of a unified researcher had been floating above the doorway inside the room with the probe. Around his neck was a cord attached to a keycard. Loris shuddered with relief as he took the keycard and fed it into a reader near the probe's restraints. Panic began securing the tow line to the exposed upper half of the probe. After a few taps on the small control panel, the locks on the probe released and shifted apart. The probe began to float in the vacuum of gravity. "Grab hold of the line," Panic said. "Lopez, start reeling it in," Loris said once he was in position. "Sir, a couple of silica ships have left the others to pursue us," he said. This was going to be too close. It took time to squeeze the probe through the double doors, but once they made it to the hallway, they began to pick up speed. Soon, they were flying through while they held on from behind the probe, which occasionally crashed into walls as it hurtled toward the elevator shaft. While the speed was welcome, it was also an indication that the Cortez had taken off. The walls shook around them as something, most likely a missile, slammed into the surface above. The probe snaked into the gaping elevator shaft and began its ascent, pulling Loris and Panic up with them to find out what was going on above. "We're taking fire from one of the ships, and if I'm not mistaken, the other's trying to land," Lopez said. "Are they coming after us?" Panic gasped. The darkness in the shaft receded as they approached the surface. All at once, they were flung out into open space and sailing out of the destroyed Unified Command building toward the Cortez. "Brace for impact," Lopez said, only an instant before something collided with the probe, shaking them violently and sending them spinning in another direction. "The tow line has been cut," Panic said. Loris attempted to drag the tips of his toes against the surface to hold them in place. The spinning slowed enough for them to see not just a silica ship parked a short distance away, but two of the monsters hulking toward them. They wore small oxygen tanks on their backs that had a tube running to masks over their faces, but Loris had his eyes on their extremely large and strong hands. They bounded off the surface toward them, with fingers like steel vice grips outstretched. Loris managed to hold onto the section of tow line wrapped around the probe and pushed off enough to kick his attacker in the torso, knocking it back. Panic dove at the other, sliding under its arm with her torch activated, slicing a wide gash from wrist to shoulder. Loris wished he could have heard it scream as it writhed in agony. Too many of his friends had died at the hands of these wretched creatures, and getting a little payback always felt good. But Panic wasn't done. The silica swung wildly at her with its other arm, but connected only with the torch's red flame. Soon, that arm was floating away out into space. She was about to drill the torch into the center of its chest when the flame suddenly vanished. "Shit," she said, as she stowed the depleted tool at her side. All she could do was push it away. That particular silica didn't seem to have any intention of returning to the fight. A blast a few feet to Loris's left reminded them that these two attackers weren't all they had to worry about. He glanced up at the silica fighter, hovering above at about a 45-degree angle. The Cortez moved to get in the way just in time to block a couple more shots. "I can drop the shield and quickly pick you up," Lopez suggested. But Loris knew that with the probe, getting aboard wouldn't be fast, even under the best of circumstances. Loris and Panic danced with the remaining silica, which pressed forward and searched for an opening to strike, when they saw something emerging from the command building. Another silica waded toward them through the open space, the one that had been encased in the lower levels. "The carbon stasis wore off. Rasher's going to be angry," he said. "We've got more coming out from the landed ship," Panic said. There was no way they'd be able to fend off a handful of them. "Sir, you've got to trust me on this one. We don't have time to deliberate," Lopez said. "Get ready." The Cortez vented its smokescreen toward the two enemy ships before dropping its shield and repositioning directly over the probe. The instant the hatch opened, Loris and Panic dove for it, but Loris wasn't fast enough to escape the grasp of the silica he'd kicked. It clamped down on his calf, flooding his brain with a searing pain. One of the Cortez legs impaled the alien clear through the chest, then separated into 5 blades that carved the creature into chunks. Panic pulled Loris into the hatch, and then into the ship, where he collapsed against the floor and reached for his injured leg. He was surprised his foot hadn't somehow popped off. The shields were back up once the other legs had a good handle on the probe, which Red Hook was there to handle. Panic helped Loris back toward the cockpit. "You did great out there," he said, trying to forget his pain. "I grew up fighting 4 older brothers," she said. "Proportionally, they were bigger." Another crew member gave Loris a shot to help with the pain and began treating his leg once he'd limped into his seat and strapped in. They got the call that the probe had been properly stowed. "It's time we give these guys a proper introduction to the Cortez," Loris said, trying to swallow the rest of the pain. Lopez nodded, and a wide grin appeared on his face. Beating the controls on the console, he threw the engines into a quick burst, making the Cortez flash forward over the enemy ship. The bladed legs drilled through the ship's exterior and then pumped it full of carbon-fortified smoke. Lastly, they deposited a charge and detached. "We don't have time to sit back and enjoy the fireworks," Panic said. "More ships are being diverted toward us from the main thrust, which is about to reach the Magellan. They need us with them." Now a short distance away, they watched through the windshield as the silica cruiser blew apart into bits indistinguishable from the rest of the rubble. "Let's just clean up the rest of our mess," he said. The Cortez fired a series of charged ion blasts at the landed ship, destroying its engines and some of its weaponry. The silica remaining on the surface couldn't do anything but watch them fly away. "They're closing in fast. About 10 of them," Panic said. Even in just the time they'd been in the command center, so much had changed about the formation of the planetary fragments that retracing their steps was impossible. The narrow gap had closed up, and fields of thicker rubble couldn't be brushed aside with a shield. "Let's see if we can let the Earth do some of the work for us," Lopez said. He slowed the ship down until they were in sight of their pursuers, and then began to pick up speed. "Do you see that sharp curve in the rock, almost like a jagged fishhook?" They raced along the surface, zigzagging away from incoming fire, toward the steep, arcing slope. The Cortez veered hard along the turn, and then spun in place to face the pursuing ships pocketed in the curve. It opened fire with rockets and blasters, much of it striking the wall behind and blowing it into bits that collided with the fighters. Only one of the 10 managed to escape, and the Cortez again grappled on, but this time its legs shredded the roof and pulled out the occupant. They floated helplessly. "Maybe one day we'll discover intelligent life in the galaxy," Loris said. They set a course back to the Magellan, which was much too large to be able to maintain a proton shield. Its defenses consisted of photon turrets, ion cannons, and EMP bombs as a last resort. Sustaining heavy fire from dozens of silica warships was not its forte. "Get into formation," came the voice of the ranking officer on the Hudson over the comm. The Cortez would be late to the fight's start, but they were coming into range to get a good view of it. The Magellan's fleet began firing at the incoming swarm, sending flashes of light streaking across space. "Tell the others to get clear, and we'll head right into the middle of them," Loris said. They needed to find a way to disrupt their attack pattern before they could close in on their targets. "Charged and ready," Panic said. Shields up, the Cortez swooped in to intercept the pack. forcing enemy ships to scramble or risk a collision. Once in the middle, the ship expelled static charges as strong as lightning in 8 directions, damaging the enemy ships and bringing them to a halt. From there, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. "We've got some making a run for the Magellan's reactor," Sonia Firth said over the comm from the Balboa. Loris glanced at the radar and saw that their main thrust had continued on despite the fighting. They were moving fast enough to make it difficult to catch them in time. The fleet set a convergence point, and Loris readied one more trick up his sleeve. "Price, prepare the override." Through the viewer, they saw the station's cannons taking their first shots at the attackers, but the silica were nimble enough to avoid the fire. "I've got the signal. The one in the rear," Price said. Loris waited until they'd nearly reached the convergence point before giving the order. "Engage the override," he said. Suddenly, the rear ship in the swarm heading for the Magellan fired at its allies, destroying 1, 2, 3 of them in a matter of seconds. By the time the others began to react to one of their own being hijacked, all 5 ships of the Magellan's fleet were on them, with guns blazing. Most of the Silicon ships failed to even get off a single shot before the entire pack was reduced to a pile of floating debris. After that, they only needed to pick off a few stray fighters before the entire attack had been neutralized. Loris breathed a sigh of relief when it was all over. He'd take a broken leg any day over the loss of a single human life. That kind of luck couldn't hold out forever. The fleet prepared to dock at the Magellan. "That was easy," Lopez said. "It was," Loris replied. "But how do you think it'll be next time, now that they know the planet is gone, and the rest of us are sitting out here with only a handful of ships?" Chapter 6. Loris had fractured his fibula in the fight and needed help exiting the Cortez and moving through the docking bay until the station's medical staff got to him. The problem was that most of the rest of the station's occupants crowded around as well, making it impossible to get through the spacious concourse. Fortunately, the chiefs found their way through to him. "Superb performance," Yamaguchi said, shaking his hand and smiling. Loris appreciated a fellow military man with whom he could share his satisfaction, but the rest of the chiefs didn't seem pleased at all. "I want to go back," Firth said. "We only got a few specimens, and there are so many more out there just waiting to be picked up." "Absolutely not," Loris said, in a sharp manner that seemed to draw surprise from some of the onlookers. "We need to leave the area now and get clear of the solar system." "What? Why? We blew the silica out of the water," she said. Loris sighed. Not many people had a taste for history like he did. This was a routine raid of about 50 ships. Now that they've spotted a weakness, they'll be back as fast as they can get here with 20 times that. Do you remember the story of the moon colony that got hit when we first made contact? They managed to fend off a couple of scouting ships. Then, before many of them could get on a transport home, a squadron of fighters wiped the place out. If we don't leave immediately, we'll be overrun. Firth didn't say anything more, but she did look to Yamaguchi to see if he shared a similar assessment. "With what they'll bring, 10 ships like the Cortez wouldn't cut it," Yamaguchi said. Some commotion behind them in the docking bay got their attention. Some crew members drove the probe out on a crane and lifted it into the air for all to see. Like before, it took the eyes time to adjust enough to see the runes in the blackness. Gasps and murmuring, as well as some clapping, erupted around the concourse. "Where should we go?" Chief Elward asked. Her engineering department managed the ship's navigations and would be carrying out the order. Loris paused for a moment and closed his eyes. It was a question with repercussions, but to him, there was only one path. "We now have information about the flight path of this probe and others like it," Loris said, raising his voice to the crowd. I don't think it's any mistake to assume that the maker of this probe had something to do with the bomb that destroyed Earth. The console from the command center should be able to tell us something about how fast this thing was traveling and how far it came. That's the path we need to take. There were many skeptical faces around him, but none more so than that of the chief liaison. Forgive me, Commander, Iotash said from among the other chiefs. We could go in any direction we like. It would be more prudent to set course for a habitable planet we could live on. Loris glared at him, recalling Stade's suggestion that he had some ulterior motive to undermine him. That might seem reasonable. If you believe we are like rats that should scurry and hide under rocks when they are threatened, Loris said, growing more confident. But if you have any sense of justice, or any feeling of loss for the billions of people who died just days ago, you know that simply turning a blind eye to the brutal destruction of our loved ones and homes is not possible. A wry smile came to the old man's face. Iotash scratched some white stubble by his ear. And what will we do when we get there? Remember that these life forms just destroyed our planet with a technological feat that we could never dream of. What if we arrived at their doorstep, only for them to instantly incinerate the Magellan, making the human race extinct in a snap? Wouldn't it seem then that handing ourselves over to them so they could finish the job was a poor choice? Loris felt his heart rate rise. The anger at this man was bubbling within him. Iotash would forsake everything they lost in the guise of reason. He was cunning. Humanity will not run and hide. We face our challenges head-on, and we will find a way to succeed. Those who did this will be held accountable, and if it came down to it, we have the means to wreak destruction on our enemies. We can jettison the reactor and set it off, he said, leaving us drifting for eternity. What you offer is blind hope for our injustice. If you believe what you say is right, put it to a vote among everyone in the station. We should all have a say when being marched off to our deaths is on the table, Iotash said. Loris shook his head as another threat to his position reared its head. If you had more of an appetite for history, you'd know the democracies of the past failed because the will of the majority was often at odds with the best interests of everyone. I am the commander of this station, and I know my belief in humanity is shared by everyone aboard, save perhaps you. We will find the ones who did this to us and bring them to justice, Loris said. His words were rousing enough to garner cheers from at least some of those present. It quelled Iotash for now, leaving him and a few others to turn their backs and stride away. Now Loris had to get to work to make sure his choice was the right one. The commandership came with an office not far from the mess hall and an assistant who went by the name of Drew Tupper. Drew had combed over brown hair and dark shadows under his eyes. He was oddly needy in a way that made Loris question who was assisting who. The chief of scientific research, Ricky Lala, Tupper said, escorting the slight woman in while Loris was at his desk. It had been a few hours since returning from the mission, and the argument in the concourse still had him burning inside. Please, have a seat, he said to Lala, who took one of the chairs across from the desk. She handed over a tablet with some of their findings about the probe. He'd only been able to glance at it before he was disturbed. How come you never ask me to have a seat? Tupper asked, his arms crossed over his chest. Loris looked at him for a moment. Would you like to sit down? He asked. That's nice of you to offer, Tupper replied, settling into the other chair. How did it go? Loris asked Lala. Analyzing the flight path and point of origin for the probe was largely a perfunctory exercise, Lala said. We were able to measure the probe's velocity and estimate the distance it must have come using data found in the unified console. There's an overwhelming likelihood that it originated in an area of space so remote it's known only as Quadrant 764. Loris leaned forward over the edge of the desk, thrilled to know where they needed to go. Excellent. Any sense of what's in Quadrant 764? Planets, obviously, Tupper said, shaking his head. I'm not a scientist, and even I could figure that one out. The last time Loris urged Tupper to restrain himself, he got a 10-minute rant about how unappreciated he felt for all of the step-and-fetch tasks he did. Lala kept an even demeanor as she glanced at Tupper. He's correct. There's been no research done on that area before, but we've identified a trio of planets orbiting a star. Only one seems to share the elements we've traced from the bomb used to destroy Earth. We're calling it Detonus. I've conferred with Chief Aylward to determine that it will take the Magellan an entire year to get there. While a year was quite a long time, Loris had actually expected something much longer. Uncharted space had a way of devouring time that would have left Einstein flabbergasted. And what do you think about the plan to reach Detonus? Loris asked. Having Lala's support could make a big difference among the other chiefs. I understand you have a reason for it, she said. And do you think it's a good reason to do this? Are you asking me to make a judgment about the plan? Yes, I am, he said. I don't make judgments. I only make calculations, she said. Loris pursed his lips and clenched a fist under the table. He wanted to continue to press her, but he noticed Tupper was about to burst at being excluded from the conversation. Tupper, how many friends and family did you lose back home? Loris asked. The man squinted and shrugged. I know this might sound strange, but I didn't have anyone close to me. I couldn't stand my parents and left home at age 7. I moved around a lot, doing odd jobs and sleeping wherever. The truth of it is, I've never met another human being that had any appeal for me. I think once you reach a certain number of people, all of the people after that don't have anything more to offer. So I don't count what happened as being all that bad, Tupper said. From an empirical standpoint, they were all just sets of proliferating genetic material, Lala said. Loris's mouth hung open. He was in disbelief that anyone, let alone 2 people standing right in front of him, would have been so dismissive of the near annihilation of the entire species' 11 billion members. Any attempt to drive home to them the importance of what he wanted to do was going to be a wasted effort. He reeled for a few more minutes before moving on. What can you tell me about the probe and the ruins? He asked, now slumped against the side of his chair like he'd been slugged in the head. The probe is composed of a compound that we're completely unfamiliar with. I've reviewed the research performed by unified scientists who have identified the composite elements and tried to replicate the material, only for something very different to come out. There's something here we just don't understand, and that extends to the runes, which defy any attempt at deciphering. We've run these symbols against every kind of code, language, and pattern in existence, and nothing seems to match, Lala said. Loris shook his head and took another look at the tablet, which had some comparisons and showed where they broke down. We've got to keep working on it. These probes have a story to tell about the bomb that we absolutely have to know before we reach Detonus. Lala nodded lightly, like she was swaying in place. One thing I can confirm for you is that all of the probes had identical markings. Whatever they were trying to tell us, they tried to tell us the same thing over and over. Good to know. Please have Chief Aylward set a course for Detonus at maximum speed. Let's continue working to decode the probe and gathering information about Quadrant 764, he said, getting up from his seat gingerly to avoid more pain in his injured leg. Ricky Lala performed the necessary salutations and exited the room, leaving Loris with his assistant, who rubbed his hand against his face. The next time you're going to ask me to sit through a boring meeting, could you at least provide some sort of refreshments? Tupper asked, storming out of the room. Loris made a mental note to find a way to get his assistant reassigned. He wondered if he'd be able to find a way to do that without the help of Tupper, who no doubt would sprawl into such a dramatic performance of self-pity and indignation that Loris might never survive to the end of it. A few days passed, and talk of their quest for justice and the journey to their destination circulated around the station. Loris heard snippets of conversations when walking the corridors or stepping into the gym for physical therapy, which had done a marvelous job of healing his leg and keeping him pain-free. But as soon as anyone saw him, the topic of discussion made a sudden shift. Armand Iotash clearly thought he could wrest power based on public opinion, and Loris had to find out how people really felt about their mission. Messages he'd received directly avoided it, with the exception of one from Kelly Reed. With my breeding program in place, we could increase the human population by nearly 50% by the time we get to Detonus. Loris grimaced at the tablet, like he'd just opened a container of rotting fish. Waiting around until he got a sense of how everyone felt wasn't going to work. He decided to go to someone who knew. Brenna Morse was studying in a reading room when Loris found her. It was hard to tell if she was fully focused on the screen or just staring blankly, but the room was otherwise empty, and Loris had to find out from someone he could trust to tell him the truth. "Forgive the interruption. I need to talk to you," he said. Brenna jerked her head up and glanced around the room as if she'd forgotten where she was. It was strange behavior from someone he knew as always so steady and observant. "Oh, hi. It's you," she said. He wasn't sure what that meant, but he pressed ahead. "Do you mind if we talk about your recent interviews? I need to get a finger on the pulse of the station." Brenna turned her head to face him more fully. Her chestnut brown hair caught the light in a way he couldn't fail to notice. "What's your concern?" "I'm concerned that there might be widespread disapproval of my plan, that people think I'm unnecessarily putting their lives in danger, or that I'm losing the support and confidence of the people I need to count on to execute our mission," he said, surprised at his own candor. Brenna nodded and took longer to reply than Loris would have liked. "I don't think you have anything to worry about," she said, without much enthusiasm or sympathy. "The effects of our loss have been profound and very tangible, but the end result is that most people are too highly absorbed in their own grief to really question what is going on now. Some people are facing a severe loss of motivation, while others are pouring more energy into their work as a distraction." "And what about you?" Brenna produced a faint smile. "I have not been immune to the effects. Or are you asking what I think about your plan? I trust you've thought it through. I can't think of a better response. Have you had any luck sorting out the meaning of the probe?" she asked. She seemed exhausted, but still so beautiful. He wondered if she hadn't been sleeping. "We haven't gotten anywhere with it." "The curvy lines, straight lines, squiggles, circles, and dots," she said, some life coming into her eyes. "Sometimes I stop and stare at it when I'm walking between my quarters in the counseling room. Other people do the same. It's a real puzzle, and the way those symbols appear out of the darkness almost makes you think the meaning would just be broadcast into your mind." "I'd love if it did. That would make this entire thing a lot easier. Somebody sent these probes to us for hundreds of years. What were they trying to tell us?" Brenna had one hand on her knee and the other on the bare steel table. For a second, he imagined her in a fancy library lined with old books surrounding a roaring fireplace. His mom would have appreciated how smart she was. When he had that thought, Brenna withdrew and pulled at her collar. Does it feel hot in here to you? It seems normal to me, he said, but a bead of sweat trickled down her brow. She seemed to be avoiding looking at him. What do you want from me? She asked. What I'd like is if you could help me understand the mood of the station, he said. No, the way you look at me says it all. Is it sex that you want? What's the point of resisting? Whether it's today, tomorrow, or next year, I'll eventually get worn down and cave in, because I'm a needy human. I'd be kidding myself if I thought otherwise. My ability to choose has been taken away. Well, there is that cute guy in engineering, but personal hygiene is not his thing. You get what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter what I want anymore. Loris felt like he'd been stabbed in the heart. The last thing he wanted was a partner who felt like she'd been sentenced to a life of intimate servitude. He struggled to land on the right thing to say. Do you remember when I first met you at the academy? You were taking volunteers for some research you were doing on brain activity underwater, and I signed up on the spot. I never told you this, but I have a crippling fear of drowning. Are you kidding me? She asked, smirking. I wish. I haven't even gotten in a bath since I was 5 years old, but I let you tape all of those heavy wires to my head and throw me in a deep pool. Would it be wrong to guess none of the other volunteers tried to keep in contact with you? Or any of your classmates, for that matter? That was 5 years ago, and I never forgot for a minute how impressed I was with you. I feel like I must have been a different person back then, she said, growing reflective. She slipped into lethargic trances so easily, and Loris felt like he had to fight to keep her attention. Look, I didn't expect that we'd be thrown together on a ship and instantly fall in love. I hoped one day you would see something in me that was similar to what I saw in you. This might surprise you, but I've never once asked a woman out in my life. You haven't? She asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. No, that's not my style. I prefer to charm them so much that I don't have to. Her eyes drifted again, though this time they didn't roam off in some random direction. She looked toward his hand, not far from hers on the table. Well, maybe you won't have to wait long for a good opportunity, she said, but it wasn't in the optimistic way he'd hoped. There was dread in her voice. What makes you say that? He asked. But he noticed what she did almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth. Your wristband. It turned red. The station is in a state of emergency. Chapter 7. Loris hurried through the station, which now had red lights flashing at intervals. It was a long way from the study room to the engineering section, requiring a long lift ride, but it wasn't long enough for him to get a good idea of the situation before he arrived. Only bits and pieces could get through to him on the wristband. The station had come to a halt for repairs. There'd been a fire and an explosion. Someone's life was in danger. It wasn't until he saw Chief Engineer Marta Aylward and the distraught look on her face that he knew how grave the situation was. A few other engineering officers were running around, and Loris's first thought was that the reactor had a problem. His first glimpse of the trouble was that of a smoky, blackened window blotting vision into the room beyond. What is it? Loris asked Marta, after sliding around an officer who ran by in the commotion. We'd detected some damage to the hull from a stray shot during the fight against the silica, and came to a stop to patch that up. It was a 1 in a million hit, really, because it damaged the station's temperature regulator located on the other side. A conduit overheated over the past few days. Something from the repair job must have set it off, because before we knew what was what, the room was ablaze. An explosion followed as the regulator went up that blew through the inner wall, leaving a breach in the hull bigger than a doorway, she explained. Loris swiveled his head to try to see more of what was behind the blackened window. They'd sealed the room, and prevented loss of cabin pressure in the station at large. And the maintenance officer? He was caught in the blast and thrown against a jagged edge of steel on the ship's exterior that pierced his spacesuit and impaled him in the lower abdomen. The suit has sealed around the steel edge. If he moves, he'll break the seal and suffocate. If he doesn't move, he'll bleed to death in a matter of minutes. There's a special kind of pain a commander feels when one of his officers faces life-threatening peril. That pain washed over Loris's mind, something he'd do anything to abate. Who's the officer? His name is Vincent Price, Aylward said. She was sweating in the heat. Loris didn't think he could have felt any worse, but news that it was Price managed it. The man had just been the hero of their mission to retrieve the alien probe, and now he might not live through the hour if someone didn't do something. I'm going out there. If I can slice off the edge, we can bring him in, take it out, and patch him up, Loris said, already looking for the nearest hatch. But Marta grabbed his arm to draw his attention back. You can't use a torch. The regulator is still leaking coolant films that would ignite. Shutting his eyes, he searched his mind for another solution. I'll dislodge him, reseal his suit, and keep pressure on the wound while I bring him in, Loris said. Marta had no optimism for the plan to offer him. You have 30 seconds once you touch him before ebulism sets in, she said. Loris couldn't wait another instant before heading for the nearest hatch. He knew all about the dangers of space exposure that would rapidly occur once Loris tore open the rupture in Price's suit. The loss of pressure would result in unconsciousness in 14 seconds. Gas bubbles would begin to form in his bodily fluids, at the same time as his tissue would suffer from loss of oxygen around 30 seconds. Collapse of his lungs, circulatory failure, and reduction of carbon dioxide in the blood would occur soon after. Death would be certain after 90 seconds of exposure. Reaching the hatch, Loris put on his spacesuit and helmet as quickly as possible. As soon as he felt the weight of it on his shoulders, he activated the comm. Price, I'm coming for you, he said. Commander? Price replied weakly. Loris stepped into the airlock and attached the spooling tether to a hitch along his belt. As he swung around the corner along a rail leading to Price, it was hard not to think about all of the ways this could have been easier. If Price had been blown out into space, one of the ships could have just picked him up. The Balboa in particular could have sealed Price in a balloon to create a stable atmosphere. They just needed a little more time. His eyes fixed on the gaping hole in the station. Loris spotted a limp arm extending out into space. As he began to get closer, he got cords ready that he could use to seal Price's suit around the wound and minimize the exposure. Commander, I'm not going to make it, Price said. It sounded like he was straining, fighting off the pain. Loris couldn't pull himself along the rail fast enough. He finally laid his hand on the edge of the breach and swung alongside Price, who was attached to the inner wall. The man's eyelids hung low. Other sections of his suit suffered burns and small bits of shrapnel. There wasn't a moment to lose. Careful not to move him, Loris attempted to tie the cords tight around Price's chest and waist. This was difficult to do from behind, requiring Loris to swing into the room with the destroyed temperature regulator to steady himself. Just stay calm. Keep breathing, Loris urged, but got no response. The time had come to pull the steel shard out of Price, which would give him a matter of seconds to reseal the suit and transport him to safety. Unified spacesuits had a mechanism for self-sealing anyway, which is what helped Price retain pressure despite being stuck with a hunk of metal. Over the comm, Loris learned that others were coming after him to help, but the lack of responsiveness from Price made it impossible to wait. Loris pulled hard, and the officer's body slid off the bloody steel spike extending out from the wall. The end of the edge had a tiny hook that caught Price's suit, tearing it further, all the way up to the cord around his chest. "No!" Loris shouted. Price whimpered as Loris got to his front and attempted to tape it shut, but already so much crystallizing blood was coming through the wound. Seconds were ticking away, and Loris started to panic. After what seemed like an eternity to hold down the suit and apply one piece of tape along one section of the tear, the reality set in that Price would not survive. Price had been wounded worse than Aylward thought. Having the steel shard catch on the suit was nightmarish bad luck that couldn't be foreseen. Loris frantically attempted to finish patching up the suit, while others began to arrive at the breach. Once he'd completed the seal, he looked up at the helmet to find Price's blue eyes staring blankly, vacant. For a second, Loris let go of everything and just floated in his agony. The others carried the body back in, and Loris slowly followed behind. When he passed through the airlock and took his helmet off, it felt like he'd lost a part of himself out there. The human population dipped to 1,065. He exchanged a few pats on the back and kind words with the other crew members who escorted Price's body to the cold room of the medical wing. Loris looked for Marta Aylward at her workstation, in a large monitoring room with a glass wall facing the reactor. He didn't find her, but he did find a tablet on her desk that she must have dropped in a hurry when the fire started. Reading upside down, he saw that there were a number of messages from Armand Iotash. Loris was about to reach for the tablet when Aylward appeared behind him. "Commander Roderick," she said, sounding surprised. Loris quickly turned around, hoping she hadn't gotten a sense of what he'd seen. "I was hoping you could give me the outlook on the repairs," he said. Aylward swallowed and looked at her feet. "We've already plugged the coolant leak, and we'll have the hull patched up enough to resume moving by the end of the day. Fixing the temperature regulator will take much longer, maybe a couple of months. Expect us to consume more water in the meantime. There's just no easy way to replicate those parts, especially when we've got so much to handle to begin with. Then assembling it has to be done very carefully to avoid another explosion," she said. "Right. I'll shift a few hands over from Chief Quaid's technological research team for this. That would help. And I do want to say that it was brave of you to go out there after Vincent yourself. I'm sorry you couldn't save him." The sympathetic look from Aylward was the best opening he was going to get to find out about those messages. "I'll have to arrange a funeral service with Reed," he said, hoping to hide his intent by bringing up as many chiefs as possible. "Have you heard anything from Iotash?" "Not that I'm aware of. He would be responsible for relaying information about a deceased officer back to Unified Command," she said. Loris waited in case she'd go on, unsure if she was hiding something about the messages on her tablet or if they were innocent work-related conversation. Either way, it disturbed him that Iotash seemed to be in better touch with the senior officers than he was. Loris wondered if Stade would have simply snatched the tablet from the desk and read the messages right in front of Aylward. He seemed like that kind of guy. But Loris wasn't. He thanked the chief engineer and returned to his office to stew about the loss of his crew member and the tenuous control he had on his position. Before long, he shifted to his console and began doing research on Iotash, trying to find the motive Stade hinted at that drove his thirst for power. The man's biography wasn't hard to find. He'd built a career as a glad-handing yes-man, always on the coattails of Unified's cloistered elite. Information and connections were his currency. The closest he'd come to being in a fight were front-row tickets to hockey games, so it didn't quite add up why he'd been so eager to be stationed on the Magellan in the first place. Records for what he'd done while on the station were sparse. He had an interest in space exploration, at least enough to make visits to the research facilities, and he occasionally performed on the violin. Late the next day, Loris felt like he needed to do something to shake his discomfort. So he headed to the cold room for a private moment with Price. The room was named for the temperature of the bodies, not the air, which continued to heat up to the point that their uniforms felt like woolen sweaters in the summer. The medical wing was mostly vacant, making it even more unlikely that anyone would be in the cold room. But right before walking in, he heard voices inside. This could be the first of many. Loris walked in to find about a dozen men huddled together around Price's naked body on a steel slab. They looked at him awkwardly, many of them with mouths open. Among them was Ayatosh, whose voice Loris must have heard before. I believe the funeral has been scheduled for 2 days from now, Loris said. But what he really wanted to do was demand to know what they were doing here. This group came aboard with Vincent over a year ago and wanted to pay their respects together, Ayatosh said. He gave his life for us and this station, fighting until the very end, Loris said. The group began to break up and head past Loris for the exit. Neither his brief eulogy nor his attempt to save Price were enough to garner any sympathy from these men. Ayatosh had managed to turn them all against him. When the old white-haired man offered a curt smile and tried to slip out among the others, Loris put a hand on his chest to hold him back. A few words alone with you, if I may, Loris said. Ayatosh glanced back at the body on the slab. Where I come from, we believe the dead can still hear. Why don't we schedule a meeting at your office? I don't think Price will mind. I've been thinking about how, without unified command to deal with, you must have a lot of free time on your hands. A change of position and some new responsibilities might be in order. You might enjoy working with the scientific research team alongside Chief Lala, and I know they'd take you, he said, suggesting the most benign department he could think of. That's an intriguing proposition, Ayatosh said, tilting his head thoughtfully. We should confer with them about that and make sure I could be of some use. I confess my ability to conduct scientific research is pitifully weak. I'd hate to be a burden or get in the way. Ayotosh's equivocating inflamed Loris, who sensed he was getting the runaround. He wanted to threaten this man with charges of insubordination, in the wake of clear evidence that he was propagating a conspiracy. But everything he'd learned about being a leader in the unified fleet had taught him to treat even adversaries with dignity and respect. It's important that we find a way to use your time and energy more effectively than they are now, Loris said, staring him down. Exactly. I have no doubt we'll find a good place for me, sooner or later, he said. The veiled comment felt like a slap in the face to Loris, who read in Ayotosh's eyes that the place he referred to was the commandership. Be careful it's not in the brig with Stade. I hear he'd make for a terrible roommate, Loris said, crossing a line he thought he'd never cross by threatening another officer. It had little effect on Ayatosh. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Loris immediately regretted moving the conversation into this uncomfortably frank territory. Have you been listening to the ravings of that paranoid madman? When a killer snaps, most people don't then buy into his crazed theories. A member of the medical staff entered the room adjacent to the cold room, and a fourth pair proved too many for their conversation. Loris exchanged glares with Ayatosh and made sure he wasn't the one left standing there alone. Chapter 8. Over a month passed since Loris's heated exchange with Ayatosh, long enough for him to think their talk had done the trick, and his adversary had abandoned his ambitions. Ayatosh, perhaps avoiding off a formal reassignment, voluntarily began spending substantial amounts of time among the navigators and had even helped identify a previously unknown comet. Loris began to let his guard down, no longer trying to figure out if everyone he talked to was with him or against him. Sometimes with Brenna, he spent spare moments in the concourse, staring at the alien probe, trying to figure out its meaning. One of the technology officers had programmed a symbol matching game to help, but until someone decoded the glowing glyphs, there was no way to win. Loris took another glance at the probe as he headed toward the Pinnacle conference room. He'd been invited to celebrate the birth of a baby girl. Apparently, one of the civilians in the trade envoy had been pregnant. It was unusual that the gathering would occur during shift change, but that made it seem like an after-work party. Excited, he reached the lift at the end of the concourse that would take him straight to the conference room. When it opened, he found Panic and Lopez standing inside. They were sweaty, like everyone was, and Panic carried a duffel bag he assumed contained workout clothes. Their blank expressions persisted as he got in the lift. The doors closed, and Loris opened his mouth to utter a voice command about his destination, but Lopez grabbed him by the neck and kept his mouth shut. Lopez wasn't the biggest guy, but he had a strong grip, and his weight knocked Loris back against the wall. "What are you doing?" Loris struggled to say. "You're not going to the conference room," Panic said. She used the panel to put the lift in motion, but Loris couldn't see where it was going. "Why not?" Loris asked, finally fighting Lopez's hand away from his mouth. "Because it's an ambush. You walk into that room, you don't walk out," Panic said. "It's a coup," Lopez said. Taking deep, rapid breaths, Loris's eyes darted back and forth between them. "The baby girl?" "There were no pregnancies on the station when we came on board. It's a lie to trap you," Panic said. "How do you know?" Loris asked. He accepted the reality of the situation, already chiding himself for not doing more to eliminate the threat against him. "We don't have time to play 20 questions, babyface," Panic said. "But if you must know, another member of the crew approached me about joining them. They wanted me to be in the room to help them while they carried out their mutiny. She told them she absolutely would, but it wasn't like the guy just came up to her and asked if she wanted to help kill the commander. She saw through the conversation from the beginning. Very deft. You'll get the whole story of that later," Lopez added. "And what are we doing instead?" Loris asked, beginning to formulate his own ideas of what he would do if he was suddenly on the run. "We have to get off the station now. The docking bay is our next stop. If we can get away in the Cortez..." "We'd have a better chance in the Balboa of surviving," Lopez said. "We'd have a better chance in the Balboa of getting ripped to shred by the Cortez," Panic shot back. Loris raised his hands and shook his head. "No, we can't go to the docking bay, and we're not going to flee the Magellan," Loris said, stopping the lift. "We can fight this, but we need to get to the detention center first." The lift changed directions toward their new destination. "We figured we'd end up having to fight our way out anyway," Panic said. She opened the duffel, revealing 3 old-fashioned pistols on top of some pilfered food. "But why the detention center?" "We could use some backup, but we need to know what we're up against, too. Who's helping Ayatosh, Aylward, Reed?" Panic and Lopez looked at each other. "Ayatosh is involved?" Lopez asked. "We thought Chief Yamaguchi was behind this because of the officer." The stop nearest the detention center required a walk down a long hallway. They moved briskly, but Loris had time to wonder if the emergency lights would go off and people would start chasing them down. How long would it take them to realize he wasn't going to the conference room? Did Ayatosh and Yamaguchi want to keep this quiet, or have the entire station know they were taking over? They entered the detention block and found that it had been left unattended during the shift change. Above a console were screens displaying images streamed from the 5 cells. In the third one was a man lying flat on the floor. "Go get him," Loris said to Panic. "I'll unlock the door." "What are you doing now?" Lopez asked, after Loris had opened the doors and moved through the station's system to its executive controls. "I've read a lot of briefs since coming on board. One of them had details of a secret function called order lock that the commander can use to override any attempts to deviate from a current set of operations. I'm putting it in place now so that our speed, course, and destination can't be changed. We're going to make it to Detonus, whether these guys like it or not." On the screen, he watched Panic open the door to cell number 3 and help ex-Commander Stade struggle to his feet and drag him into the hall. The heat and the rations had taken their toll on him. Loris had hoped to add a bruiser to their team, but instead, they might have gained a pair of ankle weights. Still, it was looking more and more like Stade could have been justified in his actions. When Panic finally brought him through the corridor to the guard station, Stade raised his eyebrows in an "I told you so" manner. "They came for you," he said to Loris, drawing surprise from Panic. "I didn't tell him anything," she said. "He knows all about it." Loris got up from the chair. "Come on, we've got to get out of here. Give him something to eat from your pack." They trudged out of the detention center and faced a new decision about where to go next. It was a large station, but hiding seemed a futile effort when no locations could offer them a combination of sustenance and access to the controls. "What's the plan?" Stade asked, his voice still gruff, but now with some raspiness to it. The man had likely been given inadequate fluids, infuriating Loris. "We don't have one. This just happened. Iotash and Yamaguchi were set to ambush me in the conference room." "Yamaguchi? I don't believe it. That man is by the book," Stade said, already huffing. "We need to start rounding up more supporters so we can confront them. Let's start with the engineering and personnel departments," Loris decided. "You're going to have a hard time overcoming the defense officers if it comes to blows," Stade said. "What, are we going to have a shootout in the concourse?" Lopez fretted. "No. Once we have more support, we can make them back down. Somehow we've got to make it through this without any deaths." They began moving through the hall toward the lift. "I'm surprised they waited this long, to be honest," Stade said. "What could have possibly brought Yamaguchi over?" No one had an answer. The lift opened before they reached it, and they half expected to be confronted right there, but it was just a passenger giving them odd looks. The group got aboard the lift and headed for the engineering core. "This is too much like what happened when they came for me," Stade said, scratching the stubble on his neck. "I'd gone out for a quick bite and came back to my quarters to find a half-dozen men pounding on my door. I slipped away and started looking for anyone to help, finally making my way to the reactor where I was confident they wouldn't try to shoot me. I only realized how deep the conspiracy was when the chief of personnel came in to try to talk me into giving up. It didn't go so well for him." The lift opened, and they crossed a hallway to the engineering department, not far from the reactor, where Stade had his last stand. All Loris could think about was that he didn't want it to end like that, cornered and helpless. Gasps filled the room as they stormed in, but Loris couldn't tell whether the officers working overtime there were looking at fugitives or simply alarmed at the intrusion. Marta Aylward was at her desk, facing the reactor. Her mouth hung open as they barged in. There was no time to mince words. "Will you stand with me?" Loris demanded, his finger against the desk. Aylward's eyes jumped from him to Stade to the others. "Commander Roderick." "Yes, I'm the commander," he said, "and you are aware that there are some on this station trying to usurp that authority as we speak." "I am. We can't get involved in this," she said. Loris's eyes grew wide. "Are you not a unified officer, bound to uphold the rules and conditions set forth by the Central Command?" "I don't know anymore." Her head hung to the side, and she stared blankly into nowhere. "What do you mean you don't know?" Loris demanded. "I mean Unified doesn't exist," Aylward shouted back. "They can't operate this station without the engineers. I know that. Help me put a stop to this. That's an order. If you had any respect for my mother, who you considered a mentor, you'll assist me now," Loris said. When Aylward didn't respond, he knew his request had fallen on deaf ears. Whether he retained his title or not, his authority had vanished if he couldn't get one of the chiefs to move a muscle in support. The urge came over him to chew her out, telling her in extensive detail how she had forfeited her integrity and honor. But they didn't have time for that. Loris led the others out of the wing and back into the corridor. This time, with his eye on the personnel offices. He remembered all of the times Kelly Reed begged for his attention and approval. There was no way he wouldn't respect the basic tenets of his position and maintain the chain of command. They spent the lift ride in silence. Reaching the personnel offices meant crossing the main concourse and coming into view of a lot more people. Having stayed with them, looking disheveled and moving with difficulty, was a dead giveaway that something was going on. When the door slid open, Loris found the offices and rows of desks mostly vacant. A few officers chatted idly, with large cups of water in their hands. Chief Reed was reading on a console screen in the back. The tall, stringy man heard them come in and got up to meet them. "Chief Reed, I need you to call an emergency gathering of the senior staff," Loris ordered. "For what purposes? What is this about? And why is he with you?" Reed asked, referring to Stade. "We have a severe infraction taking place by members of the executive suite attempting to overthrow order in the station," Loris said. Reed appeared shocked, running a hand through his pale hair. "That's an unbelievable accusation. What evidence do you have?" "Officer Carrie Panica here was invited to join the conspiracy and instead alerted me immediately about what was taking place." "That's exactly right," Panic said. "Some of us aren't so willing to turn our backs on people we fought alongside." Reed glanced around, swaying even, as he struggled to figure out the situation. "But that doesn't explain why Randall Stade isn't still in the station's detention facility." Loris glanced to see if Stade would come to his own defense, but the man remained silent. His offense was the result of this same conspiracy, Loris said. He sensed that the other officers in the room were now somewhere behind them. "I'm deeply concerned about this, but I don't have the full story yet. Who exactly is behind this conspiracy?" Reed asked. There was something about the question that tipped Loris off. "You are," he said, before he even had time to think it. Reed twitched. "You're stalling us. You know this isn't right, and I've done nothing to deserve it, but you're doing it anyway." Reed exhaled deeply. He assumed a smug look on his face. "I regret to inform you that your leadership has been inadequate. And I'm not just talking about failing to implement my breeding program. There are things you simply don't know that make your course of action irrefutably incorrect." "Like what?" Loris snapped, but he felt a hand grabbing his arm that got his attention. One of the officers had tried to restrain him, but Loris lashed out, shoving the man away and sending him sprawling onto the floor. He then helped the others elude their would-be captors before making a break for the exit. "There's no point in running," Reed shouted after them. They hustled down toward the concourse and the lift beyond until the door opened to reveal Iotash, Yamaguchi, and a handful of uniformed officers. Loris led an about-face, directing them to a set of stairs and what promised to be a chase up and down every floor of the wing. "Any ideas?" Loris asked. "If we get into a vent duct, we could make it to the docking bay to steal a ship. The trouble would be securing enough time with a console to operate the airlock mechanism," Lopez said. All we have left to choose is where to make our last stand, Stade said. He was already lagging behind and sweating heavily as they climbed the stairs in a cramped stairwell. If we make it to the top, we can reach the command bridge, Loris said. There, they'd have a strong enough grip on the station's controls to prevent anyone from taking over the system. Although Loris, Panic, and Lopez were able to race up the staircases with no problem, Stade fell further behind. His gasps for air echoed around them. Go on without me, he said. Don't let an old goat like me slow you down. They don't want me anyhow. It hurt Loris to accept it, but Stade was right. It'd be better for Panic and Lopez if they split off too. Loris knew he was the only one who needed to bear the brunt of this. At the top of the stairs, they could see the door to the bridge down the hall, about halfway to another lift entrance, which could open at any second. Iotosh wouldn't have trouble guessing where they were headed. The seconds were ticking, but Loris wouldn't put anyone else in harm's way if he didn't have to. You don't have to follow me in there, he said, stopping and turning to Panic and Lopez. I don't know how this is going to play out. You might be better off peeling away now. You've already done more for me than you needed to. Panic and Lopez looked at each other. Commander, if I may, Panic began. Maybe Unified is gone, and the chain of command went with it, but that doesn't matter. What I like about you is that you never turn your back on your crew. That's not because it's your duty. It's because you care. I'm not about to leave you when you need me most. If this was going to be the end, Loris knew he'd be proud to stand beside her for it. True dedication like that was a rare jewel. I just never miss a chance to get deep in the middle of it, Lopez said, shrugging. Come on then. They'll find us, but it'll be on our terms, Loris said. They jogged down the hall and opened the door to the bridge, which was fully unoccupied during the shift change period. The large viewer, numerous consoles, and advanced displays charting their course and the state of the engines adorned the room. Loris sealed the room, and the waiting began. The door received some banging a few minutes later, followed by silence. In case there was an attempt to break it down, they got the pistols ready. But a full hour passed, without any hint of what was going on inside. You think they'll try to starve us out in here? Panic wondered. Wait, there's something coming through on the comm, Lopez noticed. Open the channel, Loris said, steeling himself. The thick voice of Armand Iotosh seemed to fill the room. Commander Roderick, he said. And which title would be most fitting for you? Traitor? Insurgent? Conspirator? Loris said, unable to hold back his anger. I fear you have a deep misunderstanding of the situation. I request that you open the doors and allow me to speak to you face to face. I assure you that no one will be harmed. Loris chuckled to himself and shook his head. Your assurances are good for nothing. Your words are lies, and your actions bring you nothing but disgrace. Let me ask you one question, Commander. Why do you think I've been so successful at gaining the allegiance of those in power on this station, to the point where virtually everyone who matters is behind me, and you're virtually alone? Loris scowled at the insult, repulsed by the man trying to justify doing away with him. It's because of your schmoozing and your favors. They've all sold out to you. Not in the least. They have been convinced beyond any doubt that I belong in charge of this station. My case is so clear and so obvious that I know if you permitted me alone to enter and explain myself, you would voluntarily step down and remove the order lock on the station's engines yourself. If I can't convince you, I'll not only back off, but throw myself in the brig to boot. Then you can take us to Detonus, or wherever else you like. Loris had expected to be removed from his position by force, not to be talked into willingly abdicating it. He tried to recall those previous conversations with Iotash and the research into his background to anticipate the argument. Did he know something about the explosion that destroyed Earth? Something about the silica? If he'd simply found a habitable planet during this time with the navigators, that wasn't going to cut it. After dealing justice to Earth's destroyers, of course they would seek a new home. Refusing a discussion seemed a faulty move when he had a right to the authority and a just argument behind his intentions for it. "Release the door locks," Loris said to Lopez. A moment later, the door slid open, and Iotash walked in empty-handed. He had the unified uniform on, and his white hair was still perfectly combed. For all the running Loris had done, Iotash hadn't seemed to exert himself for a second. "I'm glad we could keep this civil," Iotash said, coming around one of the control consoles to the open space in the center of the room. Loris, Panic, and Lopez eyed him warily. "From what I heard, I was to be ambushed in the Pinnacle conference room and eliminated. Do you deny it?" "That doesn't sound civil to me," Loris said, crossing his arms over his chest. "It's always been on you how much of a fight you put up," Iotash said. "That doesn't speak well for your argument. If you assumed you could only win it with the end of a gun, maybe you should get moving to the detention center now and find yourself a comfortable cell." Iotash feigned a polite smile. "It wouldn't matter if I did. Once what I've told the senior staff gets out to the entire station population, there will be people hounding you at your heels every second of the day to give up your position. Things have changed since the destruction of Earth. There's a new reality we have to face that makes the preservation of the species the top priority, not plunging headfirst into the midst of an enemy we don't know for the sake of revenge. You made this argument when I first came on board, and it's as vacant of logic now as it was then. We couldn't ask for better tools to strike back with. Besides, don't pretend that your scheming is part of some revelation you had after the explosion. Stade can tell us all about how long you've been angling for control of the Magellan," Loris said. At this, Iotash nodded his head. "A fair point. I don't pretend my attempts were honorable before, but it goes to show that the difference between a righteous cause and an ignominious one is just a matter of circumstances. What could possibly justify such a naked power grab?" Iotash pursed his lips and took a step closer to them. He clasped his wrist as his arms hung. "The fate of mankind has always been best placed in the hands of those who know the most. There are so many discoveries that unified scientists and scouts made about the universe, things that were too sensitive or too mysterious to even record in the archives. I alone know them. But beyond that, Unified had scandals and cover-ups that have come to bear heavily on our present situation." Loris peered at the old man, wondering if he had suggested that Unified played some part in the explosion. "What are you saying?" Loris asked. His guess couldn't have been more wrong. "Out in the galaxy, there exists a secret colony of humans." Chapter 9. "We don't have time for this." Loris had managed a feat he never believed possible. Usually emotionless to the point of appearing vacant, Ricky Lala now displayed an unmistakable feeling. That feeling was annoyance, and it made her thin arms twitch ever so slightly as they sat together with a few others from the scientific research team at their chip table. "We have all the time in the world," Loris said. "Which world are you talking about? Ours has already run out of time," she said. Loris marveled that annoyed Lala had the capability of cracking jokes. But he was right. Since relinquishing his position and control of the station, They'd spent nearly 4 months with nothing to do as they continued hurtling through space toward their destination, which surprisingly was only a slight tangent from their previous course. Since abdicating, Loris took on Iotash's role as chief meandering nuisance, though officially he had been demoted back to fleet captain. Is there anything you can tell me about the atmosphere and the terrain? Lala's eyes rolled back so far, it was like she was trying to hide inside her body. If I answer 3 questions, will you go away? You've got a deal, he said, rubbing his hands together and leaning closer to the table. In an instant, he'd pulled up a model of the system before them, based on the most recent data gathered by the station's systems. In what appeared to require monumental effort, Lala shifted her eyes to look at it. This planet is even smaller than the Moon, but has an atmospheric density comparable to Earth's. The key difference is that instead of oxygen, they have methane. As a result, there is no liquid water on the planet. It's actually very similar to the largest moon of Saturn, Titan, which has liquid pools of ethane and methane. The life forms there must breathe methane and presumably have it in liquid form running in their veins. Loris had his hand covering his mouth, nodding. Because of the planet's size, these were details that were impossible to acquire from farther out. And now what do you think the best approach would be? What's interesting to me is that the planet is in between a failing sun and a gaseous cloud resembling a small nebula. If we made our approach around the sun, we might benefit from some electromagnetic interference. If we came through the nebula, it might give us cover if they're using spectrographic radars, Loris said. He drew 2 hypothetical approach routes on the model and stood up to follow them closely toward the planet's surface. Based on what we've learned so far, it's impossible to tell what technology they have developed for space travel, let alone their methods of detection. We don't even know if there's anything orbiting the planet and wouldn't be able to learn more without being in close proximity. I'm afraid I can't help you much with this one, she said, sounding happy about it. I'd have to go with my gut then. I'd approach for the attack through the nebula, which might make for a better escape route. Suddenly, one of the other researchers at the table spoke up. Why are you even still planning an attack on a planet we're no longer going to? He asked. It doesn't make sense. You're just wasting time we could be spending analyzing the planet we're actually going to, the one with people on it. Loris scoffed at him. The only information you're going to get about that planet, short of how many comets fly by each century that you don't already have, is from Armand Iotash, and he's not saying a thing. He won't tell us how many people are there, what they have, who they are, or how they got there. Doesn't that seem a little strange to you? Yes, it does. Aha! That's your 3rd question. You'll find the door around the corner and to your left, Lala said, grinning, and with her hands on the table. Loris lowered his eyes at her and shook his head. They must be unified defectors, but I can't find anything in the archives. For a real colony, there would be missing ships, supplies, people. There would have been records of them passing through the planetary shield, or at least a takeoff log. Why would anyone forsake the most tolerant, effective governing institution in the history of humanity? The man said. A female researcher at the table shook her head. Can we talk about the real issue? Getting to this colony was Iotash's plan all along, and he was going to steal a space station to get there, against the will of over 1,000 passengers. He was going to stage a coup and hijack a space station, she said, throwing her arms in the air. She's onto something, Loris said to Lala. Of course she is. She's part of my staff, Lala said. But I find it worthless to analyze whether people should or shouldn't have done this or that. Do you know what you get when you combine science and ethics? Synthetics. That's clever, Loris said, his eyes widening. He'd have to find a way to infuriate her again later, for the sheer entertainment value of it. She's right, the female researcher went on. But it doesn't make me sleep easy, knowing that the person we've put in charge attempted to kidnap me, along with everyone else on this vessel. And no, Captain Roderick, that doesn't mean I think we'd be better off with you and your plan to swoop in on an unknown planet with guns blazing. What is your name? Loris asked, intrigued despite getting snubbed at the end. Hickox, she said. I've been relatively offended that you've spent so much time around here and haven't bothered to even learn our names, the man said. Do you want to know mine too? Not really, Loris said. And what I'd like to do is ask my third question. Shoot, Lala said, and Loris opened his mouth to ask a question. No, I mean that literally. Do I seem like the kind of person who engages in euphemisms to you? Someone please shoot me. What about the probe picked up from Unified Command? Have you learned any more about that? As a matter of fact, I have, she said. While the compounds are still completely foreign to us, and attempts to analyze them have been unsuccessful, we did notice something peculiar when checking for signs of emissions. While we thought this was basically a rock launched out into space, it does emit microwaves at an extremely low frequency, so it is communicating at some level, even now. Loris raised his eyebrows. Do you mean to say that this probe is still relaying information back to the life forms who sent it? That could mean they might be able to detect our position and attack again. I only agreed to 3 questions, but considering there's no bomb on the ship and the microwaves have very little capacity for transmitting information, I think it's unlikely we're a target. Now, if you don't mind, we should really get to more pressing matters before someone important comes in here and catches us goofing off with a muddle of detonus. Acquiescing, Loris got up from his seat and waved goodbye to Hickox and the guy whose name he didn't want to know. No one would ever accuse you of goofing off, Chief Lala, he said. The breath she took as he left his chair couldn't have contained more delight if she were having an orgasm. Considering she'd been so accommodating by answering a 4th question, Loris decided a reward was in order. As he walked by, he leaned over and wrapped his arms around her in a hug. The walls were supposed to be soundproof, but even people in the hall jumped when she screamed. A week later, the Magellan slowed to a halt and took a high orbit around the planet housing the secret colony. All of the station's occupants rushed to the bay windows and were delighted by the sight of a planet so vibrant and beautiful that it made Earth look desolate in comparison. Every landmass seemed to be bursting with green, and the seas were like blue sapphires. After 6 months of space travel, it was hard not to be entranced by the promise of such a stunning new home. Loris had been assigned to join the first envoy, departing for the planet aboard the Hudson. 50 others gathered at the docking bay, creating a buzz of excitement in the air that Loris couldn't help but share. To his surprise, he spotted Stade in the group. It had been the first time he'd seen the ex-commander since the takeover. All this time, Loris had wondered if Stade had been killed, but he appeared to be in better shape than he was when Loris broke him out of solitary confinement. It wasn't until they'd all boarded and strapped into their seats that they finally saw Armand Iotash, who wandered back into the cabin to join them. Looking out to the passengers with a grin, he held a bar attached to the ceiling and leaned his head against his arm. Some words of advice. When you exit this ship, you need to treat the people you meet as you would an entirely foreign culture. The unified society you knew doesn't exist here. In fact, what you'll find might seem like quite the opposite. Don't ask them where they came from or why they're here. All you need to know is that this is their planet. They've been here for 5 years, and without the benefit of Karina Roderick's light engines, it took them more than twice that to get here, he said, glancing sidelong at Loris. Iotash took his seat as the Hudson detached from the station. The ride through space and into the atmosphere was comfortable, so much like it had been coming and going from Earth. Through a window and on a monitor displaying images of the surface below, Loris tried and failed to catch a glimpse of structures or any evidence at all that a civilization existed here. Even as they closed in on a clearing and were able to peer through gaps in the vegetation, he couldn't even see any signs of whatever ships had brought them here. Only when the Hudson touched down could they see a few people had gathered near the edge of the forest to watch them land. Iotash got up first and signaled that the large port door in the rear of the ship be opened. His grin had grown into a beaming smile. "My brothers and sisters, it's the great honor of my life to welcome you to the planet Nova." Already, moist and muggy air drifted in from behind them, which was a surprise, considering they had landed at a high latitude. As he got up from his seat and reached for his bag, Loris wondered if there was any ice to be found on Nova at all. Those behind him began to exit, but a hand fell on Loris's shoulder before he could move. He jerked his head back to find Iotash holding him. They remained there in silence until the rest of the cabin had emptied. "Let's put the unpleasant past behind us," he said. "And in that spirit, I'll say you should leave your name, even your first name, and all mention of your mother behind. It would mean trouble for you, and you'd be better off creating something new to call yourself." "What? Why?" Loris asked. "Now, come on," Iotash said, his grip on Loris's shoulder turning to a push. They descended the ramp and took their first steps on the soft, mossy ground. The warmth reminded Loris of how it was on the Magellan before they fixed the temperature regulator. They joined the other passengers, who were standing across from a man and women who were wearing clothes fashioned out of what appeared to be some kind of tree bark, animal skins, and bright orange feathers. The man had graying hair and carried a tall walking stick with him. When the man spotted Iotash, a hearty chuckle escaped from his lips. He bumped into the woman on his left, who smiled. "Old man, you look older. And you're late. We were expecting you months ago," he hollered. Iotash took a few steps into the gap between them. "Young man is starting to look old himself. I would have been here sooner, but someone blew the Earth up." The man laughed again, louder and with more force. "It's about time. That place was in a sorry state when we left. Better to just wipe it away." "No, it's not a joke. The Earth is gone, destroyed by an explosive planted near the core by alien life forms." The man's laughter cut short and was replaced by a disturbed expression. He cleared his throat and looked around. "All right, then. I guess you're stuck with us," he said, stepping forward and waving with his staff. "Call me Gallo, and this is Kid and Arena. You're standing on Nova. It's an unspoiled land, and unlike Earth, we plan to keep it that way forever and with no exceptions. That means no exploited ground, no unchecked scientific development, no rampant population growth, no mass extinctions. Though to be honest, there are a few critters around here we may need to do something about. But the point is, we're trying to start over and live in harmony with our surroundings, as we were meant to. The ships that brought us here have been destroyed. Once we're done stripping these flying travesties of nature of their supplies, including that station up there, we'll destroy them too. That's the price of admission. And if I'm hearing correctly, you don't have much other choice in the matter. We know that giving up technology will be difficult for many of you, but you'll learn that Nova provides for us all. But casting away your gadgets is just the beginning. The first thing you'll do here, other than pitch a tent, is to stitch yourself some clothing. Then, you'll burn what you're wearing and anything else that you brought. Oh, and for law around here, all we have are common sense rules. If you hurt anyone else, you'll be punished. If you subvert our society in any way, you'll wish you hadn't. I promise you that." Gallo came forward and extended a hand to Iotash, who didn't hesitate to shake it. "This is an opportunity to live out our lives in peace and build a better civilization," he said to the crowd. "Let's get over to the encampment," Gallo said, turning to lead the way into the thick brush with the two women at his side. While the forest had a thick canopy that cast everything below in deep shadow, the sound of gurgling streams and the occasional glimpse of unfamiliar creatures made the journey light and interesting. The walk also afforded plenty of time for Loris to ponder the tension he felt at giving up the life and technology he knew. No more adrenaline coursing through his veins while he chased down an enemy ship in a fighter. Being a leader in space is what he'd built his life on. But more than that, it felt like forsaking his mother and the groundbreaking work she did that brought distant stars within reach. On Nova, he was nothing and didn't even have a name. But then again, starting from scratch might give them something to build on. Brenna felt adrift and purposeless without a home, and this could change that. She might have the time of her life helping everyone from the Magellan adjust to being assimilated into a simplified culture. Many of the current residents were still likely in need of help, too. Gallo led them around the edge of a shaded pool. Thin tree roots snaked above the slimy surface of the water. Some of them appeared to be moving. "The principal sin of humanity is hubris," he said. "We think we can control our environments, transform everything around us without any unintended consequences. This hubris makes us think that we're different from our surroundings, but on Nova, that couldn't be further from the truth. Before joining us, you must wash away your self-righteousness." Iotash again led the way, trudging into the water and wading out before dunking his head. He emerged covered in a green film. Loris and the others followed silently. He pondered how their precarious situation left no room for his free will. The thought crossed his mind that he'd prefer a life in the stars rather than one on a planet even as bountiful as this. But he swam out and treaded water with the others anyway, gradually letting his head sink into the thick, almost viscous liquid. There was so much movement around, but he felt something particularly strong off to his left. He came up and saw thrashing and an outstretched hand getting pulled under. Gasps and yells erupted all around. Loris fought to get closer, but someone else grabbed the hand first before it went under. The second person began dipping under the surface too, and then everyone around dove after them. It was difficult to see through the shaded water, with so many others around, but Loris thought he saw a vine pulling his companions toward the bottom. They all grabbed onto the victim and kicked up, but even that wasn't enough. Someone swam underneath them all, and soon everyone returned to the surface. Stade's head broke the water's plane last. He had a knife between his teeth. They all piled on the shore while the main victim sputtered and gulped breaths. "This doesn't count as technology, right?" Stade said, stowing the knife back in a sheath along his waist. "I'm afraid any alloy does. We have many sharp stones that would work just as well. You'll all be handing over any items like that just over the hill," Gallo said. Stade pursed his lips, but continued on with the rest of them. They climbed the hill and then continued along the forested plateau until they came to a short but steep cliff. In the valley beyond was the encampment Gallo had mentioned, but their new leader had said nothing of its size. Campfires speckled their view in each direction as far as they could see. "There must be 10,000 people here," Loris said to Stade, who was standing behind him. "How could they all have up and left Earth? Without everybody knowing about it, Stade wondered, sounding equally awestruck. One of Gallo's women, Kirt, appeared before them with a basket of thatched leaves. Smiling, she reached for Stade's waist, plucked his knife away, and dropped it in the basket. Each of them was thoroughly searched, their bags turned inside out, and each forbidden item confiscated. By the time they were done, there was a pile of belongings heaped higher than a man. Loris was allowed to keep some packs of food, the bag itself, and his pet turtle, Survivor, who was sure to find a good home around here. We call our village the Crossroads. Go ahead over the edge, and then to an area marked off for you to the right, on the far side where you can build your camps. Plans are in place to bring the rest of you down in due time, Gallo said. Laughing, he grabbed the closest person to him and pushed her over the edge before she even had time to react. She slid for a ways, and then dropped to the ground where the slope became steeper. Once she dusted herself off and cleared out of the way, the others descended in bunches. Distrusting eyes followed them as they navigated the camp in a single-file line. Loris tried to listen to their whispers and get a good look at their faces in an attempt to discern where they were from on Earth, but nothing gave them away. Many of the people amused themselves by pouring powders on their campfires to change the color of the flames. Loris was given a plot about 10 feet wide, marked with stakes. He didn't know his neighbors, but that changed when Stade talked one of them into changing. I don't know if you're into bunking, but we could double our square footage, he suggested. Loris grasped an opportunity to switch Stade out for Brenna and accepted. Soon, they were sitting on logs and using stones to shave bark from trees in what seemed to be a surreal exercise. Did you ever think you'd be doing this? Loris asked. Stade chuckled and stuck his cutting stone in the ground. I always knew I'd die up there, he said, gesturing toward the stars emerging through the dimming sky. We're spacemen. That call won't go away no matter how many times they try to tell us humanity has its limitations. I know what you mean, Loris said. We could get a few of us, Panic and Lopez, hop into the Balboa and go anywhere. We could be kings of our own world. That'd be fun for 10 or 20 years, until my back gave out, or I couldn't walk. Even with some great people, it'd get lonely. No, I don't see any realistic way of getting out of here if most everyone else is content to stay. Maybe I'd just decide to stay on the Magellan when they were about to light it up. Some might consider it foolish to give up your life for a station or a ship, but there's not much left of me without it. Hearing Stade talk about the Magellan brought something else to Loris's mind. You know, Ayatosh told me that my name wasn't safe here, and that I needed to come up with a new one. I guess packed into their anti-technology beliefs is a hatred for my mother. Stade's eyebrows raised in surprise. He peered around and looked like he was going to spit on the ground. That's bullshit, he said, and then lowered his voice. How could the son of Karina Roderick, the most ingenious mind of a generation, be forced to treat his name like a shameful secret? That's madness. Loris was glad for the empathy. Even if they had something against her, why should I have to change my name? It's not like I've done anything great. I'm thinking about just rearranging the letters. You've got time. Karina was older than you are when she found her path. There are a lot of people who can dream big, but she was the best in our lifetime at building bridges to her dreams, actually getting to them. Most people know about the speed of light and all that, but she had the realization that light was a road that could be ridden. She transformed our understanding of the galaxy from a big, empty pool to a complex system of highways. Stade seemed wistful talking about it. You really appreciated her, Loris said, regretting his earlier assessment. Did you ever meet my father? He was a lab tech and chemical engineer, but he parted ways with my mother when I was very young. I never met him. I was a test pilot back then, risking my life every time someone tinkered with the spaceships. If you're wondering, I was terrified of blowing up most every time I had to hit the ignition, except when it was your mother's handiwork. It was impossible for anyone not to appreciate her exhaustive attention to detail. That's why I think the people here eschewing technology are full of shit. Loris stripped another long piece of bark from a limb and looked up. You don't think they're serious about giving up technology? It looks to me like they've been sleeping on the ground for 5 years. I just don't believe they could turn their backs on the capabilities we've achieved. It's just a feeling. Stade looked like he wanted to go on, but he suddenly arched his back and shifted his attention behind Loris, who looked over his shoulder. Gallo came wandering up the path, exchanging a few words with the passengers of the Magellan and helping them tie knots or hack branches. When he came to Loris and Stade, he greeted them with a big smile. Loris got a closer look at his walking stick, which was covered in intricate engravings. "Hello, friends," he said. "I'm going around meeting all the new folk. You settling in all right?" "We're getting the hang of it," Loris said. "That's great. And what are your names?" "William Stade," he said, turning his attention to Loris, who hesitated. All that talk about his mother made him loath to give up his name, but Iotasha's warning was in his head, too. There was something in Gallo's eyes hinting that there might just be something crazy behind that jubilance. "I'm Eric Laredo." "Well, it's nice to meet you fellas. Let me tell you, we've got a well over there. You can borrow nets for fishing or to keep the bugs away in that direction. And my own bit of advice is to give us locals some time to adjust to you. Don't take anything personally. It's been a long time since we've seen anyone new." Loris and Stade nodded and smiled their thanks. Gallo began to move on, but only took one step when the ground shook under their feet. In Loris's mind, he was suddenly back on Earth, about to take off for the Magellan when they felt the first precursors to the explosion that tore the planet apart. The memory brought all of the terror and agony flooding into his mind. "What was that?" he asked. The tremors continued, and shouts echoed around the camp. A smile crept onto Gallo's bearded face, the only hint that the planet wasn't about to be destroyed. He pointed off into the woods, where trees and brush thrashed around somewhere deep within. "That means you need to get off your ass and grab a weapon. The hunt is on." Chapter 10. Loris and Stade trotted off after Gallo down the dirt path and toward a large, sturdy shed in the distance. About 20 of the Novans were already there, dashing in and out before running for the woods. Once Loris made it to the shed, he saw that the aforementioned weapons consisted of spears, bolas, and a few bows. He grabbed a hefty spear and ran his finger across the triangular stone lodged into its end. Even testing its sharpness against his thumb the long way was enough to cut him and draw blood. It sure wasn't a guided hand cannon, but this thing could do some damage. Gallo took a pair of spears for himself and busted open a trunk full of knife-sized stone blades for one of those. This was more Stade's preference, and he took one in each hand. "What's out there?" Loris asked, wondering if a spear was indeed the right choice. "You won't believe me until you see it for yourself," Gallo said. Loris took a stone knife just to be on the safe side. Soon, they were racing through the village for the thick woods in the distance, where the Novans were hooting and hollering as they fanned out. Stade immediately started lagging behind, but to Loris's surprise, Gallo's sizable midsection didn't hold him back from running at all. The longer the chase went on, the more Loris realized that he might be the one to have trouble keeping up. They left the village far behind them, waded through a stream, and passed several caves before seeing any evidence of their prey. Loris and Gallo slowed to take a breath near an overturned tree that had a huge dent along its trunk. Next to it, it looked like a tunnel had been drilled through the wood with brush, dirt, and stone, clearing a path large enough for the Hudson to fly through. We'd only been here 2 months when these things barged in on us for the first time. They wiped out everything we'd built and killed 15. Some were afraid we wouldn't make it, that the planet was too hostile. But we got smart and started being proactive about protecting ourselves. These things are just too big and tough to let live, Gallo said. He'd already caught his breath and took off. Loris remained right behind as they filed through a dense thicket. Loris tripped on a root and almost stabbed Gallo in the back with his spear before catching his footing. "Watch it!" Gallo shouted. They continued on and started catching up with the rest of the hunting party. These men were sweating in the heat and had the frantic look of killers in their eyes. They crept slowly, silently, through a dark stretch of forest. The sounds of thrashing plants echoed ahead, as did some strange clicking that Loris couldn't sort out. Suddenly, the brush split apart before them, and something big and black burst forth at them. The shape was difficult to discern in the darkness, but it had a number of legs, a hard shell, and a large protrusion sticking out of its head. The creature was as big as an elephant. "Look out!" someone yelled. "It's an insect," Loris realized. "The natural order here is completely out of whack. Most mammals and animals are extremely small. It's the insects that are few and bulky," Gallo said. The giant horned beetle charged at the hunters just off to Loris's left. Some readied their spears and took aim. Loris cocked his arm back and threw as the creature careened by. The spear wobbled in the air and hit their prey longside, bouncing off and dropping to the ground. Gallo started laughing so hard he doubled over and grabbed his knees to support himself. "Did I forget to give you instructions with that? Try to hit it with the tip." Loris stewed, but the other hunters' attempts didn't work out any better. The beetle's shell was enough to repel well-thrown spears, and it was moving fast enough to make hitting it between the plates a difficult task. It spun around and charged at one of the Novans, who attempted to leap out of the way a little too slowly. His legs glanced off the side of the horn, sending him flying 15 meters into the trunk of a tree. He didn't get up right away, and everyone else was too occupied to go over to him. "Here, why don't you try again?" Gallo said to Loris, handing over one of his 2 spears. Not one to back down from a challenge, Loris took it and led the way into better position. The giant beetle continued to thrash and chase down others in the area. Loris sensed its next target and ran to intercept. Sliding over a large boulder, Loris stepped into the open as the black mass homed in on another Novan. He took better care to keep the tip down, and the spear struck close to its eye. No damage was done, but it was enough to make the lumbering insect turn its sights on Loris. "One shot with a hand cannon, and this thing would be toast," Loris said, looking about wildly for something to hide behind. The horned beetle charged toward him as he hopped over a log and dashed for a tree. He barely slipped behind it before a loud thud hit his ears, and the huge protrusion was right in front of him. The creature ground its horn against the trunk in an attempt to get to him. "Hold it still," Gallo called. "Are you crazy?" Loris called. He saw the others were closing in, and some more of the men from the Magellan were filtering into the fray through the woods. The beetle clicked and squealed as it strained. Bracing one foot against the tree, he reached out for the jostling horn before him. As soon as he got a good hold, the creature swung away, instantly overcoming Loris's resistance and pulling him into the air. His heart pounding and everything around him a blur, he grappled against the creature's horn, which was at once hard and sticky. When he finally got his bearings, he saw a spear sail through the air just a few centimeters from his head. "Watch it!" he shouted. The others were throwing anything they could get their hands on from every direction. The beetle charged at another one of its attackers and forced him to dive out of the way. Gradually, Loris got a better handle on his mount, setting a foot on the base of the horn and opening up the possibility that he could use his knife to gut the creature's eye. Peeling one arm off the horn, he reached for the stone knife dangling from his side. He put more pressure on his supported leg and attempted to lean closer to the monster's head. When he squeezed his hand tight around the handle and drew it back for the strike, the beetle lurched off of a mound and sent Loris sprawling against the ground. He rolled over to make sure he wasn't in imminent danger of getting trampled, only to see that the beetle had gotten stuck in an uneven position and took 2 spears to its underbelly. Black blood oozed from its side as it continued to row its legs in an attempt to get off the mound. Loris staggered to his feet and took a moment to catch his breath and revel in a hard-fought victory. Their adversary was doomed. It continued to lose the energy to struggle, but the clicking continued, increasing even. Feeling banged up, Loris started walking back toward the others when he realized that the latest flurry of clicking wasn't coming from their vanquished foe. An instant later, a flurry of black shapes erupted from thick brush into the grove. A new round of hollering came from the Novans, who braced themselves for more fighting. These creatures were identical in shape, but were about half as large and seemed to be funneling out of a nest. Most of them went for the large group of Novans and Magellaners, but one of them veered toward Loris, who was closer to the giant carcass. Empty-handed, and fearing that this more modest-sized insect could still crush him, Loris turned and ran for a copse of trees. The creature wasn't fooled by the impediment, however, and raced around to cut Loris off at the other side. Having no choice but to continue his flight, Loris continued running, even though it was taking him farther away from Gallo and the others. He headed down a hill, with the clicking creature closing in on him. Looking frantically for something that could help, he veered for the only noticeable feature of the environment, a wide-mouthed cave with a shallow stream running through it. Loris nearly tripped, but the sound of scuttling close behind pushed him on. He approached the cave and the rabble of rocks around the entrance. Farther on, Loris noticed a clearing where there was more light and green grass. He wouldn't be able to make it there before the creature reached him, but some stringy trees above the entrance of the cave looked like a better solution anyway. Leaping over the stream, Loris circled up the hill over the cave's entrance. The horned beetle scampered up behind, while Loris grabbed a thin trunk and bent it back around another. The horned beetle raced toward him. He released the tree, and it snapped forward. The trunk struck the beetle head-on, knocking it back toward the precipice above the cave's mouth. Some of the legs dangled over the side, but it looked like it was going to scuttle back away from the edge, until Loris charged forward and slammed his shoulder into its hard shell. He watched the large insect tip over the edge and slam into the ground on its back. Its legs flailed and mandibles twitched. Quickly, Loris hustled to some loose stones near the edge, pushing them over and letting the force of gravity strike the hardest blows. Soon enough, the threat had passed, and Loris had time to catch his breath and take stock of his surroundings. He didn't have time to register before, but he remembered spotting something shiny in the clearing among the grass. Curious, he went over to investigate. On the way, it seemed like his path led back around closer to the village. From the edge of the clearing, he could see smoke from its campfires in the distance. The shiny object was the last thing Loris expected to discover around here. It was a circular handle of titanium alloy, an airlock hatch from a spaceship. Loris marveled at it and looked around for anything else, but no other signs of a ship could be found. Judging from the clean handle and the lack of any nearby overgrowth, Loris had a hunch that this was seeing regular use. He wondered if an entire ship was hidden below ground, or just a part of it. Either way, he sensed that the Novan's pious stance toward technology wasn't as genuine as it seemed. Placing both hands on the wheel, Loris attempted to open the hatch, but found it locked shut. Whatever this hatch was being used for, he wouldn't be able to find out today. In case they were looking for him, he headed back north where the encounter had been, rather than return straight to the village. The muggy nights made it impossible to sleep, and that in turn made it impossible for Loris to resist thinking about the purpose of that hatch. Under the guise of a late evening walk, he ducked into the woods and crept to the edge of the clearing, where he waited to see if anyone would come by. He hadn't told any of his peers from the Magellan about what he'd seen. But nightly stakeouts for a week brought him no clues about what was going on. And by that time, the next load from the Magellan was set to arrive. Along with Iotash, Gallo, Kid, and Irina, Loris trekked out to the landing space to greet Panic and Lopez among them. The Hudson landed, the cattle filtered out, and Gallo went through the same spiel with Iotash about their vision for Nova. Soon enough, Loris got a chance to meet up with his two favorite crew members, who couldn't seem to muster the same enthusiasm he did when they saw him wearing clothes made out of the same reeds and bark they used for roofing. "Tell me you didn't make that yourself," Lopez said, unable to keep from chuckling. "You look like a drowned rat." "Do they at least have showers? I really can't stand being unclean." Panic's fretting brought a smirk to Loris's face. It had been a hard week, and their companionship made the outlook much brighter. "If you're looking for modern conveniences, you've come to the wrong place," he said. Unlike Panic, Lopez was able to muster some optimism. "I'm going to find a spot to build a castle, or maybe I'll do some exploring, get myself a ship named after me in a few hundred years, when I'm dead and gone. Everything I've heard from the people around here suggests ships are going to be a thing of the past, and trying to build a castle might run into steep resistance as well. There were plenty who threw a fit when Stade and I built a double tent. They almost made us tear it down," Loris said. "You and Stade, together, in a tent?" Panic asked. "When you see the plot sizes, you'll understand the advantage to having a little more space. And he's really not that bad." "You want to pitch a tent with me?" Lopez asked Panic, looking up at her with a wide smile. "In your dreams," she said. They walked through the forest until they came to the murky pond, where Gallo told them they all had to get in. Panic took one look at the soupy algae that had collected along the top and cringed. "You've got to be joking." When she came out, her blonde hair looked like it had been washed in pea soup. Loris spent the rest of the day helping them get settled, and even found out that Brinna was expected to be on the next shuttle down. Even though he had only been here for a week, he had a strange perspective on the challenges of the newcomers, many of whom struggled with the lifestyle in ways he had, but didn't fully realize. But when the sun began to set and the shadows grew long, Loris again crept out of the village to scout out the hatch. The forest was quiet, and the temperature on this day wasn't all that hot, but something aroused his suspicions as he approached the clearing. To his surprise, the hatch had been left open, and bright light streamed out from within. Excited, Loris tucked himself into the brush to wait and watch. But after a while, his ravenous curiosity got the better of him. He sunk closer to the light, hoping to hear something that would tip off what was going on within. Only silence followed, and there wasn't much more space to go before he'd have to decide if he was going to climb in and have a look around. He didn't really believe that the buried ship could be vacant. A hard blow and a sharp pain struck Loris behind his left shoulder, knocking him on his hands and knees. A spear thudded against the ground next to him, as the cut's searing pain echoed around his entire body. Hobbling, he turned enough to see Gallo running at him from the woods with all the speed and ferocity the horned beetles had. He'd been baited by the open hatch. He fell for it. Loris grabbed the spear and held it out in front of him, fighting through the pain. It was enough to make Gallo break stride just a few steps beyond the tip of the spear. From where he stood, Loris could see that the craziness had taken over his eyes. "No one is above the law here, Eric Laredo. The punishment for subverting the tenets of the Crossroads is death. They'll burn me if they saw what you've seen," he said, spitting out his words in fury. The implication to Loris was clear. Gallo didn't intend to be caught. "Let's see if you can swing that spear any better than you can throw it," Gallo said. He feigned rushing forward twice, nudging Loris back closer to the hatch each time. He grinned wildly. Gallo's next move wasn't a feint. He rushed forward, swatting the end of the spear away and slamming straight into Loris. The man had a scary toughness and strength from living in the forests, and Loris was in so much pain he could barely exert any force with his left arm. He staggered back, trying to use the spear to hold off Gallo, who was also gripping the spear and pushing. Loris lost his footing and fell backward, but he managed to yank on the spear enough to pull Gallo over him and to the left. Gallo's head collided with the titanium plate at the base of the hatch, knocking him over on the side. A pained wail escaped from his lips, and when he rolled over, Loris saw blood spilling out of a cut in his forehead. Trying to take advantage, Loris leapt on top of him and took a swing at his face, but Gallo managed to knock him off and get the upper hand. They flailed and swung at each other from the ground, snarling and gritting teeth, until Gallo reached back for his leg and withdrew a cutting stone and swung it for Loris's left side. Loris's left arm crumpled at the force of the blow, but he managed to get his right arm over in time to grab Gallo's wrist. The big man, putting all of his weight into it, attempted to drive the sharp edge of that serrated stone down into Loris's chest. Both of Loris's hands pushed back as hard as they could. Gallo's crazy eyes seemed as threatening as the dark edge. As the tip pushed closer, nearly touching Loris's porous clothes, he managed to knee Gallo hard in the kidney, knocking him off. His next move was to smash his left elbow into Gallo's nose and then knock away the stone with his right hand. Gallo grasped to get the stone back, but Loris managed to get there first. Their hands fumbled against each other, and before he knew what was happening, the stone had cut into Gallo's stomach. Rather than try to repel the knife, Gallo wrapped his hands around Loris's neck, clamping down hard in a way that reminded Loris of the silica on his leg. Choking, Loris withdrew the stone and used it to slice at Gallo's arms, enough to be able to take a breath. That murderous look from Gallo was still there, despite his serious injuries. There was no getting away, and no going back. Loris sunk the stone's sharp edge into Gallo's chest, forcing him back against the ground. Gallo's mouth hung open, but he used what strength he had left to try to fend Loris off. But it was no use. The blood welled through the wound. All Gallo could do was grasp Loris's shirt and attempt to attack with his menacing eyes. The adrenaline, the rush coursed through Loris's veins. Even the cuts he had felt good in this moment. "My name is Loris Roderick, son of Corina Roderick," he said. Gallo's eyes flared one last time, and he grunted, sputtering blood. Then he was gone. Chapter 11. Loris knew he had a problem on his hands. Also blood. Between the nearby hatch, 10,000 Novans, and the body of their presumptive leader, finding a way to spin the circumstances in a favorable way seemed like an impossible task. For a moment, Loris imagined what would happen if people emerged from the forest right then and heard his entire tale of self-defense. That imagined scene concluded with Loris getting burned alive, as Gallo himself had feared. No. Now that he survived against Gallo, he wasn't going to throw it all away by giving the rest of his people a good reason to kill him. Besides, it might put the rest of the passengers of the Magellan in a tough position if the Novans decided to take it out on everybody. 100 against 10,000 wasn't likely to work out well. A better resolution would be if everyone concluded that Gallo had been killed by one of the planet's many ferocious creatures while on a solitary excursion, which he had such a propensity for. Ideally, this would mean transporting the body to somewhere it would never be found, but Gallo's substantial weight greatly limited Loris's options. He got to his feet and grabbed the dead man's hands, straining to pull him down the slight slope through the clearing and towards the cave with the stream running through it. When they got there, he noticed that the horned beetle carcass had mysteriously disappeared. Wouldn't that be something, if some carrion-feeding critter got to Gallo after he was killed, to tighten the story? There could be anything living in this cave. Using the last of his strength, he pulled Gallo into the stream and dropped him. Taking a minute to wash his hands and wounds, Loris decided he'd staged it as well as he could. Even if none of the local wildlife got to him, the running water would do the trick eventually. With that unpleasant business taken care of, he could finally get around to finding out what was in the hatch. Some hip pain he'd received during the fight left him with a slight limp, making him anticipate the source of the golden light longer than he wanted as he hobbled over. He reached the hatch and finally got a good glimpse of the interior. It was a standard airlock, as he expected. A Novan rope tied to the inside of the handle dangled into the empty space below. Loris climbed in and used the rope to swing down, awakening some new aches and pains in the process. Only now, when he looked back up at the exit, did he realize how hard that cut behind his shoulder would make climbing out. The interior of the airlock was well lit, and Loris immediately began noticing that the markings around him were different than anything he'd seen before. One look further into the ship's interior was enough to make the shocking determination that this wasn't a unified ship. None of the countries outside of Unified were thought to possess the means of space travel. He stepped into the ship's main compartment, which was lodged into the ground on its side. Nearly 30 sleeping bunks lined the walls, but considering the minuscule size of the vessel, if even 5 people had spent 10 years locked in this metal box to get here, they would have all gone bonkers. Had the bigger ships that brought over the bulk of the Novans really been destroyed, or were they hidden like this one? The name of the ship was the Space Mole, and it had been designed to be able to dig through the ground. What was even more puzzling was, as Loris looked around, he saw containers and pieces of equipment that clearly were of Unified origin, lending some credence to Ayatash's assertion that the secret colony did constitute a scandal for Unified. It wasn't hard to tell what Gallo had been using the space for. Food wrappers were piled in a corner, and when he fired up the ship's outdated and sorry excuse for a console, pornography came up instantly. But Loris had limited time and couldn't spend it investigating that. Instead, he managed to dig up communications between Gallo and Ayatash from as recently as a few months ago. Loris's jaw dropped when he saw how the two had brainstormed ways of throwing him out. It was infuriating, but perplexing too. In all their communications, Ayatash never mentioned the destruction of Earth. Gallo hadn't attempted to contact anyone other than Ayatash in years, and the Space Mole had very limited sensory capabilities if Gallo knew how to use them at all. Digging deeper in the message archive, Loris began to get a sense of how the colony on Nova came to be. Some unified engineers, led by a man named Todrick Zand, fed secrets about how to build ships like the Space Mole to a group outside of unified territory. It was called the Virgin World Project, a provocative name probably intended to get the attention of sexually frustrated officers. They had enough support inside Unified that they were able to commandeer several of the larger transports and tourist ships. Nearly half of the Novans were kidnapping victims aboard these ships. Rather than shoot them down, and without much ability to chase, Unified had little choice but to let them go. They'd manufactured stories about explosions in space and held sham mass funerals, then scrubbed most of it from the records. Loris had been young then, but not so young that he wouldn't have remembered. It painted an unseemly picture of the nation he loved: cover-ups, limited press visibility, and then a stream of distractions allowed unified citizens to forget about thousands of people. There was no mention of Loris's mother anywhere on the Space Mole's console. She must have known about this, but she hadn't even said anything. Did she feel she had no choice but to go along with it? Todrick Zand died in transit to Nova, while Armand Iotash and some others remained behind to continue plotting from Earth. The plan was to continue bringing people to Nova, against their will if necessary, for as long as Virgin World movement had the ability to do it. Before Earth's explosion, some officers even younger than Loris were involved in developing schemes to get to Nova that would take the rest of their lives to come to fruition. Feeling disturbed in more ways than he cared to think about, Loris switched off the console and scrambled back through the ship toward the hatch. It was getting late, and minimizing his absence as much as possible could make things easier later. He endured the pain of climbing out of the ship, collected the weapons scattered about, and disposed of them along the way back to the village. Only a few remaining campfires cast light across the quiet settlement upon his return. Loris crept back to his tent without being seen, not even by Stade, who was fast asleep and snoring lightly. That was the good thing about unified officers. They could sleep through anything. It didn't take them long to realize someone was missing. The first rumblings occurred the next morning, when Loris, Panic, Lopez, and a smattering of other newcomers were camped around a fire pit having breakfast, which consisted of jerky meat of unknown origin coated in meal ground out of some tree roots. The menu was enough to give anyone misgivings, and Panic was taking the transition harder than most. "I don't know how much longer I can take this. I'm not sure if you all have been out to the lavatory, but it's basically a vine running along the edge of a short hill that you hold onto while taking a shit off the side. Just a few meters away is a mound of years' worth of festering filth. While I was using it, the vine adjusted against the tree, and I almost fell in." "The moral of the story is you should all learn to go without excreting any waste," Lopez said. "Can't we at least find a way to get some running water through here?" Panic went on. "There are so many streams. It would not take long at all to create an aqueduct people could use to wash their hands that ran through the middle of crossroads. Even the Romans had that." "The trouble is, when people start using the aqueduct as a substitute for the lavatory," Lopez said, drawing a sharp look from Panic. "Anyone who does that can get thrown in the lavatory as far as I'm concerned. But really, there's a difference between living a simple lifestyle free of technology and being disgusting. Or better yet, how about we don't destroy the greatest achievement of mankind orbiting around the planet and continue to live there? Then we could just come down here when we feel like getting bitten by these little pink bugs." It sounded preferable to Loris, but he knew well enough from all of the Virgin World messages he'd read that loudly voicing opinions that deviated too far from their vision was going to lead to more trouble. He made a mental note to warn her in private. I don't think Ayatosh would go for that. He's all for living down here. He's the only one of us mingling freely with the Novans. In fact, he seems more comfortable with them than with us, Loris said. Just then, Kid and Irina appeared around the side of a tent, making Loris concerned that he'd been overheard. We're looking for Gallo. Have any of you seen him around today? Kid asked. She had dreadlocked hair and a necklace adorned with colorful stones and shells. While everyone shook their heads, Loris sensed from the two Novans that they were already intent on finding him before they did anything else. Can I ask you something? Panic said. Loris's eyes widened, wondering if she was about to ask to leave the planet before he'd had a chance to talk to her about it. What is it? We were talking about how nice it'd be to have an aqueduct people could use to wash their hands without having to walk into the forest. We could dig a trench and line it with stone. It wouldn't require any technology at all, just some basic engineering. What do you think? Kid cast a skeptical glance at her companion, Irina, who also seemed perfectly content with what they'd been doing for years. We'll bring it up at the next planning council meeting, Kid said. But this wasn't nearly enough for Panic. When will that be? After we find Gallo. The two Novans left, and the newcomers returned to idle chatter. Loris didn't have the heart to tell her that if an aqueduct depended on Gallo, then it wasn't ever going to happen. Word spread quickly around the camp that Gallo was missing, and Loris tried to keep tabs on the chatter by hanging out around the well. Apparently, Gallo had a spot he visited occasionally along an inland sea that took about 12 hours to walk to, though all agreed that with the recent arrival of the Magellan, it was an unlikely time for him to take an unannounced vacation. But with the village turned inside out and no sign of him anywhere, Kid and Irina packed up to make the journey. That was enough to settle the issue for the day. But that reprieve proved short-lived, as the pair returned the following afternoon in a frantic, angry state. All unoccupied hands were commanded to immediately take to the woods in search parties, leaving Loris in the unfortunate position of wandering around in the forest, looking for someone he didn't want anyone to find. All the while he and a few Novans traversed the brush to the south of the village, he wondered how long it would take for someone to reach that stream toward the northeast and spot the man's body, face down in the water, beside the mouth of a cave. That specific length of time was 4 hours and 33 minutes from when Loris left with his search party to when he heard calls echoing through the trees that Gallo had been found and that everyone should return. Soon after, Loris stood in a deep crowd circling around the village leader, trying to sort out what people were saying as they analyzed the body. There were many voices, but Kid and Irina were conspicuously silent. "We should search the cave," someone shouted. "Something in there got him." Sounds of agreement echoed around the rabble. Loris nudged closer, trying to catch a glimpse of the state of the body from behind the others gathered. In quick glimpses, he saw the man did look much worse after being exposed for a few days. His wounds weren't visible, but stone cuts couldn't be that much different than what the creatures on the planet could inflict. He held out hope. As best he could tell, they'd been in such a hurry to bring the body back that no one had found the hatch. "Was it suicide?" another proposed. "A lot of times, people act happy when they're really depressed." Loris was now close enough to see Kid's lean, tanned face and the scowl on it. Her eyes radiated rage. "No, brothers and sisters. Garrison Rollo, the man who believed in us, and who in turn we believed in, has been murdered." The roar from the crowd quickly rose so loud that it hurt Loris's ears. Kid was raising her hands high in the air. "I will not rest until his killer is brought before the council and given a punishment fitting the crime." While Loris was just one of many in the now raucous crowd, and Kid was turning often to address everyone, he swore she looked at him for a moment. A thought struck him, that the death of Gallo was what she'd been waiting for, her chance to step into the spotlight and take control. Perhaps it wasn't even that different than what Iotash had managed to do after the explosion made them all itinerates. The difference was that Iotash was a hands-off schemer, while Kid had the fiery eyes of a killer, without a hint of mercy, and the total support of the Novans. If Gallo was worried about being buried alive for using technology, the Novan leaders had something far different in mind as punishment for his killing. Those rules against technology seemed to be bending near to the point of breaking, as a huge structure took shape in the center of the crossroads. It had pulleys, ropes, and platforms supporting 4 tree trunks in each quadrant. The color drained out of Loris's face when he realized what it was. They were building a rack. He would be brought up and placed in the center, tied in, and the tree trunks would drop with enough force to tear off his arms and legs. Within days, this monument to death towered over everything else around them, a constant reminder that they were hunting Gallo's killer. To put it mildly, the others from the Magellan found it disconcerting, even though they shouldn't have had anything to worry about. It went without question that none of the Novans would have killed Gallo, even though apparently one had a history of stealing the man's walking sticks, and that put all of the newcomers under suspicion. One by one, Armand Iotash came to take someone away for interrogation. It was hard not to think that those called first were the most likely suspects. Loris wasn't even 5th on the list. He saw Iotash coming for his tent while he was picking seeds out of a plant. Stade was nearby, attempting to pulp wood chips in order to make paper. Waiting wasn't of any use, so Loris exchanged a look with Stade before getting up to meet Iotash. They went to Iotash's tent to speak. The old man's accommodations on Nova appeared to be even more comfortable than those on the Magellan. The Novans gave him a large tent, impeccably constructed, with a feather bed, plenty of furniture, and even a fan of leaves that operated by pulling a string. It made a stark contrast with the pathetic hovels the rest of them had built for themselves. "Have a seat," Iotash said. The thatched reed chair was the most comfortable thing Loris had sat down on since stepping out of the Hudson. "Tell me what you know about Gallo's killing." Iotash's bluntness might have been an attempt to make Loris hesitate as he conjured up a story, but he'd had plenty of time to prepare and showed no signs of awkwardness. "He was found in water, with wounds in his chest and stomach, 3 days ago now," he said. Iotash leaned closer and donned a thin smile. "Loris Roderick, I need your help. I'm still the commander of the Magellan, and I'm in the awkward position of rooting out one of my own men who made a terrible mistake. Maybe it was an accident, maybe it was something else. We don't know. But until we find out who it was, there's nothing I can do to help them. Do you think I'm running this investigation? Not even close. Kid and Irina are talking to every single native to find out who might have gone off after Gallo in the forest. If they find out who it was before I do, it'll be out of my hands. But if I find them first, I can get them back up to the Magellan while I try to diffuse the anger here. That way, no one gets torn apart in that awful contraption. Someone needs to tell me what happened, and it needs to be done now. Can you tell me?" Iotash gazed forward, revealing faded green eyes that searched for the truth. It was a convincing argument that Iotash meant to save the person who did it, and Loris might have been tempted by it, if not for all of those messages he'd read in the Space Mole. There was no doubt that Iotash's allegiance remained with the Virgin World movement, and that all of his words were lies. Loris wanted to tell him as much, shove it right in his face how he'd betrayed his home and his crew, but the only way he could have gotten that information was over Gallo's dead body. "I wish I had something for you. I do. But I went to bed one night and woke up the next day to find that he'd gone missing. I've talked to some of the other guys, and they don't have a clue either. I just can't imagine anyone actually doing this." Iotash's smile faded, but his eyes continued to search. There were more questions, but Loris answered them in the weary but relaxed manner that seemed most akin to what an innocent man would say after being dragged in for questioning. Eventually, he was allowed to leave, but getting out of that tent didn't provide any relief. There were only 3 possible conclusions to the investigation. Either they'd apprehend him, someone else, or they'd fail to find anyone. Loris had a good hunch that someone would be thrown in the rack, regardless of any evidence being found. And someone else getting punished for what he'd done was unacceptable as well. As the day passed and the next began, Loris considered turning himself in and making his case. But with no real law here, a self-defense argument wasn't likely to excuse his actions. Killing Gallo was going to cost him his life in the eyes of anyone whose opinion mattered. And Brinna was supposed to land in just a couple of days. Loris wandered around the well and the trading market when he heard something that got his attention. The current theory was that the killer was one of the newcomers who'd been involved in the fight against the beetles, and someone had seen a man heading into the woods after that in the direction of where Gallo had been found. That was enough to strike fear into Loris's heart. He slipped away and returned to his tent, riddled with anxiety that they were going to come for him any minute. It was a while before he even noticed that Stade had gone out, which was for the better. He didn't want anyone to see him writhing and whimpering before the axe fell. Somehow, the exhaustion and the heat got to him, and he passed out for a time. When he woke up in the early evening, with the orange sky set against the treetops, he heard chatter outside. He assumed they'd gathered to take him away, but instead, a number of officers were milling about, including Panic and Lopez. Red Hook was there as well, and he broke from the group to approach Loris. "Did you hear it was Stade? That guy just can't stop himself from killing people," Red Hook said. "Wait, what?" Loris said, astonished. Maybe it was because he was just waking up, but he felt his eyes start to water. He was stunned. "Turned himself in a little while ago. Thank goodness, because I was starting to wonder if I'd done it. But it looks like you lucked out with a double tent to yourself. Maybe you'll be able to get your lady friend in there. Too bad for the rest of us there's no soundproof in these tents. Know what I mean?" Loris turned away toward the center of the village. "Hey, where are you going?" Red Hook called. "I've got to talk to him," Loris said. "I know he's the former commander and all, but I just don't see any way of him avoiding the punishment in store for him. Besides, I sure as hell wouldn't go over there now. There's quite a scene going on." Loris didn't listen and went anyway, but soon found that Red Hook was right. They had stayed bound inside of a cage of wood and rope in the shadow of the giant rack. Scores of people were around, throwing spoiled food, vulgar insults, and the occasional rock. It was difficult to see Stade, but he seemed to be passively enduring it. He returned late that night, when things were much different in the square. The people had all cleared out, without even leaving behind anyone to guard their prisoner, perhaps because the leadership was so disorganized that no one thought it was their responsibility to do it. A torch still burned nearby, and there were residences not too far away. But for Loris, it was simply a matter of walking up to the cage and rousing the man sleeping in the corner. "Stayed, what are you doing?" "Loris," the older man said when he came around. It surprised Loris that he seemed relieved by his visit. He had bruises and welts that were barely visible in the firelight. "You didn't kill Gallo." "That's not the issue here." Loris paused at the difficulty he was having with this conversation. "When did you figure out it was me?" "I'm not a fool, Loris. You were leaving every night, and it wasn't to take a piss," he said. He had some hope in his eyes, even though he was back in a cell again. "You were right, you know. Gallo had a ship buried out in the forest that he was using as his personal man cave. There were so many messages in the archives. Iotash started planning to take control of the Magellan and bring it here as soon as they announced it would be built." Bringing up Iotash tempered the ex-commander's expression. "I never had a clue about any of this," he said, gesturing around him. "I wasn't smart enough to figure it out." "You were right about something else, too. I became a killer. Something I never thought I could do." Stayed scoffed. "Don't listen to me. You've killed plenty of silica. You did what you had to do." Loris looked around at the ties binding the cage's poles together. "I brought a cutting stone. We can get you out of here," he said, producing the weapon. But Stayed merely shrugged. "And be a fugitive? No, thank you. Worse, they'd figure out it was you helping me and give you the same punishment they intend to give me, or figure out it was you all along. That would make everything I've done pointless. No, even if this entire cage was turned to dust, I wouldn't move an inch from this spot." Loris couldn't understand why he was so adamant about resisting. "There's something else you said that I remember. You'd always take being alive. This is your chance to live, and we can figure out the rest later. Now come on," he said, starting to cut at the rope anyway. Stayed reached through the gap in the cage and stilled his hand. "Someone has to be punished for this, or it will always be a threat to you." "But why? Why won't you leave?" Loris said, struggling with Stade's hands over his. Stade pursed his lips and looked long at Loris, who wanted to ask what he was so reluctant to spit out. They continued to struggle until Stade's resistance failed, and it came out suddenly. "I will not let them kill my son." Loris stopped fighting. His eyes widened. There could be no doubt that William Stade was speaking the truth, the conviction in his voice coming from his very core. "What? But—" Stade sighed and let his head droop. "I'm so sorry about everything, Loris. I'm sorry you had to learn it this way. I'm sorry I couldn't have been there for you before. I wasn't a family man, and Karina had obligations because of her position. Revealing a secret affair with the test pilot and trying to make it legitimate wasn't going to work." Loris's head was spinning. "But my dad, the guy who I thought was my dad, he still might have. He could barely tie his shoes, much less fly a ship. You're my son, and we both knew it. I know I was never there, but I've always been looking out for you. Certainly your mother was a part of it, but I had been working on getting you aboard the Magellan. I just didn't know you'd be taking my job and have to contend with that chief liaison's sack of bones." A lot ran through Loris's mind, but at the bottom of it, something clear emerged. Letting Stade die in his place was not going to happen. "We're going to find a way out of this," Loris said. "I beg you not to try. My time is long past. Your chances at greatness are still before you." Loris shook his head at his father, who should have known that letting him go through with this was something Loris couldn't do. But time was short, and the way forward was not easy. This isn't over. Chapter 12. Word circulated the next morning that the sentencing and execution were scheduled to take place at the end of that day, both of them being announced at once, as if there was no other possible outcome. It would be shortly after the next group arrived aboard the Hudson. It gave Loris even less time than he'd thought, and he hurried to the space mole to get a message back to the Magellan. The question remained if any of them would listen. At least they would know what they had to look forward to on the ground. Fortunately, Panic and Lopez didn't take too much convincing. After that, Loris departed with Kid and Irina and a few other Novans for the trek to the landing space. Iotash didn't even bother to come, and the Novans didn't want Loris with them either, but there wasn't much they could do to stop him from following along with them. It surprised Loris when at one point in the journey, Kid waded up and approached him. "You must understand that we can't simply turn our backs on one of our founders. It's our rules, our beliefs, our shared vision that sustain us. The people of Earth became slaves to technology, and that's why they're all dead and we're not. We need to keep faith with Gallo's memory in the simple way that we've established. A life for a life." It seemed she expected him to provide some form of agreement, and Loris was wary about starting an argument out in the forest where no one could come to his defense. But Loris couldn't offer any kind of tacit approval. "I know Stade was your predecessor, and I understand you must sympathize with him. But I'm sure you also respect the rule of law here," she said, which Loris found to be the height of irony. It was too much, and he couldn't hold back. "You didn't care much for rules when Iotash was on the Magellan breaking ours." Kid scowled at him and pushed on ahead, but that was the end of it. They watched the Hudson land, and another group of roughly 50 passengers disembark. Loris immediately spotted Brenna, who held her arms nervously. She had a small sack hanging over her shoulder, and most of the others carried very little. They'd learned that most anything would be taken away. There were no introductions, words of welcome, or attempts at philosophizing without Gallo around. Kid had a different take on the situation, and that resembled a march of inmates who neither required nor deserved any form of pleasantries. A somber mood pervaded as they set off on their hike through the forest. Someone asked where they were going, and one of the Novans said they'd be escorted to the town ghetto. Loris quickly found a way to come up alongside Brenna, who managed to force a smile when she saw him. The concern on her face was unmistakable. "Are they really going to kill Stade today?" she asked, wisely keeping her voice low. Loris was glad that his message had gotten through. He surveyed the rest of the group, many of them officers from the Defense Corps, and tried to assess whether they'd actually carried out his requests. "They will, unless someone does something," he said. "I think it'd be for the best if you weren't there." Brenna lowered her head and stepped over a root protruding from the ground. To his surprise, she took his hand and held it. Surely, a small bit of comfort to help ease the tense transition to a new home. "I brought some papers I've been working on, about those runes. There are a few ideas I've been kicking around," she said, gesturing to her sack. Loris had been so wrapped up in everything happening lately that he'd almost forgotten about the probe and its cryptic, glowing runes. Trying to figure them out seemed a gentle diversion for a calmer time, now completely pointless to pursue. He smiled and told her he'd be interested to hear her ideas. Normally, he'd be twisting himself into knots, wondering if she'd join his tent or what he could do for her, but his mind was too preoccupied with what was to come and the revelation about Stade. Kid led them right past the murky pool, skipping the dunking ritual meant to initiate them as Novans. They reached the cliff and performed a perfunctory search, confiscating only anything that resembled a weapon. After that, they slid down the slope and were pointed to the section of the village where the newcomers were placed. If they needed help or had an issue, they were told that those who came before would deal with it. Most of the people fresh from the Magellan looked about their new home awkwardly and despondently. The heat was getting to them, and most were hungry. But the new residents from previous landings had little more than warm greetings to offer. Brenna never left Loris's side. She'd been right that she'd been forced to get closer to him by a lack of any other choice, which robbed Loris of any of the joy he might have gotten from it. "We can make you a tent," he offered. But she'd seen the empty bed in his and rolled her eyes. "What difference does it make where I sleep?" It wasn't a question, more a statement on how the despondency she felt after the explosion lingered. Perhaps being a counselor and knowing so much about psychology made her more susceptible to the trauma from their loss, not less. Still, she soldiered on. When they had spoken in the library on the Magellan, he said he'd find a way to make her proud to be with him. He'd failed to save Vincent Price, but maybe he'd have better luck now. His father's life depended on it. The drums began soon after night fell across the village. That was the signal for everyone to gather together at the square around the cage and the towering rack. Brenna refused to stay behind when everyone else was going. The best Loris could get her to agree to was to stay near the rear of the gathering. They poured in from all directions, drawn by the many torches that had been lit in the area. Kid stood alone on one of the rack's platforms, stayed with hands bound on another. Loris, Panic, and Lopez arrived quickly enough that they were relatively close to the front. All had cutting stones on them. The plan wasn't a complicated one. They were simply going to stop them from killing Stade. Kid waited until seemingly all 11,000-plus residents of the planet had a chance to come out, including the young and old. She kept them there long enough that a faint smell of urine took to the air. Finally, she raised her arms high in the air and absorbed the cheers of the crowd. "For most of my life, even as I worked for it every single day, I never dreamed that I would be here with you on a planet of our own. Much less, I never imagined that we'd be here with our brothers and sisters and face such a devastating tragedy when we opened our homes and hearts to those with no place else to go. But some evils are hard to stamp out, and one has followed us across the stars and stands right before us," she shouted, as loudly as she could. With no microphone, Loris was sure that most of the people gathered couldn't hear her at all. Her voice was faint even to him. "Gallo was more than a friend and a leader to me. He was a lover, and he inspired me to live more truthfully in so many ways. He will be missed by all. His killer, who has confessed to his crimes, stands before you, prepared to face the consequences for what he has done. We humbly accept his sacrifice as penance, in retribution for the pain we've all felt at this devastating loss. He will experience that combined agony by the tearing of his arms and legs until the blood drains from his cold heart and his life gives out. Such is what our law dictates." Stade watched without expression, managing to appear tall and dignified, even in rags, at the moment of his unjust execution. Whether he searched for Loris or had anything left to say, Loris couldn't tell. He appeared so resolute in what he was doing that the prospect of his own death left him unfazed. The time for action was at hand. "We will now place the guilty in position and carry out the sentence," Kirt said. Irina climbed onto the platform and began to move Stade toward the middle, where the ropes would be attached to his limbs. "Wait! He didn't do it!" Loris hollered, getting the attention of Kirt and Irina as he began to push forward. "I did!" Gasps erupted around him, and the two women paused for a moment. "He's lying. Get on with it," Stade said. "I killed Gallo," Panic called. "I killed him and slept with his wife," Lopez shouted. Others from the Magellan chimed in with similar calls, and together they moved closer to the raised wooden platforms. "Keep them back," Kirt ordered the men standing near the bottom of the platform. Loris and the others pushed closer and found more aggressive resistance. Someone shoved him in one direction, and he was hit in the arm from the other. There were people all around them, making it impossible to get through. Loris saw someone reach back to strike him, but he quickly landed a jab to the neck first, preventing the blow. Suddenly, everyone was fighting, and the space in front of the rack had turned into a frenzy of writhing bodies. Loris had his arms up to defend against blows to the head, and he managed to peek at the platform, where Stade was still being tied up. He had both arms in, and Kirt wasn't going to wait a second longer than she had to before dropping those tree trunks. Those down below would never get to him in time. But they didn't have to. The brawl was a distraction, so that Red Hook could storm up the platform from the rear. He was a bear, easily plowing over the one remaining guard blocking the steps. A sharp cry came from behind Loris, signaling that someone had been stabbed. He'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, but really, it was only a matter of time before the violence escalated. The last thing he wanted was more blood on the ground, but he wasn't going to back down from defending himself either. He reached for the cutting stone along his hip, only to discover that it wasn't there. That sent his eyes darting to see where it had gone, and if it was coming back for him. Up above, Red Hook stormed the platform and withdrew a cutting stone of his own. The two women were armed as well, and prepared to take on their new adversary, but Red Hook moved too swiftly for them. He charged Irina and knocked her clear off the platform. In a last-ditch attempt for justice, Kirt turned the edge of her blade to Stade, but Red Hook smacked it out of her hands and tossed her off the stage as well. In seconds, Stade had been cut free, and together with Red Hook, they descended. Loris continued to squirm and struggle, managing to maintain his footing despite people getting thrown around him and knocked down. Kirt and Irina had run into the fray and tried to double-team Panic, who wasn't able to bat them away as easily as Red Hook. Kirt jumped on Panic's back and yanked at her hair, but Lopez flipped Kirt off and slammed her against the ground. Loris still felt the pain behind his left shoulder from Gallo's cut, but he fought through with the hope it would all come to an end now that the spectacle on stage had been foiled. The number of Novans taking up the fight was diminishing rapidly, many of them unwilling to fight after just one blow, and most were content to watch from the sidelines. Sensing something behind him, Loris turned just in time to avoid receiving a deep cut across his neck. Instead, it sliced closer to his collarbone, ushering in a flaring sensation of pain. To his surprise, it was Armand Iotash wielding the blade. He had an enraged look on his face and tried to stab Loris again. But Loris blocked with his forearm and received a cut there as Iotash dragged the blade down. "You fool," the man spat. "I should have thrown you in the brig and starved you like I did to the dimwit before you." Before Iotash could swing again, A hand closed on his shoulder and turned him around. It was Stade, glaring and gritting his teeth. "Finally decided to fight? You deserve so much worse for what you've done to my son, to me, to Unified," he said. Iotash convulsed as Stade drove the edge of a blade into his stomach. Loris watched as the old man twisted his head around as he dropped, to cast another look at Loris from the corner of his eye. He was in pain, yes, but he retained a sense of satisfaction. Loris thought he couldn't die fast enough. As he fell, a shriek came from Kid and Irina, who were fighting as fiercely as ever. Kid had even managed to find a spear, which was now dripping with blood. They fought to close the gap between themselves and Loris's group, rallying all the remaining Novan fighters with them. But their numbers were few, and the need to preserve as much life as possible became more pronounced. Before another swing could land, a gasp echoed around the square, followed by calls from innumerable people watching from the sides. Loris saw that thousands were pointing upward, and looked to see a spot in the sky, growing steadily larger and brighter. He almost wondered if someone back on the Magellan had sent the Cortez to break up the fighting, but this was much different than a ship, and moving fast. The gasps took on a panicked tone, and everyone began to run. Whatever it was seemed to be heading in their direction with remarkable precision. Along with everyone else, Loris's full attention went to getting out of there as quickly as possible. He had open wounds and a stabbing pain in his thigh, but he rushed around encampments and fumbled in the dark for a clear path. Everyone scattered, but they didn't make it far before the impact made the ground shake and most fall to the ground. Suddenly, there was dust everywhere filling the air, and it was impossible to see people who were just a foot or two away. Loris coughed and struggled to hold his shirt over his mouth. He wished he'd been able to find Brenna, Stade, Panic, anyone. What had landed and what was coming next were terrifying questions to contemplate. Had the Silica found them? They'd be defenseless with their wooden and stone weapons. But no menacing creatures emerged through the dust. After the impact, the ground remained still. Gradually, the dust settled, and breathing became easier. Most were content to keep as far away from the square as possible. But Loris and many of the other officers went back, as they'd been trained to. Some of the injured had been left behind in the confusion, and the collision might have hurt or killed more. Much of the square had been transformed into a shallow crater. The rack and some nearby camps had been completely destroyed. A few were carrying torches, and Loris went to them, finding that Panic, Stade, and Red Hook were some of the first to return to the damaged area. Behind them was Brenna, and Loris couldn't have been more relieved that she had made it through unscathed. Together, they surveyed the crater, approaching the edge in order to see what had fallen from the sky. At first, there was nothing but deep blackness, making Loris wonder if they'd need to descend the crater's slope in order to see. But then, strange lights began to glow, forming runes none of them could understand. The answer of what it was formed in Loris's mind, and with it came a world's worth of anguish and pain at everything they'd lost. It was a probe, similar to the one they'd recovered from Earth. Chapter 13. Upon seeing the probe, Brenna took off in the opposite direction as if her clothes were on fire. Only before she left earshot completely did she call to say she'd be back. That left Loris and the others to investigate the impact crater and attend to the injured. More and more people returned from the darkness, and this time, it didn't matter who was part of the Virgin World mission and who was from the Magellan. But no matter what they were doing around the area, the probe constantly drew their attention. "What does it mean?" Panic asked. She was using wood strips to wrap someone's leg. Technically speaking, Lopez spoke up, all of the evidence suggesting a link between the probe and the destruction of Earth is circumstantial. Stade had a different assessment. I'll tell you what it means. Someone knows we're here. Loris took another long look into the pit, hoping it would give him some guidance. Ricky Lala said that the research team had detected barely perceptible microwaves coming from the probe. At the time, she didn't think there was any need to worry about it, because there wasn't much it could transmit, and there was no danger of anything triggering an explosion. I have a hunch she'll need to reconsider that first part. As for the second, we'll have to wait and see, he said. I have a feeling they're already all over this, Panic said. I hope they come up with something good. They continued to let their imaginations run wild with the direst possibilities until Brenna came back with her notebooks. She was winded, but extremely excited, a welcome relief for Loris, who had been wondering if nothing could break through her gloom. This is what I wanted to talk to you about, she said to Loris, as she snatched a torch and came close with her papers. They depicted drawings of the runes from the probe on the Magellan, as well as some musical notes. What are you suggesting? These don't look remotely alike, Loris said. I know the runes and the music notes don't appear similar, but there's something about the variations in the patterns that bear a resemblance. I wonder if they made some kind of alphabet out of these transfigured musical notes, inferring shapes for everything after G through increasingly complex runes. It's been my hunch anyway, she said. It's a better idea than anything else I've heard, Loris said. Did you bring this to the scientific research team? This just occurred to me not too long ago, and by then no one else really cared about the probe anymore. But now, I have a whole second set of data to check my theory against. I can already tell the arrangement of runes on this one is different. It's saying something else, Brenna said. Yeah, we found your new planet, and we're going to blow it up too, Lopez added. I can't believe no one from the Magellan has come down after all this, Stade said. They were surprised when a voice spoke up from the nearby shadows. It was Kid, who was slumped against a shack, seemingly unscathed. They'll never come, she said in nearly a whisper. Armand gave them strict orders not to. No one will come until the next scheduled landing. Another week. Maybe we should start working on a smoke signal. This planet might not be here in a week, Lopez said. I've got a better idea. I can get a message up to them from the buried ship. It'll take me a while to get out there, Loris said. Buried ship? Kid said. He said he'd sent it into space with a self-destruct command after it had dug our well. We would have burned him if we'd known. Loris didn't have much time to sort through the implications of Gallo's lies for her. And he was willing to kill to keep you from knowing, but that didn't work out too well for him. But we can't dwell on that. We need answers now. No words were required to get the help of Panic and Lopez, who eagerly joined him on the trek to the space mole. They sent the message, returned to the village through the darkness, and even caught a few hours of dozing before waking up to find the Balboa floating above their heads. It touched down along one of the paths, crushing a few tents on either side. Ricky Lala and her team emerged, along with her charismatic, no-nonsense, analytical demeanor. Ricky approached Loris, Brenna, and Stade, while the others attended to the probe. I can tell you that we've scanned every square meter of Nova for any chance of the trace elements we detected after the explosion on Earth. I'm 100% positive that there is nothing buried underground that could produce a similar detonation. You are correct that I was gravely mistaken that the microwave transmissions from the probe we recovered were meaningless. It was based on the assumption that the planet was the primary target. Are you saying it was an accident that Earth was destroyed? Loris asked. No. I believe the destruction of the planet was incidental. relative to the overarching goal of eliminating humanity, Lala said, turning her head to the crater. While she was emotionless, Loris found the idea maddening. For Brenna, it produced a worried tremor in her voice. But you just said we're safe from them, right? She said they hadn't gotten here yet, Stade spoke up. There's more than one way to skin a cat. The bomb they planted didn't finish the job. The only option left is to come and do it themselves. The scary concept had no effect on Lala. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Unless we can figure out what these probes are meant to communicate, we have no way of knowing the situation we face. I've been developing some calculations, but let me see what you came up with. Brenna smiled over her shoulder as Lala led her into the Balboa. Loris was disappointed to miss out on being a part of the conversation, but it turned out their walk was only just the beginning. They made a dozen trips to and from the new probe over the course of the day. It wasn't until the sun began to set that the two women were ready to report. One was grinning from ear to ear, while the other looked like she was sleeping with her eyes open. Our psychologist has a knack for figuring out how even aliens think, Lala said. It was an interesting proposition that the runes were built off of musical notes. That wasn't correct, and neither was the idea that the complexity of the runes conveyed meaning in a straightforward way. But she was right that there's a similarity between how music sheets and these symbols are structured. But numbers are the language of the universe, not letters, and I've attempted to decipher the probes using lengths of time, like the known age of the universe and the planet. Using Miss Morse's pattern, I can state with authority that the first probe communicates simply the exact time that the Earth was destroyed. What does the new one say? Someone gathered among them asked. Ricky Lala sucked her lip. The new probe references a date roughly 11 months in the future, at which time it would be reasonable to infer some kind of attack. Again, I have no way of knowing precisely what will happen or who sent this, but considering it would take us 4 months to reach Detonus, either they need time to prepare or they are unable to travel as quickly as we can. Regardless of which it is, we've made some more observations about the probe while it was in flight. It was sent almost instantly after the Magellan arrived in orbit around the planet, traveling at a speed previously thought impossible. It came from Detonus, as the other did. My belief is that the material composing this probe is a physical manifestation of space-time, and that the runes are transported through it like a portal. Moving any sort of life at this speed is unfathomable. The reaction of the growing crowd grew in intensity until they were nearly unruly. Even those who hadn't been there when the Earth was destroyed had a visceral sense of the danger they faced. 11 months? Someone shouted. 11 months and 17 days until some event will happen here. What are we supposed to do? We've got to get off of Nova, more shouts called. Lala glanced about, these questions moving away from her area of expertise and getting closer to Loris's. The Magellan has a maximum capacity of 1,600. The closest habitable planet would take over 4 months to reach, she said. It didn't need to be said that those time frames meant that evacuating the 10,000 residents of Nova was not an option. The vast majority of them would be here at the time designated by the probe, and they stood to be wiped out. But Loris knew the line of thinking that called for them to flee missed the point now even more so than it did after the destruction of Earth. Loris stepped forward and took to the platform alongside Brenna and Lala, who quickly gave up fielding an increasing number of anxious questions. The time for running away is over. We are being hunted to extermination by an alien force that will not stop until they have finished what they started. It doesn't matter if we leave the probes behind. It doesn't matter if we find a new planet to go to. They will continue to relentlessly come after us. It's time to do what we should have done in the first place. We gather our strength, we put together a plan, and we deliver justice on their home world. There's got to be a way. With any luck, we'll be back before the probe's date to let the rest of you know you can stop worrying. Humanity's best are among us now, and we will not fail." The reaction was muted as Loris looked out at those gathered. Many of them had only arrived on the planet the day before, but their eyes shone with resolve and determination. There was only one way forward, and they would give it all they've got. The challenges were obvious. The enemy on Detonus had advanced technology and a population stretching into the billions. One space station with a fleet of 5 medium-sized ships would have to take them on. "What are we waiting for? Let's move out," Stade said, clapping his hands to drive them. "Go, go, go!" The crowd broke into action, and Loris headed inside the Balboa to put a plan in motion for extracting all of the military officers. If any of the Magellan's civilians wanted off, now was the time. He'd barely reached the console when he noticed Brinna had followed him in. "We can have some more of your things brought down," he said. The Novan rules had been thrown out the window. "No, I'm coming with you. I want to be there when it happens, for the sake of everyone I've lost, and for you." He got up and turned to her, surprised that she was willing to take the risks. "I don't know what's going to happen." "Neither do I. But I want to face those uncertainties head on, and it helps if the people close to me feel the same way," she said. Loris noticed that they were standing very close. The light from the console gave her beautiful brown hair a green sheen in places. "It sounds like you're living for revenge." She raised her eyebrows. "Maybe not just revenge." She stepped closer and leaned in. The kiss lasted only a moment, soft and sweet, but enough to fill Loris with hope. It was hard not to think that everything would work out after that. Before long, the Hudson was set to take them back to the Magellan, where they'd spend the next several months searching for clues about how to proceed as they got closer to Detonus. Panic and Lopez were alongside him as he strapped in and prepared for departure. "I'm going to miss bivouacking around out in the jungle," Lopez said. "I think you're confusing that with bushwhacking," Panic said. "As for me, I've never wanted to leave somewhere so badly in all my life. Those little flies were nesting in my hair. I'd use boiling water to get clean at this point." They took off for the Magellan, and Loris immediately felt a sense of comfort being back in space. It almost felt like home, or it was at least somewhere that made sense to him, with predictable rules and dangers. The same couldn't be said for the society built by the Novans, which was akin to walking around blindfolded all the time, just for the heck of it. Loris did take a consolation gift, though. Out a window, he could see the exhumed space mole ascending alongside them. It was an older ship, but Loris wanted to dock it at the USF Cook station and see if they could upgrade it during the journey. It had the potential to come in handy. A short time later, the large, key-shaped station drifted into view. Some who'd been on Nova as long as Loris even broke out into cheers over the sight. It was like seeing a friend after a regrettable absence. After docking, everyone on board headed for the airlock and emerged into the crowded bay, which reminded Loris of the first time he'd boarded the Magellan. Sonia Firth, Kelly Reed, Atsushi Yamaguchi, and Marta Aylward were all there. The sight of those who'd turned their backs on Loris was painful, but there were bigger grievances that needed to be nursed now. "So who's in charge around here now?" Stade asked loudly. "I'm not sure if you heard, but our old friend Armand Iotash was ready to turn this station into scrap. Seems a good thing he didn't get the chance now, and the whole deal of playing a unified traitor didn't work out well for him in the end." Some of the chiefs had enough integrity to appear embarrassed. I can vouch in painful detail how Loris Roderick has been researching this assault on Detonus, even when doing so defied any hint of reason or logic, Riki Lala said. From her, that was as close to a compliment as he was likely to get. "Commander Roderick!" Panic shouted. She put one hand in the air and another on his shoulder. Cheers rang out from those returning from the planet that quickly spread to those who'd remained on the station. "Let me extend my apologies," Chief Yamaguchi said. "Know that we never intended to hurt you. I understand why many of you got behind Iotash. It made sense to come here. The day will come when we'll need to decide on a new home, and Nova may very well be it. We need to put that past behind us and focus on the task at hand," Loris said. "Are you giving the order for the station to depart?" Kelly Reed said. But Loris shook his head. "My first order is for a little change of decorum, specifically in the concourse area. We've had some special decorations that have outlived their usefulness. Can you please jettison the probe and put it into orbit around Nova? I hope the beings on Detonus don't mind unexpected guests." Chapter 14. Months of space travel passed, each day bringing the fight of their lives closer and closer. Loris was proud of the crew for working tirelessly in preparation of what was to come, but he couldn't rest easy for a second. Nearly every thought was consumed with the need to be stronger, smarter, better. It helped when they were finally in range of their long-range scanners and could begin to get a more detailed picture of where they were headed than the spectrophotometer provided. Loris and Stade met with groups from the military and research teams to analyze the new data in the conference room. A model of the solar system, including Detonus, appeared above the chip table. 5 planets revolved around a sun. Interestingly, another planet with a habitable environment orbited the sun from the same distance as Detonus, but at about the exact opposite end. "We have little more than a few weeks before we arrive at our destination and come face to face with our enemies. What have we learned that we can use to win?" Yamaguchi adjusted the model to zoom in on Detonus. "We are beginning to detect a highly advanced civilization, with a number of stations orbiting around the dwarf planet that are each larger than the Magellan, but with no engines to speak of. Smaller vessels in the area number in the thousands. It's impossible for us to appraise the capability of their weapons or means of resistance until they are put into use." "Understood," Loris said. "Their advantage is the same as ours. They don't know what our ships are capable of. With any luck, most of those ships are non-military, and when they get a taste of the Cortez, it may shock the rest of them enough to give us a chance." Riki Lala appeared unconvinced. "If they had a mind to, they could destroy everything we have by sending ships to crash into us, and it wouldn't even put a dent in their numbers. But something I've noticed is that the planet is radiating gamma rays at an astonishingly high frequency from a single point on the surface that is then reflected around the planet through a number of mirrored arrays. My hypothesis is that all of these space vessels are unmanned or at least fully controlled by this one gamma station, and knocking it out would neutralize them." The model zoomed in further to reveal a hazy glimpse of the gamma station, which looked like a giant flashlight towering above some nearby structures. Adjusting to view the gamma rays, the model showed a red and yellow beam streaming out into space to one of the arrays and then filtering out in every direction around the planet. "The planet looks incredibly barren, all brown and dark red," Stade observed. "It is. Remember, there's no oxygen on the planet, just gaseous and liquid methane. Plant life as we know it doesn't exist here. Instead, the dominant life forms on Detonus appear to get their sustenance from fungus and mold growing on bare ground." "Delicious," Loris said dryly. Do we have any sense of what they look like? What does a creature look like that is made out of carbon like us, but breathes methane and eats mold? Because of our perspective, getting a look at any of them is impossible. Faint traces of their movements suggest that they have a humanoid form, but might be more comfortable on all fours, and have a tendency to stay low to the ground, she said. Can we get back to the Gamma Station? Is there any reason to believe we'd have trouble disabling it if we got close enough? Loris asked. In my estimation, if we made it past the orbiting stations, which appear heavily armed, and got to the surface, there wouldn't be anything we couldn't do. I'm not detecting much in the way of defenses at all, but what I do see are incredible attempts to shape landmasses into colossal nesting circles that must have taken thousands of years to create. We are talking about a very old civilization here that has apparently never felt threatened at home. Well, they're about to, and catching them off guard will be crucial. What about our approach through the nebula? Loris asked. Any benefit from that is likely to dissipate very soon. It's a common misconception that nebula can be something to hide in, but in reality, they are too faint for the eye to see, whether up close or at a distance. They show up in our spectroscopes, which would be unlikely to distinguish an approaching ship anyway. For our purposes, going through the nebula is simply the shortest route to our destination, and we'll know that we've been spotted when the stations or vessels adjust their formations to confront us, Lala said. Loris leaned back in his chair and covered his mouth with his hand. He looked over at Stade, who was holding his arms and glaring at the model. When he saw Loris looking at him, he shook his head. We've only got one chance to do this. You don't get to be an old civilization by being caught with your pants down for long. Pondering what would produce the best outcome, Loris searched for anything else that they could use to their advantage. Do we know where they are launching the probes from? He asked. Yes. In fact, we've seen several more go out since getting in range. They are coming out of some underground facility here, at this launch point, Yamaguchi said. It looks relatively close to the Gamma Station. We could confuse them by making it seem like we're going for the probe launch site. But what I'd like to do is slow down near the edge of the solar system, where we could have the Cortez and the Balboa detach. They'd approach Detonus from a different angle, while the Magellan became the focus of the aliens' response. Back in the Academy, I used to play around with what I called a systems-off maneuver, ramping up speed and then cutting the engines to coast in to my target. There's enough meteor presence in the area that they'd be unlikely to notice a couple more floating heaps. Loris smiled, pleased that some of the ideas he'd developed in his early days were finding new life. But with everything off, there'd be no way to detect when enemy ships had turned to engage, Yamaguchi said, a note of alarm in his voice. The Magellan wouldn't even be able to tell them they were surrounded. You'd have literally nothing to tell you what's going on, other than looking out the windows. It's a risk. There's no doubt about that. But the chance to put the best two ships in our fleet knee-deep in their territory without detection isn't going to happen by any other means. It'll be up to the Magellan and the rest of the fleet to provide a worthwhile distraction, making it seem like we're on the attack while really keeping a safe distance. Yamaguchi kept his mouth closed and nodded silently. I think it could work, Stade said. It's bold and has the potential to end the fight before it's even started. Then we can sort out what we want to do with them after their space fleet has been turned into a floating junkyard. The only question is, who's going to pilot those ships? I'll take one. I'll take the other, Loris said. I've got a good feel for when to turn the power back on, and I couldn't ask anyone else to try to pull this off if I wasn't willing to do it myself. It was the night before the mission was set to begin, and Loris attempted to escape from the feeling of anxiety pervading the station by going to one of his favorite spots, a simulator where he could practice his aim and run through different scenarios for the upcoming fight. He used to spend time in one of these every day before he'd taken the job on board the Magellan. But now, even after months of practice, he still felt that time on Nova had dulled his skills. The simulator was designed to look like the cockpit of the Cortez, a short space barely larger than a closet that was expected to hold 4 crew members. But in the simulator, he was responsible for everything. For fun, he went through some of the classic challenges the unified fleet had fought against the Silica. The Cortez was such an improvement that it proved too easy. So Loris found a way to modify the program to make it seem like he was flying one of the old C-38s. In the relics that were in service around the time when the Silica first arrived, the plasma cannons had such a narrow blast radius and seemingly eternal recharge time that there was almost no margin for error. Loris watched the monitor as Silica ships emerged in their typical swarm formation. Strafing them was usually enough to throw them off and get in a few clean shots. One managed to get in close before Loris blasted it at point-blank range. Getting a glimpse at the ship, he marveled that the Silica hadn't managed to improve their technology at all since they'd first attacked Earth. No one knew if that was because they were unable or unwilling to improve. But before the explosion, there was talk about how the Magellan and the new fleet might be enough to counterattack on the Silica's home turf, maybe knock out the construction facilities making their fighters. But that was a long time ago, and the devastating blow to Earth meant the Silica would be able to freely spread their way around the galaxy with their full-throated malice and mediocre ships. The thought depressed him. So he switched over to the set of scenarios they could be facing as they approached Detonus. The simulator had masterfully rendered scanner data of the planet, their space stations, and the ships. In the most favorable scenario, he sailed with little resistance right down to the planet's carved but desolate surface and blew the Gamma station to bits. Once that was knocked out, he had a field day destroying secondary targets, places that appeared to be manufacturing centers, mining facilities, storage hangars, even shopping malls and schools. After they'd killed 11 billion, each shot to get back at them felt good, no matter the target. In more challenging scenarios, the Detonus fleet moved to intercept the Cortez even before he'd had a chance to flip the power back on, leaving him no choice but to try to outmaneuver them until the weapons systems came back online. Their unmanned ships were small, sometimes too small to show up on the radar or to lock onto, forcing Loris to fire without the assistance of the guidance systems. That was where being rusty hurt him. The enemy ships closed in, pummeling the Cortez's shield generator with surgical precision. Once they got close, the Cortez made use of its other weapons, including its latch and drills. It was able to catch and demolish several of them in a matter of minutes, but before long, the hull had been breached and the simulation shut down, marking defeat. Loris enjoyed losing in simulations, because it was an opportunity for him to improve. "Let's try that again," he said. Restarting the program, Loris resisted the urge to bring the Cortez to life earlier than he would have. But this time, instead of simply trying to avoid enemy fire, he tried to buy time by breaking from his course and fleeing in the opposite direction. He dropped charges in his wake and waited to see if the enemy ships would be smart enough to notice them and steer clear. Before they exploded, everything went dark. It happened fast, and he felt fabric pull tight over his eyes. "You didn't know you had a stowaway on board," said a female face close to his ear. It was Brenna, and a smile came to Loris's lips. "I should probably take care of that first," he said, attempting to get out of his seat, but she held him down. "Not if you don't want those bad guys to shoot you. They're coming in fast at 5 o'clock. Watch out for the meteors ahead. Your energy weapons will arm in just a few seconds," she said. Loris took a breath and attempted to operate the console blindfolded, responding to her observations as best he could. They took the Cortez closer to the meteors, and even managed to shoot down a few enemy ships. "Oh no, they've knocked out the engine," she said. Loris hit a few more buttons, producing a strange plunking sound. "What was that?" Loris asked, attempting in vain to peek below the fabric. "You've just ejected the oxygen tanks. We only have minutes to live," she said. "Did I really?" Loris laughed. "The bad guys have left us to drift and suffocate. How do you want to spend your last moments of life?" Her hands were on his shoulders. He felt the blindfold hanging over his nose. "I've got a few ideas." He felt her weight on his lap as she straddled him in the chair. Pulling the blindfold off, her slim figure glowed in the simulator's lights. Seeing her looking down at him with her chestnut eyes and sneaky grin was euphoric. Unable to resist, his hands crept under her shirt and felt her bare sides. She set her hands on his chest and leaned in for a long kiss. Afterwards, she put her arms over his shoulders and nuzzled her head against his. "I'm afraid all the progress I've made will be wiped out if I lose you," she said. "Because of me, future generations will think being a psychologist will mean being a nutcase who knows so much but can't manage her own mental state." Loris set his arms on her back and held her close. He knew she wanted him to do this. In fact, she wouldn't have it any other way. But the price would be high if it didn't work out. It all depended on if the easy or difficult simulation proved a better representation of reality. "I'm going to come back, I promise. But we can worry about that when we get to it. For now, I haven't even left, and we have this entire night together." Brenna sat up and smiled. "I know you're a survivor, but we'll have to see if you can survive tonight first," she said, grasping his shirt in her fists and pushing him against the seat's backrest before leaning in for another warm and delicious kiss. Brenna gave Loris the best send-off he could have asked for, and he was riding high as he put on his spacesuit and stepped into the airlock. Panic and Lopez were with him, while Stade, Red Hook, and a few others were climbing aboard the Balboa. The Magellan was already decelerating, and the plan was for the two ships to detach quickly before the station started gaining steam again on its way to Detonus. Loris took his seat in the cockpit of the Cortez, knowing he was in for a long day and they wouldn't be getting to the fun parts until much later. There'd be several hours of quiet drifting through space in which he'd have nothing to do but think about all the people he needed to deliver payback for. "The Magellan has reached optimum speed for detachment," Lopez said. "Captain Stade, are you ready to get this show on the road?" Loris asked over the comm. The reply came back crisp and clear. "Let's get moving. I've got an awful twitch in my trigger finger," he said. Loris gave the order to Lopez, and the Cortez separated from the station and began to slowly pull away. He glanced through the window to see the Balboa following suit alongside. "If you don't mind my asking, did you really not know he was your father?" Panic wondered aloud. "How is that possible?" "It's complicated," Loris said. "I understand it," Lopez added. "I mean, who doesn't have so many children that it can be hard to find the time to tell them all who their father is?" Loris chuckled to himself, hoping they'd remain this relaxed throughout the mission. "All right, let's hit the engines and get over to the rendezvous point," Loris said. Taking another glance through the window, he set his sights on the sun in the center of the solar system and the target planet somewhere nearby. They were going to have to be careful. Making mistakes that cost lives was not acceptable. Loris was about to return to his console when he thought he saw a speck of something pass across the sun. "Have we read any movement from the fleet around Detonus?" Loris asked. "Nothing that would indicate any awareness of our presence," Panic answered. "Let's stay sharp." They hadn't been traveling for more than 10 minutes before a sudden jolt shook the ship. "What was that?" Loris asked. "We've been hit. I'll get the proton shields up," Panic said. "The scanners. Take a look at this. It's unbelievable," Lopez said. While he began communicating with the Magellan, Loris took a look at lights echoing all around them on the console. Red dots seemed to disappear completely at about a quarter of the distance of the scanner's maximum range. Digging a little deeper into the reports on the console, Loris was able to confirm that these ships met the same profile. "These ships have something that makes them invisible, except at close proximity. Let's coordinate with the Balboa and take a defensive posture," Loris said. "We're taking more fire," Panic said. "It looks like they're firing electrical bursts." Both Loris and Lopez turned to look at her, to see if she was being serious. "Our ships should be able to absorb that with no problem," Lopez said. "Yes, these attacks pose virtually no threat, and I'm not detecting any other type of weaponry in use. It's possible with enough fire they could disrupt some of the Magellan's circuitry, causing it to overheat and fry or something," Panic went on. The ships were black, perhaps made out of a material similar to the probes. Heat signatures signaled that these were not unmanned vessels after all, but they carried probably a single occupant each. Loris caught more glimpses of them through the window as he took a moment to adjust to the possibility that the enemy fleet was basically powerless against them. "I suppose we should return fire, right? Let's start with the plasma cannons," he said, bringing up the ship's weapons interface. One ship appeared to be buzzing around them, pelting them with electricity, with all of the effect of getting splashed at the beach. Loris locked on and fired, sending a capsule full of irradiated material barreling through space. The enemy ship had no time to react. The collision sparked a reaction that blew the pesky fighter into pieces. It was hard not to smile with satisfaction that they'd got one back in the name of Earth. Loris continued to return fire, destroying enemy ships with perfect accuracy. He switched to photons to pick off those that were further away. The Balboa was now swatting down fighters left and right as well. "They destroyed Earth, but they're hopeless in a space fight? It doesn't add up," Lopez said, sounding almost disappointed. "They did spot us approaching, and were coming to intercept before we even noticed, so they do have that going for them," Panic said. The number of enemy fighters rapidly diminished. The Cortez casually executed a few maneuvers to keep their adversaries rounded up, continuing to shoot down ship after ship that attacked them in vain. "The simulator didn't have anything like this," Loris said. "It wasn't even an option to just fight through their entire fleet, rather than try to knock out the Gamma Station." "What do you make of that big one?" Lopez asked. "Looks like a command ship to me," Loris said, spotting it on the radar. A medium-sized vessel, somewhat larger than the Balboa or even the Hudson, kept a healthy distance from the fight, neither firing nor fleeing. While the small fighters from Detonus had more of an aerodynamic needle shape, this squadron leader had long wings along each axis that spun around an oblong body. It reminded Loris of a pinwheel. "Yeah, but what do you think it's doing?" "Watching its pilots die pointless deaths," Loris shrugged. "But we're running out of targets, and hanging around like that isn't going to get it any mercy." The last enemy fighter was added to the floating junk pile when the Cortez and the Balboa turned to the command vessel, which attempted to make a belated escape. Like the fighters, it had no shield to speak of, and it didn't move particularly fast. "It's yours if you want it," Stade said over the comm. "Wait, they're hailing us. There's a language file the ship's infrared system can translate," Panic said. Loris held his finger above the button to fire. He pulled back, knowing that being spotted meant their mission to float into range and attack the planet was already a bust. The Magellan was closing in on their location. It brought a smile to his face to think that he'd hear the ship's occupants begging him to spare their lives. Sure. Let's bring them up on the monitor, he said. Make sure the Balboa and the Magellan are listening in. Soon, a video stream appeared over the ship's windshield, displaying a ghastly-looking creature that would haunt Loris's nightmares. This detonin had yellow-green skin hanging loosely over its skull. If a human had been starved to death in a tub of lye, it might look something like the being displayed on the screen before them. These hideous, mold-eating, methane-breathing destroyers of Earth appeared to be the embodiment of death themselves. "Relieve your attack at once," came the translation from infrared after the detonin produced a series of strange, guttural sounds from its mouth. Loris kicked the stand to his console in an attempt to punish the program for its weak rendering of the alien language. Loris got up from his seat and stepped toward the monitor. He was going to relish this. "Why are you telling us to stop when you were the ones who attacked us first?" he said. The detonin glanced away from its screen, perhaps also fighting with its translation program, or perhaps terrified that it was about to die. Awkward, jerky mannerisms could have been its normal style of movement, but Loris got the impression that it seemed nervous. "You have invading my space. We are no choicing but to retaliate," it said. Loris couldn't help but grin. That was everything he needed to hear. "I wasn't talking about your fighters out here on the edge of your system. You attacked us first when you detonated a bomb on Earth that destroyed the planet and everyone on it. But I'm glad you have a sense that it is justified to react when one has been attacked. I know you understand what we have to do after you killed 11 billion men, women, and children. You not only took their lives, you took our future, you took our past, and you took our home. I know we will have your utmost sympathy when we take all of that from you in return. We will spare no one. Your fleet will be pulverized. Your cultural monuments will be defaced and demolished. Your children will be extinguished. Your species will be eradicated, and the universe will go on as if you never existed. We're not interested in being morally superior or more merciful than you. We are here for revenge." When he finished, Loris had the pleasure of watching the impact of his words on his adversary, who visibly recoiled. Its milky, irisless eyes grew darker until they were almost large black beads. "We do no atrocities. We do no atrocities," it said over and over until Loris interrupted it. Watching that creature deny what it had done only because it was now outgunned made him angry. "You cannot lie to us. We've traced the probes to your planet. The one on Earth triggered when the bomb should go off, leaving the planet a floating field of rubble. You did this, and you continue to do this. We've seen you send more probes, threatening destruction on more planets. I'm going to put a stop to this once and for all," he said. The detonin quaked, raising 3-fingered hands and twisting them at the wrist in a gesture Loris could only guess at. "You mistake. We send a probe to alert your danger. It tells the time of doom and points to the bomb package. It's the Sun Shadow people that hunt and kill worlds. We are weak and can only alert danger and hope for save themselves. The Sun Shadow are evil killers. They want to be the only life." Loris peered hard at the creature, trying to sort out what it meant and what it knew about the destruction of Earth. Could it be that they'd been wrong about the probes? Wrong about who destroyed their planet? "By Sun Shadow, it's talking about the habitable planet on the other side of the sun, I believe," Panic said. "We hadn't identified any ships in that area, or signs of an advanced civilization, but it's possible the scanners failed to identify them too." "Yamaguchi is coming through with the revised plan of attack to take Detonis. Straightforward smash and dash," Lopez said. Loris froze, stricken by the fear that they were going after the wrong people. Wiping out millions of aliens to avenge Earth was one thing, but doing so without cause would be an unbearable mistake, more so if those people had actually been trying to help. "Lopez, can you run this by Ricky Lala to see if this passes muster with her?" he asked, before turning back to the screen. "If you were trying to tell us that our planet was about to be destroyed, couldn't you have included something in the message about the bomb that would cause it? No one was able to even figure out what these symbols meant until after it happened." The detonin wiped its cheek after a pustule burst and began to leak some kind of ooze. "The probe is a warping of time. It can only convey time," it said. Loris stewed, growing increasingly frustrated with a conversation leading away from his intended course of action. It would have been so much easier if there was a way to catch the detonin in a lie, but so far, everything was hard to dispute. "Lala says that it's impossible to erase ambiguity when determining the intent behind the probes," Lopez said. Loris sighed and clenched his fists. "She would say something like that," he muttered. "I'm beginning to pick up signals of more of the Detonus fleet moving in our direction. I wouldn't call it an attack formation, but this command ship is getting some backup," Panic said. Loris felt pinched for time. He needed to make a decision, and it had to be the right one. "Tell us what you know about the Sun Shadow people," he said, hungry for something that would clarify what they needed to do. The detonin's eyes began to grow lighter. "They are people simple but deceptive. We have spent thousands of years to build our technology. They have spent thousands of years to build power of mind. They can travel great distances, control, and create all with power of mind," it said. A thought occurred to Loris, one he thought would trip them up. If the Sun Shadow are intent upon destroying all other life, how come they haven't managed to exterminate you? "Our atmospheres mutually incompatible," it said. Loris waited for it to go on, but all that followed from the enemy ship was silence. Struggling to figure out the meaning, Loris turned to Panic for help. She rubbed her eyes as she thought. "Perhaps their mental power isn't enough to allow their body to withstand Detonus's methane atmosphere. If they don't have spacesuits or breathing apparatuses, the Sun Shadow may be limited in what planets they can wreak havoc on," she said. Loris clenched his teeth, succumbing to the realization that they hadn't yet gotten to the bottom of who destroyed Earth, and that going up against an alien race with incredible mental prowess held the promise of great danger. But he wasn't willing to back down before, and he sure wasn't going to stop now. Finding those responsible and avenging his people was so close at hand. "We will go to the planet behind the sun and deliver judgment according to their guilt," Loris said, sighing and giving the signal for the Cortez to return to the Magellan. The detonin on the screen opened its mouth wide, revealing toothless gums that wriggled as if they were filled with insects. It may have been happy. "We knew you would see reason." Chapter 15. Desperate to uncover the truth about who was responsible for Earth's destruction, Loris docked the Cortez and ordered the Magellan to travel to the planet opposite Detonus. The detonin fleet returned home without giving them any more trouble, clearing the way to a dark yellow orb of scrub forest, grassland, and short but jagged hills. While there was plenty of vegetation, animal life was almost non-existent. It took a painfully long time to root out the beings the detonin referred to during their conversation. But these life forms were only a few thousand strong, and huddled in one secluded corner of the land. Their home consisted of thatched canopies and tunnels that would make the crossroads on Nova appear overdeveloped by comparison. Brenna insisted upon accompanying Loris and the others as they took the Hudson down to the surface. No one was under any illusions that a psychologist would be able to match creatures with psychic powers, but she was hungry to help and couldn't stand being on the station anymore. It didn't take them long to encounter one of the natives. When the Hudson's hatch opened and the dozen crew set foot on the temperate planet, it caught them off guard when what appeared to be a 10-year-old boy stepped out of the brush. He stood there and gazed at them with wide-eyed wonder, seemingly oblivious to their weapons or the harm they intended to inflict if they'd been behind the explosion of Earth. Loris looked down at him, considering if he needed to find a way to ask if his parents were around. "You've come here to destroy us." They heard the words clear as day in their minds, but the boy's lips never moved, and no one else was around. Those from the Hudson looked around at each other to see if others had heard the voice too. It was off-putting to Loris, who already had trouble accepting that the boy's verbal projection was real, to tell a child he might wipe out his people. He couldn't do it. "No, of course not," Loris said, wondering if those words would end up being a lie. The expression of the young boy didn't change. After staring at him for a few minutes, they began to pick up subtle clues that he was not human. The interior of his nostrils, the length of his fingers, and his extremely slow breathing suggested that he was very much a different kind of life form. He wore a loincloth and the thinnest sandals imaginable. "Unwitting agents. Clever." As much as Loris burned to find out how they could have set the bomb in Earth's crust, the boy's abilities were too strange to go without commenting on. "How is it that you're able to understand our language, even though you've never seen us before?" The child tilted his head a little. "We don't understand any language. What we understand is cerebral expression. From that root, all languages are compatible. But I will correct you. We have seen you before." Loris blinked when he heard that, anticipating a hint at the answer he'd been searching for. "What do you know about the death of humanity?" he asked, sounding less accusatory than he'd imagined he would from the beginning. There was just something about this creature's youthful appearance that made him resistant to blame. The boy closed his eyes, turned around, and walked back into the brush. "You should ask me what I know about its origins." What followed wasn't a word, so much as an urge in their minds to follow him, an urge he had clearly placed there. They waded into the knee-high grass and ducked into a large bush that required careful maneuvering between its branches. On the other side was an arid patch of land, with short trees on a declining slope. The boy walked on toward a grouping of steep hills without ever looking back. "The Detonans told us you did it, and sent us here to find you," Loris said, calling ahead. They were having trouble keeping up. "Like yours, this atmosphere is toxic to them. It has long pained them that they could never set foot on this land. All of the instruments they devised to withstand the air would instantly corrode. But now, they will never need to come here." While all of the boys' communication seemed to be uttered calmly and evenly, they still had a melancholy note about them, as if they covered a secret pain. They continued on down the slope and toward the hills, where similar wide eyes appeared partially hidden among the brush. "What do you mean that you've seen us before?" Loris asked. "We've watched you from here, as we've watched countless organisms rise to dominance on their planets. Their differences belie their similarities, common marks, and attributes. But we've watched you with interest. Sometimes it is the fool who performs an accidental masterstroke against all odds." It was hard not to wonder what he meant, and what this was all about. If the Detonans had lied, Loris wished this boy would go ahead and articulate it, so they could get back in their ships and start blasting more of them out of the sky. But the urge to follow continued, even as the boy walked into a tunnel that happened to be at the perfect angle to catch the fading light. Loris and Brenna exchanged a glance before ducking in after the boy. "Where are you taking us?" Brenna asked. Her voice seemed loud in this confined space. As they descended, fluorescent lichen appeared on the surface of the tunnel to guide them. "This is a path none of us have traversed for thousands of years. Only in this grave hour, long awaited, do we bear witness to what has been buried within. Even some of the things I need to say, you will not believe without proof." The descent continued, and Loris began to worry about being cut off from the Magellan, or even the surface. The floor of the tunnel was soft and seemed prone to a cave-in. If it didn't, the only way up might be crawling on hands and knees. "My heart is pounding," Loris said. "Mine too. I'm afraid I won't want to know what's down there," she said. But came to the end they did, where the tunnel fed into a room large enough for all of them to stand comfortably in. The lichen cast everything in a glow, including many sets of bones of similar stature to that of their guide. 2 large, black objects occupied space next to each other, near the rear of the room. One was instantly recognizable, while the other was of a similar material, but clearly had a different purpose. "This is something you are familiar with," the boy said of the probe. "You now know that it designates a moment in time in which a species will perish. This one was meant for us." Brenna's eyes widened, and she reached into her pack for her papers. "I'll save you the trouble of deciphering it. The time stated on this probe, which has sat in this spot for over 100,000 years, is identical to that of your landing here just a short while ago." His mouth growing dry, Loris began putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and although all of the details were unclear, he could tell they added up to something very wrong. "If you weren't responsible for the destruction of Earth, you have nothing to worry about from us. I promise you that," he said. The child's pained laughter echoed in their heads. "If only that were true. We've spent all this time wondering what our calamity would be, even as we watched others on planets far away reduced to ashes in countless ways. But we were never able to figure it out. Perhaps the detonins themselves didn't know, hoping that in your blindness you would cut our throats. It has come to pass nonetheless. Would you like to know how you destroyed us?" Loris was leaning toward the negative. As best he could tell, nothing had changed about the creature in front of him since their landing. "One thing we could have never known was that our reproductive capabilities were designed to be dependent upon being the planet's apex predator. That's not saying much, since there is little in the way of animal life around. But as soon as you arrived, and I first set eyes on you, it rendered us all irrevocably sterile. Our lifespans were designed to be approximately 1 year in length. In that time, we will cease to exist." It was sobering to hear talk of one's entire species perishing in such an even tone. Loris felt responsible, and it twisted his stomach into knots. "You keep saying designed," Brenna said, nearly in a whisper. "We were made." The boy went over to the other object in the room. It was the same size as the probe, but clearly more mechanical. At the push of a button, the front of it separated like doors to reveal 2 molds for 2 shapes of identical size to the boy. "The detonins made you," Loris said, though it felt like his throat was closing up, and making any sounds proved difficult. "Excellent deduction," the boy said. "As best we can tell, we were their first foray into creation of life on a grand scale. They made us more intelligent than they are, but they prudently included safeguards relating to our lifespan and reproductive capabilities that I've already described. But that wasn't enough, and with our creation, they also developed an algorithm to determine when we would pose a threat and require euthanization. Thus, the probes. Why even send the probes at all? Why not just carry out their death sentence without warning? Brenna asked. The boy looked at her intensely. Loris sensed that the others around him were fidgeting and uncomfortable. It is a quirk of their nature that they have a strong aversion to the unexpected, rivaled only by their instincts of self-preservation. To put it in a way that you might commonly use, they hate surprises. Each trial is carried out in a very thorough and orderly fashion, with a designated beginning and end. Loris had heard enough to know what was coming. The probes did signal more than an end. They pointed to the beginning as well. You're saying we were made by the Detonans. The boy produced a weak smile. He seemed to be growing exhausted quickly. Our knowledge suggests they are the only real organic life form with consciousness in the galaxy. The Detonans, as you call them, created many variations after us. What they were trying to achieve has been unclear, as most species are left alone until their sudden extinction. But never again did they place such an emphasis on intelligence. In fact, they developed a preference for straddling intelligence and ignorance, forgetfulness, gullibility, a dependence upon logic despite narrow perceptive abilities, crude mental tools for reasoning, self-defeating recency and proximity biases, a predilection for addictions, a raft of crippling psychological disorders and tendencies, long periods of youth, and old age with even less cognitive faculties. And that's just the beginning. These are the defining characteristics you were imbued with. Loris didn't know what to say, and Brenna appeared similarly speechless. The conversation, always mostly one-sided, now took on the qualities of a person talking to a plant. But what's interesting is that the time of our end still came after yours, the boy went on. Somehow, you were perceived to be a greater threat to the Detonans in a fraction of the time we had. And they were correct. You have created something that poses a great danger to them. They are aware only of your potential to disrupt them at this point in your development. Not that you actually have something with you capable of causing great harm. The threat we pose to them is in telling you. The voice in their head stopped suddenly, as the ground shook for a moment. Dust, and then stones came loose from the ceiling with enough weight and force to cause serious injury. Loris looked to the tunnel and knew they had to get out. Some were already starting to scramble up toward the exit. He put his arms over his head instinctively and glanced back in time to see the boy receive a blow to the head from a falling rock that laid him out on the dirt floor. "Get out!" Loris called. But instead of racing for the tunnel, he went for the boy. He had to know what it was they could do to the Detonans. "Loris!" Brenna shouted, and then coughed. The air was getting thick with silt. Dropping to his knees, he saw that their guide was unconscious and bleeding from the head. Loris picked him up and started for the tunnel, unsure how he was ever going to climb out while keeping the boy with him. He slung the small body over his shoulder in an attempt to free up both his hands, but he never was able to crawl more than a few steps before needing to catch the body from falling off. Shouts from farther up the tunnel made Loris look up and see that the latest tremor caused a partial cave-in, narrowing the space and slowing their ability to get out. Loris's wristband squeaked, an attempted communication that couldn't get through. Something was going on with the Magellan, and it couldn't be good. At the same time, another voice entered into his mind. "Leave him." Loris looked at the boy to see that he was still breathing lightly. At first, he shrugged him off and continued on without the burden, as the voice commanded. But because their progress was slowed, he wouldn't be able to get out much faster anyway. He strained and fought up the slope with the boy on his back, even though there could have been dozens of his kind at the top who could tell him. The pinch in the tunnel was the hardest to get through. He needed the help of one of his companions to pass the boy's body through first before squeezing through himself. From there, it was a straight shot to the exit, which seemed so much darker than it had been when they'd first entered. Already some were emerging onto the surface. Gasping and straining, Loris pulled himself up the slope. He was covered in grit that even seemed to be filling his mouth. As far as he knew, he was hauling a corpse for no apparent purpose. The ground shook again more violently than before. He heard a crashing behind him down the tunnel, as he was only a few meters from the top. A hand was there to help him take the last step onto the exposed surface. He coughed and clutched the grass before struggling to his feet. "There's word from the station," Red Hook said. "The Magellan is under attack from the Detonins. They were hiding their strength before and are coming on much stronger. We don't have any time to lose." Loris sensed the boy breathing against his shoulder. He was ready to run with him back to the Hudson, but they were suddenly encircled by dozens of the natives, all of whom were glaring at them with eerily intense and youthful eyes. "You can't leave." It was impossible to tell which one of them uttered the words in their heads. A girl seemed the most likely candidate, based on the tone of the voice, but when they didn't have to use their vocal cords to speak, it was possible any of them could sound like anything. "We don't have time for this. We're getting out of here," Loris said. He stepped closer, but the small bodies blocking his path didn't move an inch. "To do what? Fight and die? The one you carry has given you false hope. He is a troublemaker that has misled you into thinking you have a chance against the Makers. But even to fight them is an error. They gave us all life. For that we owe them, and it is their right to take it away." Loris squinted at them, appalled at the words appearing in his mind. He'd barely been able to process all that he'd heard at the bottom of the tunnel, but it sure didn't make him resigned to his own demise. "That's ridiculous. We're not going to stand by and let them slaughter us. They're bombing your land. They're trying to kill you as we speak, and you don't see any reason to resist?" Loris had to stop. They weren't moving. Crackles and blips of speech were coming in through the communicator on his wristband. "Intelligence often seems like idiocy to fools. Consciousness is a temporary state anyway. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter if it ends now or later. You need to be thankful for the time you had, without meddling in things that are beyond you." Loris could only take hearing how little they valued their lives for so long, before realizing that he need not respect them more than they respected themselves. Leading the way forward, he walked straight into the crowd before them, indiscriminately slamming into whoever was in his way. Many of them fell over and could have been trampled to death by those behind, but from the sounds of it, they wouldn't care much either way. They pressed on, away from the jagged hills and up the long slope toward the Hudson. Along the way, in the brush, they saw countless pairs of eyes that seemed able to peer into their souls. Loris felt exposed and embarrassed, like he couldn't even hide in his own skin. Unbidden thoughts bubbled up, that he was really only doing all of this to live up to his mother's reputation, or to secure more sexual satisfaction, or because he still felt inadequate and in over his head. It was almost enough to make him stop and give up on everything. "I'm sorry that I don't love you, and I'm not as smart as I pretend to be," Brenna said to him. He turned to look and saw she was on the verge of tears. It dawned on him that all of them were undergoing some kind of psychological attack from the children on the planet. With his free hand, he put his arm around Brenna and squeezed her close. "It's too bad for them. I already know what an insecure wreck I am." Each step took more effort than the last, but eventually they made it to the top of the hill and got within sight of the Hudson. The ground shook as more bombs landed in the area, forcing them to hurry. One shot to the ship would have left them stranded forever. They waded through more scrub trees and brush to where they could see that something was different about their ship. It was hard to tell exactly what at first, but as they got closer, Loris could make out the shapes. His mouth dropped open. The children were everywhere. Many had tied themselves to the landing gear. Others had climbed onto the top of the ship. Dozens more were standing directly behind the ship's jets, where they would be burned to a crisp as soon as the engines were turned on. "Are you kidding me?" Loris gasped. There were at least 100 of them around, and finding a way to clear them all out would not be an easy or quick task. "You're not going to hurt us, are you? I thought you were a good person." But by now Loris's sympathies were all used up. He felt like he didn't care about anything, and he wasn't going to waste a single second getting back to the Magellan. If being intelligent meant being fatalistic, he'd take stupidity any day. "All aboard," he called. The hatch opened, and they all marched into the ship. Loris handed their injured guide off to Red Hook and headed for the cockpit to initiate the launch sequence. The voices in his head were incessant, many of them disguised as his own thoughts, directing him to perform counterproductive actions. Somewhere, deep inside the cacophony of voices, Loris could tell they regretted trying to obstruct him, because it was not going to work. They had a reverence for the detonins that defied understanding. They were powerless to help themselves, and could only envision helping their murderers. The boy they met was different in some way, troublemaker or no. The only way Loris could hit the ignition button was to forget what it was and slap his hand against the console. As soon as the engine roared and the jets fired, control over his mind gradually returned. He tried not to think about how many he'd just killed, or when those tied to the ship would die. His focus instead was on the battle taking place up above, around the Magellan. Flipping open a comm channel, he asked for an update and told them they would be storming in with guns blazing. It was a comfort to hear his father come in from the helm of the Balboa. "The shields are holding, and we're fending them off for now. But shit has hit the fan out here, and it's do or die. There are too many of them, and nothing seems to work against them for long before they adapt. Even the Cortez is running out of tricks." It was a difficult prognosis to hear, but Loris held out hope they'd find a way to win. "I've got some good news for you. It might not seem like it, but the detonins are scared that we're going to beat them. They've never faced anything like this before. One of the life forms on the surface says he knows what we can do to hit them hard. We brought him with us," Loris said. "That's great. What is it?" Stade asked. For some reason, it hadn't immediately occurred to Loris that this line of discussion didn't have an ideal conclusion. "We don't know. He was knocked unconscious before he could tell us." "Oh, well, let's try to get that out of him," Stade said. "Good idea. Will do." The Hudson breached the planet's atmosphere and headed directly for the Magellan. Already, they could see flashes of light, explosions, and crashes swirling around nearby. The station's gunners were on their game, blasting anything that got close, but it seemed like they were in the midst of a never-ending onslaught. Loris pushed the thrusters to maximum, but it wasn't long before they drew the attention of a few enemy fighters that separated from the larger pack. These were larger, and clearly better armed than the needle fighters he'd encountered earlier. The console pinged when a report came in on them that detailed their design and known capabilities, which ranged from particle beams on the offensive end to shrapnel decoys for defense. The fighters had a strange U shape to them that reminded Loris of flying magnets. "Red Hook, did you say you were looking for target practice? We got a few coming in hot. Let's save the missiles for the bigger fish, if we can," Loris said to his gunner on the lower deck. "These guys look mostly dead anyway. I'm happy to finish the job," Red Hook said over the comm. While Loris preferred to do the gunning himself, he had a few tricks up his sleeve, piloting a mid-size vessel as well. The first fighter came up for a pass above them, and Loris pulled up on the nose and did a barrel roll right towards it, forcing a sharp deviation from its course. Struggling to regain velocity, the fighter managed to fire a few scattered shots before Red Hook picked it off with the photon blaster, cleaving the U-shaped ship in two, right down the middle. "What good is driving a truck if you can't use it to bully the smaller cars?" Loris said, grinning. "I'll need a souvenir to send home to Mom," Red Hook gloated. Their celebration came to a quick end, as the Hudson took enough fire from the other ships to cause a temporary dip in the shields. Much more, and they'd have nothing other than the metal sheets over their heads to defend them. Loris pulled the ship around, trying to find a way to get out of their line of fire. Red Hook continued to fire, but had difficulty landing more shots. All of a sudden, they had a handful of fighters trailing them. Another shot brought the shields even lower, worrying Loris. He pored over the ship's console, trying to put something together to help. "Divert more power to the rear shields," Loris said. "I'm slowing down." Incredulous remarks came over the comm that Loris struggled to ignore. Speed was one of the few things the Hudson had going for it, but he cut the thrusters and even went so far as to begin dumping fuel as the rear shields took a beating. Loris kept a close eye on the radar and maxed the thrusters out once the enemy fighters were in range. The ship's jets ignited the stream of fuel and caused an explosion that consumed two of the enemy fighters. During the resulting chaos, Red Hook shot down a third. With only two remaining fighters, it gave the Hudson some breathing room. Loris worked the controls and brought the ship nearly within point-blank range of the fighters. Red Hook shredded them, and they sailed on into the greater conflict. "How many more times are we going to have to do that?" Red Hook asked. Loris looked over the screen monitoring the health of the ship. They'd already taken many more hits than Loris would have liked, and they weren't even in the thick of it yet. Also in his mind was that the boy from the planet could use some real medical attention, and there was only one place to get that. "Is there any chance we could make a quick pit stop at the Magellan?" he asked, while watching lights flash in the firefight ahead. "Commander Roderick," Yamaguchi's stern voice came over the channel. "The Cortez is in dire need of assistance. Can you make it there?" Loris glanced at the radar, which showed the Cortez was nearly encircled from every angle by enemy ships. It had crossed his mind that the Cortez could have been the weapon the boy referred to. But even if it wasn't, he sure wasn't going to let it go. "Anybody who lays a finger on Panic and Lopez gets strapped to the hull," Loris said, changing course in the direction of the Cortez. Red Hook continued to fire at enemy vessels on the way. One blew up right in front of them, but it turned out that it had been the handiwork of one of the Magellan's gunners. They came within sight of the Cortez, which seemed penned in by square shields that each fighter projected in its direction. They seemed to perfectly block all incoming fire, leaving the Cortez to try to grab and smash them with its spidery legs. But the detonins were keeping their distance and trying to pepper the ship with photon fire from afar. "What's the read on their shields?" Loris asked. "I don't know, but it looks like they can only point them one way at a time," Panic said, sounding like she'd been through hell. Even just hearing her voice spurred him on. The Cortez wouldn't be able to take much more before it became Swiss cheese. "They're going to be on the wrong side of those shields in a second," Loris said. The Hudson came charging into the area, swooping just off to the side of the Cortez, forcing the tightly packed enemies to scramble. Photon fire streamed from below, and it looked like Red Hook even set off a few missiles to further clear the field. Some of the ships switched their shields to block the Hudson's incoming attacks, but those detonins were simply deleted by the Cortez's plasma cannons. Though they'd disrupted the siege on the Cortez, there were still a lot more enemies around, and more coming in all the time. The Cortez was rightly being considered the detonin's primary target. The Hudson continued to run laps around the Cortez, destroying enemy fighters left and right on each pass. It took on more fire as well, putting even more stress on the shields, which were now down to razor-thin margins. It helped when the newly equipped but still lumbering Space Mole looped into the area as well. The ship had only a few guns, but was a tank capable of withstanding loads of enemy blasts, even without the shields. Its hull was thicker than the average man is tall, and was intended to tolerate intense pressure and heat in planet cores. But having too many USF ships in the area put them at increased risk of collisions and friendly fire. The Hudson nearly crashed into an enemy fire until the Cortez plucked it out of space and ripped it apart. As it did so, a well-aimed shot struck the extended leg and seared it off. "That's the third leg I've lost," Panic growled. They decided to move closer to the Magellan and spread out in its vicinity, giving the station's gunners a chance to deal a greater share of the damage. Loris worried that meant inviting the larger Detonin spacecraft carrier closer as well. It had been hanging back, spewing forth its fleet of small fighters on a continuous basis. When he took another look, he saw something beginning to glow above the top of its triangle-shaped mouth. "Is that command ship charging something?" Loris asked, barely getting the words out before others noticed it as well. "We're taking evasive action. Someone needs to prevent that cruiser from firing," Yamaguchi said. "The Balboa is on it," Stade replied. "Give me a chance to fend off these pests and we'll flank you," Loris said, wondering how quickly he'd be able to close the gap between them. "No, we don't have time," Stade said. "If anything happens to the Magellan, if we lose this fight, it's over for all of us and the people on Nova. I'm not taking any chances." Loris continued to steer the Hudson through the thicket of enemy fighters it was in, but he activated the 3D radar to keep a better eye on the Balboa as it made an abrupt turn and began to arc toward the large Detonin carrier, drawing about a dozen small fighters with it. The Balboa was the nimblest ship they had, and its dorsal jet ports allowed it to shift directions on a dime. It made a few twists to avoid enemy fire that surely made everyone aboard lose their lunch. Stade pulled a tight loop-de-loop to circle back and shoot at some of its pursuers, but mostly it went straight for the carrier while juking and jiving to dodge incoming particle blasts. Considering some of his pursuers had those strong projection shields, getting the best of them was an unlikely prospect anyway. The carrier continued to belch ships, many of which now went straight for the Balboa, which approached from a high angle along the starboard side. The glowing tip of the weapon protruding from its head increased, leading to more nervous chatter over the comm that it would fire soon. It wasn't hard for Loris to imagine some giant blast boring a hole straight through the midsection of the Magellan. Stade had been right to go after it immediately. The Balboa fired a few shots from the photon cannon at a distance, but found that the carrier's exterior was too tough to take any serious damage from those blasts. "There's only one way to do this. I'm going to have to get in close," Stade said. More fighters replaced those that Red Hook had dispensed with, but even if they had nothing but empty space, they wouldn't be able to meet the Balboa in time. Some of the carrier's weaponry came online, requiring even more fancy footwork from Stade to remain unscathed. Loris couldn't help but smile when Stade made a sudden juke that resulted in a carrier blast destroying one of its own fighters. When Stade said he was getting in close, he wasn't kidding. The Balboa raced along the edge of the carrier, disappearing behind its opposite end. The radar screen pinged as the ship came up and dropped a few charges near the weapon before swooping down along the other side. The charges blew, resulting in an explosion that combined with the destabilized energy from the weapon to demolish the ship's head. Sighs of relief came over the comm. "While we're here, let's see what else we can do. It'd be rude to eat and run." Loris began to get a sense of the snarky, irreverent style Stade maintained as a pilot. It reminded him of himself and the tactics he used to keep his crew in a positive frame of mind. A little optimism was often enough to salvage a mission from the jaws of defeat. The Balboa continued to fly circles around the cruiser, which had virtually stopped firing back after suffering such a severe blow. Stade deposited charges like a wreath, venturing even close to the carrier's mouth before breaking away and setting a return course for the Magellan. When those charges went off at once, it created a dazzling flash of light that faded to reveal that the bulk of their opposition was in shambles. Not only that, but it also put a stop to the influx of new enemy fighters, which were suddenly stranded far from home. Loris could tell that the equation for the detonants piloting the fighters had changed drastically. Instead of continuing to bombard the Magellan's fleet, they gravitated toward a central location to swarm together and hide behind their shields. "Now it's our turn to take the offensive. Let's move in," Loris said, searching the cluster of ships for vulnerabilities. "Not so fast," said Yamaguchi. "Taking out that carrier has gotten the attention of the ships around the Detonin planet. They're sending a massive armada in our direction. That could mean 50 times the opposition we just faced." Loris clenched his teeth, knowing that this had been but an opening gambit in a larger fight. He was sure he wasn't the only one getting exhausted, and their weapons stores were close to fully depleted. More than that, he needed to buy time to find out what their injured alien passenger could tell them about how to win. Time was running out for him to be helpful. He glanced again through the window in the direction of Detonus, but of course, the system's large sun was right in the way. "I've got an idea," Loris announced. "If the Detonins are shifting the bulk of their forces out here, this could be our chance to advance right to their doorstep. Let's dock the fleet and then move the station in their direction before shifting around the opposite side of the sun. If we time it right, they'll have no choice but to chase us around its back end. We head straight for Detonus and knock out that gamma station, disabling their controls." "It's better than trying to slog through every fighter they've got," Panic said. "I'm in," Stade added. "Right. Let's restock and execute. There's a very small window for this to work," Yamaguchi said. As excited as Loris was to carry out his plan, it made getting some rest seem like the most difficult part. Leaving the swarm of stranded fighters to savor their survival, he turned the Hudson around and prepared to dock. After the battle they'd just been through, he knew that everyone back in the cabin had to feel riddled with nerves. Once they attached to the airlock, Loris hopped out of his seat and went back to check on them. He found Brenna alongside the boy. He was pale and still unconscious, though they'd gotten his bleeding under control. She was steely-eyed and focused. If the ride had rattled her, she didn't show it. She nodded and gave him a sense that she was holding up fine. "How is he doing?" "He's hanging on. There was very little in the way of medical supplies on board here that we could use to treat him. Mostly, we tried to keep him still. There were a couple of bumps that made that difficult," she said, as she flattened out a long seat and prepared to use it as a stretcher. "I'm sorry about that," Loris said, but she shot him a look. "Don't be. I know you did what you had to do. We made it. That's all that matters." Loris helped Red Hook carry the boy through the airlock and into the docking bay, where a cart waited to shuttle their companion to the medical wing. The docking crew immediately got to work, replacing everything on board that had been used during the fight. A hand on Loris's shoulder made him look around. It was Stade, who had a big grin on his face. "You did great out there," he said. "Me? You almost single-handedly won that fight." "They learn fast. I have a feeling a stunt like that won't work again. I was lucky to get under their skin there." Panic and Lopez emerged from one of the other docks. Both of them looked dazed, as if they'd been struck by lightning, but they were standing under their own power. A couple hours' rest would do them good. If they didn't all take advantage of this time to properly prepare for the next fight, it could be over very quickly. Chapter 16. As the Magellan set off in the direction of the sun, Loris finally found a chance to sneak off to the mess hall and refuel. He hoped for a few moments of solitude in which he could contemplate what they were up against, but he'd barely been able to take a seat on a bench before Yamaguchi, Reed, and Firth accosted him. Reed had a smile on his face that seemed incongruous with the grim situation. "They did a bang-up job with that potato salad. Marvelous," he said. Loris looked at him and sunk his fork into a hunk of chicken. Yamaguchi shook his head and cleared his throat. "After doing the inventory, it's clear we don't have the stockpiles to last us through another protracted fight. Missiles, charges, even packs for the energy weapons would be completely exhausted if we had a repeat of what we just went through." "Okay, so we make it short and sweet," Loris said.
"We've calculated the velocity of the Detonin Armada and plotted out exactly when we make our turn around the opposite side of the sun," Sonia Firth said. "At that point, even if some of their ships turned right around, we'd still have enough time to get in position, if we moved fast enough."
Loris nodded, glad that his plan was still holding up as they began to put it in motion. "Here's my concern. Even if we sneak in close to Detonus with very little resistance, even if we knock out the Gamma Station, what do we have to do then to win? We have limited ammo and a short period of time before they come up with some way to bring their defenses back online. The boy we brought back said we had something that could devastate them," Loris said, getting frustrated. Yamaguchi paused for a moment to think, while Loris took another bite. "The most advanced piece of technology we have is the station's reactor. Maybe you hit on the answer all the way back when you first came on board the Magellan. We jettison the reactor and detonate it once it hits the planet's surface. But that leaves us with a number of problems." All Loris could look at was the food in front of him. He needed more answers, a way to make it all work. Even if the reactor went off, it's doubtful that it would neutralize the entire planet, small as it is. Sure, they'd be crippled, but so would we. There'd be no way for us to get away from this big ball of methane, he said.
"Not unless we took one of their ships,"
Reed said. The comment made Loris look up. "Surprisingly, that's a pretty good idea," he said. Reed grinned and appeared pleased with himself. Loris shifted his attention to Yamaguchi, who was pondering the suggestion. "The Detonin fighters were able to resist the Cortez's hijacking programs during the fight, but with the Gamma Station down, we might be able to commandeer one and make the necessary modifications. With enough time, we could use the Detonin fleet against its own people, eventually salvaging some of the larger ships to take us back to Nova," Yamaguchi said. It made sense to Loris, who relished the thought of the same technology that destroyed Earth being used against the ones who made it. "That sounds like our best bet. Destroy the Gamma Station, jettison the reactor, hijack the fleet to finish laying waste to the planet, and then get out of here."
"It's going to take a lot of work to expand the Cortez's hijacking program to something we can use on a larger scale through the Magellan, and that's assuming we can ever hack into their ship systems. The sophistication here is light years beyond the silica," Firth said, leaving immediately to get started on that. "A lot of things have to go right," Yamaguchi warned as he turned to leave, taking Reed with him. That left Loris alone, with his half-eaten plate of food and increasing pile of doubt. The feeling that he was in over his head and not lucky enough to have everything go his way drove him to the medical wing, where Brenna was still with the alien boy from the planet. It only took one look
for Loris to verify the status of his recovery. He was still unconscious and showed no signs of coming around soon.
He suffered a severe concussion when the rock struck his head, but so far, he hasn't responded to any of the treatment. If he doesn't come around soon, he could slip into a coma,
Brenna said. If he stays unconscious for much longer, he could die when our fleet gets wiped out and the Magellan is blown to bits, Loris said, catching himself being unnecessarily negative. I'm sorry about that. I wish I knew what he had in mind.
Me too,
Brenna said, putting her hand on his shoulder.
I have faith he'll come to and tell us in time.
Loris sighed and took a closer look at the boy, wondering if there was some way for him to use his mind to communicate, even though he was out cold. We've already discussed some options. It's hard not to imagine that he was thinking about the Magellan's reactor core. My mom spent her life working to build it. And while on the one hand I'd be proud if it was used to strike back in such a profound way at those who destroyed Earth, I'd also be sorry it was gone. Brenna looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Her lips were pursed, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Loris spoke to some of the staff in the medical wing who promised that they'd reach him the moment any change took place. The door slid open, and he was about to leave when Brenna ran after him.
Loris,
she called. By the time she got to him, she had to take a deep breath.
I know you've been trying to impress me, wow me, make me proud. I want you to know that you've done all of those things. We're lucky to have you leading us on this station, and your affection for me is more than anything I deserve. I just couldn't have you go out there again without knowing that.
She reached for his hand and used it to pull herself in. Her kiss came with a warm smile, but at the bottom of it, he could tell it took some effort from her. He tried not to think about it, and instead focused on appreciating the kind gesture from someone he cared about. A short time later, Loris was called to the control deck to monitor the imminent course change. The radar displayed the massive array of ships barreling toward them, and so far, they seemed perfectly content to believe that the Magellan would confront them head-on. On the display, it showed them on the verge of reaching the point where they'd be better off circling around the sun rather than turning around.
Awaiting your command,
Firth said from a nearby console. Loris felt like a bundle of nerves. Make the course correction, he said, and within seconds, the engines propelled the station port side to clear the sun on the opposite side. A long minute passed, in which they stared at the radar to see if the detonans would make any unexpected moves.
They're remaining in pursuit,
she said, relieved. Loris closed his eyes. That was one lucky break of many they'd need to make it through the day. Let's lead them around and then pick up speed once they're fully behind the sun, he said.
It looks like they're cutting a closer orbit to the sun than we expected. It shouldn't be that big of a difference, but we'll need to track closer too to ensure they don't actually catch us. It's a good thing we got the coolant system fixed, because we're going to need it, she said.
Loris nodded, his eyes still on the radar, and the flurry of spots moving into position behind them. We're going to have our chance, he said. Make sure the fleet is ready for launch inside of an hour. Leaving the command bridge, Loris traveled alone to the docking bay, where he spent a few introspective minutes surveying the station's fleet of 6 ships and carefully putting on his spacesuit. He communicated briefly with the medical staff and was told that the boy's condition had not changed. Because none of their efforts to treat the concussion had worked, they weren't comfortable risking an effort to revive him. The danger of his alien body reacting unexpectedly and giving up the ghost was too great. The possibility grew that it would be too late for him to help. Before long, the docking bay was abuzz with the other pilots and crews readying their ships. The sun drifted out of view of the starboard windows as the Magellan closed in on the alien planet. I hope you don't mind if I take over my old place on the Cortez, Loris said to Panic, who was gearing up with Lopez and looking over some maps of the flight path to the Gamma station.
You're welcome to it, she said. I was sure I'd make a mistake and get us all killed. I'd rather that be on someone else's shoulders.
Loris could understand how uncomfortable the weight of responsibility could be. The only upside was that if he made a mistake, no one would be around to remember it. Are you ready for one more ride? Loris asked Lopez, who cracked a wide grin.
Just promise me it'll get the attention of some sexy admirers, he said.
Panic chuckled to herself and shook her head.
No feats are impossible for a unified officer when there's a chance at getting laid.
They left the supply room and headed through the docking bay toward the airlocks, where Stade was waiting near the entry to the Balboa. Didn't you head back to your quarters? Loris asked, suspecting that his father had been seated on a crate the entire time they'd been docked. And do what? I'm in the zone, and I'm not coming down until the job is done, Stade said, crossing his arms over his chest. Loris hoped he'd be that indefatigable at that age. Well, the wait is almost over. Let's get on board and prepare to disembark once the station reaches its position near Detonus. Remember, when we're making our final approach to the Gamma station, trail behind by quite a ways, in case we're not able to knock it down, then give it all you've got. Right. I'll be there for you, Stade said, and it seemed apparent to Loris that he was thinking of all the times he hadn't been. Amber lights flashed inside the docking bay, scrambling the rest of the flight crews. The docking staff cleared out as the executive staff came in to see them off. Yamaguchi's cold, hard visage would have made him a nightmare for anyone coming across him in a dark alley. You wanted vengeance, Commander. Now's your chance for it, he said. Loris took a deep breath, wondering if it had cost him his life. I'd put 1,000 humans up against an alien population any time. They should have known better than to attack us. He still hadn't told anyone what he'd learned about the origins of humanity at the bottom of that tunnel. The dawn of their biggest fight wasn't the time for reckoning with such things.
The Magellan is beginning to decelerate, Firth spoke up. The clock is ticking.
That was enough of a motivator for Loris, who quickly waved to those gathered to see them off and ducked into the airlock. When he climbed into his seat in the cockpit, he watched the planet Detonus grow larger as they approached. It had the color of red clay, except for increasingly visible areas of gray that seemed like sprawling settlements. A few of their larger orbiting stations caught his eye, magnificent and dangerous. They'd charted a course to the surface well clear of those. Panic and Lopez climbed in beside and initiated the launch sequence, while the others headed to the lower deck to man their stations. Loris both hoped for and dreaded any news that could come through on the comm, but it remained silent. All right, we've reached departure velocity. Let's detach and group up as we head to our starting point.
I'm getting a cluster of fighters approaching,
Panic said once the Cortez's thrusters became active. Loris clenched his fist. He knew the planet wouldn't be entirely undefended, but he'd hoped for some more time before encountering the scraps. We don't have a lot of time to lose. Stay tight and remember what we learned from the last fight. If we coordinate our fire from multiple angles, we have the best chance of overcoming those shields. Photon cannons only. Save the missiles for the surface. The enemy fighters raced in from the nearest large space station, which hovered over the mirror array used in conjunction with the Gamma station to control their fleet. These are unmanned fighters, Lopez observed. You don't even get the satisfaction of killing one of them. The Magellan's fleet intersected with the enemy fighters nearly halfway to the planet's atmosphere. Evading fire when they were grouped so close was difficult, but the shields were at full strength and able to prevent any damage to the Cortez. Let's see how many we can take out in one pass, Loris said. I'm taking quite a few hits, Stade said. Hold on, we're in position to retaliate. The gunners on all of the ships rained photon fire simultaneously, destroying nearly half of the enemy cluster and continuing on through without breaking stride. More drones were approaching, but none would be able to get in front of them. "Some of these are faster than what we came up against before," Lopez said. The radar showed them closing quickly. It wouldn't be long until they breached the atmosphere. "Focus fire on the rear. See if we can keep them back," Loris said. But the unmanned fighters showed no concern for their own safety, either by maintaining a safe distance or even dodging fire. "The space mole is having trouble keeping up," Panic said. Loris clenched his teeth and watched the vessel drift further and further behind the rest of the pack on the radar. Enemy fighters concentrated their fire on the laggard and closed in, leaving Loris with a split-second decision. "Let's loop around and try to save them. Then we can send the space mole back to the Magellan. It's just plain outmatched," he said. But even before Lopez could punch in the command to shift course, screams came in over the comm. Whether it was a lucky shot, something overheating within the ship, a collision with a drone, or all three, the space mole burst into pieces, as if its hull was made of eggshell. A half-dozen lives were lost in an instant. "They're gone," Panic said, as a grim mood filled the cockpit. The only positive was that their sacrifice left the rest of the fleet with a little more space between the enemy fighters. They broke through the atmosphere and descended toward the surface. Even from high up, they could see that much of the land had been carved into strange geometric shapes. As they dropped lower and whizzed by, they spotted buildings and streets along the ground. Detonans hobbled about with an awkward, stumbling gait, commencing with their daily lives in much the same way the people of Earth did on the day the planet exploded. Also visible were brown lakes of methane that supported ships and floating structures with a purpose Loris couldn't fathom. "Remember, we're headed toward the probe launch site before breaking off for the Gamma station at the last minute," he said. The enemy fighters continued to give chase, firing frequently and often hitting things on the ground. After passing over another lake, they appeared to enter a more militarized zone, where large cranes and hangars were assembling spacecraft and weaponry. It was a surprise when some of it came online and took aim at them. "Watch that ground fire," Stade said. Loris recalled hearing a theory that the surface was likely to have light defenses, if any, but now they had to dodge incoming attacks from all directions. Far off to the right, they caught their first glimpse of the Gamma station, a towering structure with an antenna and large dish, held up by what looked like a grouping of cylindrical silos. A number of hovering structures and vehicles occupied space in the area. The fighters loomed ever closer to their rear, pelting them with fire as they threatened to overtake them. It was going to be a tight race to the finish, and Loris was on edge, reduced to trying to push the vessel across the alien planet by force of will. "Get ready to make that turn. Then we're in the home stretch. Give it everything you've got and get clear of the area. With any luck, the blast will knock out some of the pests behind us," Loris said. Up ahead in the distance, they saw a great crater cut deep into the ground. Lined with metal, it delved kilometers deep under the surface. What they did down there to create the probes and deliver their messages of death was another mystery that proved disturbing to ponder. The Hudson was just ahead of the Cortez and made the sudden turn first, heading straight in the direction of the Gamma station. The others lined up behind it, with the Balboa decelerating into the rear by a large margin. Seeing the ship drifting back made Loris recall the fate of the Space Mole, and losing another ship like that was not acceptable. "If it gets too hot back there, don't hesitate to catch up," he said. "We've got nothing to worry about. They can't so much as get a lock on us," Stade said, with amused bluster. For every 10 shots they took at the Balboa, only one hit. But even at that ratio, the damage began to accrue quickly. Stade's fancier maneuvers were no longer enough to avoid everything coming at him. Loris knew that if he or anyone else were piloting back there in the thick of it, the ship would already be mincemeat. The Gamma station grew larger before them, and they couldn't get there fast enough. "Start warming up the big guns," Loris said, eyeing the large structure before them. The silos narrowed right where they met the surface, and enough firepower could topple the whole thing over. Unfortunately, their view didn't last long. The hovering structures shifted into a blockade, and a number of unarmed but bulky aircraft were moving toward them, clearly with the intent to cause a crash. There were even some detonants on the ground with strange handheld weaponry that caused sudden explosions in the air. "We're going to have trouble getting a clear shot, and before long, they'll have the entire rig completely obstructed," Panic said. "Then we'll have to blast our way through those too," Loris said. He went ahead and launched a missile at what appeared to be a large, free-floating storage container. When the shot hit, it blew a hole in the side and knocked out whatever system kept it afloat. The crash on the ground was satisfying, but up ahead, there was a lot more metal in their way. "We're not going to be able to take this down as we pass through," Lopez said. They were almost in range of the station, but windows to fire through were getting smaller and smaller. "I don't think I'll be able to hang around very long," Stade said. "Let's try to blow through the blockade ahead to get a direct shot at the station's base. After that, keep a tight formation and circle around. Fire at will, even at secondary targets. If we knock the dish off the top, that must be good for something," Loris said. After zipping over another structure and veering around an aircraft careening at them, they loosed a dozen missiles at the wall that had appeared before them. The projectiles raced ahead and struck their target, leaving a cloud of black smoke that made it difficult to tell if the way had been cleared. The peak of the Gamma station now loomed high overhead. It had been difficult to tell before, but the structure was easily a kilometer wide. Thousands of hovering structures, some occupied by panicked detonants, had been deployed in its defense. "This is it. Let's give them everything we've got," Loris said. The Cortez continued to fire at the same spot, in the hopes that something would get through, while the other ships fanned out in search of a window through the patchwork of obstacles. Veering left, the Cortez began to circle the station while firing at any spot that looked promising. By the time they came most of the way around, the enemy fighters that had been chasing them were there to greet them. The ship rocked at the sudden spat of incoming fire and narrowly avoided a collision. "Have we done any damage?" Stade asked over the comm, clearly dismayed. "Some, but not enough," Lopez said. A dark feeling swelled in the pit of Loris's stomach. Taking down the station wasn't as easy as it seemed, and before long, that entire armada would be on the Magellan up above. Something drastic had to be done. "We're going to have to get behind this barrier and find more precise targets to take this thing down," he said. "The Cortez can get in there." Lopez shot him a worried look. "You could get trapped, caught in the explosion," Stade added. "Send a few more at the antenna, but mostly try to keep a handle on the squadrons of fighters. If you get in trouble, head back to the Magellan. We'll get the job done." Loris expected to hear arguments urging him against it, but instead, the comm was dead silent. He didn't need anyone to tell him how dangerous it would be, or how much they needed someone to find a way to complete the mission. They just had to do it. Eyeing a rendering of the obstruction, he spotted their entry point. "There! Let's move, now!" The Cortez shifted quickly, jerking toward a narrow gap that was already too small for the ship to fit through. Only because of its arms was it able to slip through, as well as some careful piloting. The gap closed behind them, leaving them feeling isolated and alone. Only a few dozen meters separated the wall from the edge of the silos, just enough space for the ship to turn around in. I'm running a structural analysis of the Gamma station, Lopez said. There's a port door between two of the silos on the other side that leads into a large room. At the other end, there are sets of piping running up from below-ground generators to the antenna up above. That was all Loris needed to hear to put the ship in motion. It went without mentioning that severing the pipes would lead to an explosion, leaving them negligible time to back out of the port door and get clear of the area. You guys didn't stop for a drink, did you? Stade's increasingly haggard voice echoed around the cockpit. With the exception of the hulky Hudson, all of their ships were on the brink of losing their shields and had mostly exhausted their payload. They were reduced to running in circles for the most part. Closing in on the port door, Lopez said. The Cortez swung around in front of a silvery screen that was only a hair larger than the ship itself. A flurry of plasma shots melted holes in it and shook them up as the shrapnel flew around them. They didn't have time to carve out a clean entryway, and had to instead hit the thrusters hard and bust through with the help of the arms. They hit the lights to dispel the darkness inside the cavernous area. The ship maneuvered over a number of turbines that looked to Loris like matchboxes. Finally, they reached the rear, which appeared to just be a blank section wall. The pipes are just behind there. The quiet and the stillness gave Loris hope that they'd be able to finagle a more comfortable escape. Let's see if we can drop charges and set them off once we're on the way out. It took less than a minute to litter the area with the ship's remaining charges. Loris felt his optimism swell as the Cortez backed away, but all that shattered when he heard his father yell over the comm. We've been hit. Fucker ran right into us. We're going down. There wasn't time to think about what to do. There were too many drones to hope they'd be able to pull off a rescue before the Balboa was a pile of scrap. The only thing that would help would be to neutralize them and hope that Balboa crashed far enough away from the blast zone. Kiss this place goodbye, Loris said. The Cortez launched a missile at the charges as it scraped its way out of the gaping hole that was once the port door. The last thing Loris saw was a flash of fire engulf the room before the ship began to ascend with all the speed the thrusters could produce. The sound of the explosion followed them up. The silos around them crumpled and swayed, and the wall of floating containers blew apart from the force of the blast. Loris didn't think they were going to make it up fast enough to get out. Just as it looked like the rising inferno would overtake them, they reached the top of the silo and sailed past the antenna, which dropped like a stone into the cloud of smoke and fire. A sense of relief washed over him as he looked down at the wreckage. He heard panic laughing. Then more good news came over the comm from Red Hook. The drones, they just stopped. Many of the unmanned fighters were floating in the air lifelessly, but some continued on without purpose and crashed into whatever was ahead. It was hard for Loris to retain his sense of satisfaction, though, in light of his father's misfortune. What happened to the Balboa? He asked. It grounded a few kilometers away after its navigational system went offline. The ship was beat up badly, Red Hook said. Stade, can you hear me? Please respond. The remaining ships circled around the wreckage, hoping for some sign that the crew of the Balboa was still alive. Crackling came over the comm. Good work, team, Yamaguchi said from the Magellan. The planetary guard has been neutralized, and we're working on capturing one of the fighters in order to conduct the system hijacking. The station's reactor is ready to be deployed. Get clear of the surface immediately so we can execute. It was everything they hoped for, and if things kept going as they did, they actually had a chance to put a permanent scar on the history of the Detonans. They'd be able to kill millions on the ground and fight the incoming armada with their own weaponry. But it gnawed at him that he'd lost the Balboa and was about to turn his back on the slim chance his father was still alive. If their navigation systems went down, The communications could have been severed too. They could be sitting down there waiting for someone to come get them, Loris said. He began checking the scanners, trying to get a beat on where the ship had crashed. They could be long gone too, Red Hook said. I'm sorry, Commander. We are running out of time to deploy the reactor, Yamaguchi said. Loris stewed in his seat. If it played out according to plan, there'd still be millions of detonins trapped on the planet, while the Magellan was trapped floating around in orbit. All of a sudden, that didn't seem like much of a win, and never knowing if he could have saved his father was icing on the cake. If they detonated the reactor on the other side of the planet, they'd have enough oxygen in the ship to last them a lifetime, Panic said, though the tone of her voice made it clear even she knew trying to shift the reactor's target area was foolish. It looks like some groups on the ground are already moving toward the crash site, Lopez said. That was the last straw. Even if it was just his father's body, Loris would never allow those monsters to touch him. Hold the reactor. Send the rest of the fleet to help you. We are going after the Balboa. But, Commander, Yamaguchi called. That's an order. Wait for my command. If there's any chance they're alive, we're not leaving them behind. Chapter 17. Yamaguchi was apoplectic. You're throwing away everything we've worked for, and putting all of our lives at risk. The man's howling grated on Loris, who struggled to tune him out amid competing concerns. He wanted to move their plan to its final stage, but he wasn't willing to leave one life behind for it. Work on getting the program together to pilot the enemy ships, he said, closing the comm to the Magellan. Silencing them had its own costs, especially if the Armada returned to the planet. But for now, Loris had to keep his attention on the task at hand. The Balboa was stuck on a bare patch of reddish ground along the side of a small lake. Its landing gear had been torn off, and patches of damage to the hull were visible even from a distance. Captain Stade, do you copy? Loris called, but there was no answer from anyone on board. I can pop the Balboa's hatch remotely, Lopez said. Most of its systems are still operational, but that bird won't fly again anytime soon. Right, let's set down here. Then we execute a search and rescue as quickly as possible before anyone else has time to show up. Loris eyed some of those traveling in the same direction. The detonins had some land-based vehicles, but the terrain was rocky and awkward. The Cortez had no problem getting there first, but they wouldn't have the place to themselves for long. The ship hadn't touched down for more than a second before Loris was at his ship's hatch, waiting for the door to open so he could set foot on Detonus. It surprised him to discover Panic and Lopez appearing behind him, as if out of thin air. He was touched they were there, but he knew it'd be better if they weren't. We need you to keep the Cortez ready for liftoff, he said. It was clear they weren't having any of his attempts to hold him back. They didn't move a muscle. The rest of the crew can do that. You need us to help you carry anyone back. Besides, you're mad if you think we're going to let you go out there alone, Lopez said. I may never let you out of my sight again, pretty boy, Panic said. Exhaling, Loris knew he didn't have much of a say in the matter. When the hatch door slid open, they descended the ramp and put their feet on the firm, clay-like surface. The atmosphere seemed lighter than Earth's, and was only a quarter as tall, but the force of gravity was roughly the same. They raced to the Balboa, which they could now see leaned slightly to one side. The hatch was open, and they could see the bubble effect that the ship's powerful life support systems had on any open space to an alien environment. If they'd had any exposed skin, walking through the viscous sheen would have felt like dipping a hand into water. But once they were inside, they wouldn't have needed their space helmets no matter how many holes the ship had. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw that the damage extended beyond the ship. A body, that of one of the gunners, was splayed out on the floor in the hallway, not far from the entrance. Loris knelt down and used the sensor in the fingertips of his gloves to check for a pulse. He's gone. It looks like he died as a result of the crash. Dreading that his father had suffered the same fate, Loris leapt over the body and hurtled toward the cockpit, flying up the stairwell and dashing through the main cabin. What he saw when he reached the cockpit was the captain and first mate, still strapped into their seats. Neither of them appeared to be moving. He came forward to find Stade gritting his teeth in pain, but otherwise motionless. A glance at the first mate told Loris that he was long gone. Eyelids almost completely closed, Stade didn't seem to notice he was there until Loris put his hand lightly on his shoulder. The eyelids lifted more, and the mouth cracked open. "What are you doing here? This place'll go up in smoke any second," Stade said, in obvious pain. "I came to get you out of here. Come on. We have to get off the ship," Loris said. He immediately started unbuckling the restraints, holding the injured pilot in his seat. Stade released an exasperated sigh. "Leave me to die. I'm not going to make it. You won the fight, but you can't hold back on the knockout blow because of some old fool like me," he said. Loris shook his head. "We're here, and we're going to bring you back to the Magellan. There's still time," he said. Panic and Lopez arrived in the room and immediately set to work getting Stade out of the chair. He'd been shaken up something awful, had a broken arm and ribs from the console apparatus slamming against him. The look in his eyes was listless, bordering on vacant. His injuries made finding a tolerable way to transport him difficult, and even with the three of them carrying him down the ladder, it was a near disaster. Stade was bulky and heavy. They nearly dropped him. "Almost there," Loris said, when he could see the hatch. His arms were already tired, but nothing would stop him from getting back to the Cortez. Or so he thought, until he heard something pop against the exterior of the ship. The detonins had managed to hit them with something. Peeking through the gaping hatch, he spotted dozens of bands closing in on their direction. There were so many of them that they'd forced the Cortez to take off. The Balboa had no means to defend itself, and a grim sense hit Loris of how futile it would be to try to cart Stade through the open amid enemy fire. Before long, more of those hovercraft would arrive, and the place would be swarming. "We're stuck," Loris said, clenching his fists. Stade groaned and clutched at his arm. "They can throw you a rope and pull you aboard. Don't worry about me," Stade said. "Absolutely not. You're going to make it." Lucidity and even a fleeting sense of calm returned to Stade in that moment. He set a hand on Loris's arm to draw his attention from the swarming enemies outside. "You don't need me anymore, Loris. You've become the man I always believed you could be." Loris found the plea impossible to ignore. It left him reeling for a solution, some way out of a predicament that was a product of wretched circumstances and limited resources. He wished the boy had told him what they needed to do to defeat the detonins. There had to be a better way than what he was seeing, and right now, all he happened to see was the edge of the bubble separating the oxygenated air produced by the Balboa's life support systems and the gaseous methane of the planet's atmosphere. "What if we turned off the bubble?" he asked, almost casually. Panic turned to look at him. "You mean pump oxygen directly into the air? The Balboa can produce 100 cubic meters of oxygen per second. It was designed to be able to single-handedly provide breathable air for compromised lunar stations, but the technology was so effective that even the largest would require only 1% of its output," Panic said. "Let's try cranking it up to full blast," he said, and it brought a furtive smile to Panic's face.
You know that the mixture of methane and oxygen is inflammable, right? You're talking about torching everyone in the area, she said. Based on what we've gathered from the video conversation, the detonins appear to have incredibly oily skin, Lopez said, already moving toward a nearby console. They'd catch fire instantly. Taking out those trying to get us is one thing, but you've got to think bigger, Loris said. Relishing the sudden gust of hope, they watched the bubble disappear and heard the Balboa come to life in a way they never had before. Whirring and humming from deep within its bowels grew almost deafening as it pumped oxygen out through its jet ports. They radioed the Cortez to take up a defensive posture around the ship. Within minutes, they were ready. Close the hatch and have someone strike a match, Lopez said. They watched from a window as the Cortez, which had been passively hovering about the area, dragged its arms against each other to create a spark. The flash of brilliant red flame was instantaneous as it swept about the area and caused a reaction to the mixing of gases. The plunking shots against the hull ceased at the same time as the flame died away, leaving in its wake the sight of their enemies destroyed without exception. But that wasn't all. "It's raining," Stade said when they opened the hatch again. The products of the reaction were molecules of carbon dioxide and pure water, which fell against the ground in thick droplets like an unlikely shower in the desert. Stade attempted to extend his arm to see a drop splash against his glove, but a sharp pain ended his effort and left him in a state more dire than before. "Hold on," Loris said. "We can get you out of here now." But Stade's body went limp, and each breath was a monumental struggle. His lips moved a little, either a reaction to the pain or a few last words that went without sound. But Loris got the impression he had made peace with the end, and was glad when it had come. Loris took a deep breath and sighed. It was bittersweet that the discovery of what they needed to win required such a painful loss. "I've run some calculations," Lopez said a short time later. "Taking into account the small size of the planet and its short atmosphere, it'll take approximately 6 hours to pump enough oxygen into the air to make another reaction lethal for the entire population, either through combustion or suffocation." Loris looked over the chart and nodded. "Good. That means by this time tomorrow we could all be walking around here without helmets. In the meantime, let's make sure no one gets close to the Balboa. I'm headed back to the Magellan. We've got fallen officers who deserve a proper final send-off in space, and an armada to worry about. They're the last thing that could get in the way." With no one else in the area, the crew of the Cortez made short work of transferring the deceased and getting them up to the Magellan, leaving Panic and Lopez behind to continue monitoring the Balboa's oxygen production operations. Upon arriving, Loris was treated to a disconcerting sight along the space docks. Several Detonin fighters that had been salvaged from floating aimlessly through space. 1,000 more were orbiting the planet alongside the Magellan. If he didn't know better, he would have thought the station had been taken over. The docking bay had been transformed into a programming lab while they'd been gone, with consoles rigged up and cables running straight through the airlocks into the enemy vessels. Yamaguchi, Aylward, Lala, Quaid, and Firth were all there overseeing the effort. The looks on their faces gave Loris hope that a solution to the reprogramming had been found. "Are we ready to take them down?" he asked, excited to secure the last leg in their total victory. "Not quite," Yamaguchi said, casting a wrathful glare in the direction of the Chief of Technological Research, Trenton Quaid. "What's the problem? The Armada is minutes away from arriving, and I figured you'd all be in a panic if there hadn't been any progress." "There has been some.
They've tried everything from loading our programs onto their systems to hardwiring our consoles directly into their fighters. The results thus far have been less than inspiring, Yamaguchi said.
You try completely supplanting alien technology in an hour,
Quaid hollered from across the bay. Yamaguchi shook his head. Still, what we have accomplished is better than nothing. We've identified the relay network that the fighters use to import and carry out commands. The problem is that the system manually resets after just a single action, and the reboot time looks to be 20 minutes. Loris stared blankly at him, wondering how this was better than nothing. What you're saying is that the army of enemy ships we've assembled can only perform one action every 20 minutes? As in, fire one shot and watch a third of an hour tick by before it can do anything else? That's correct. We've done it once already to gather a large portion of the drifting drones, and are almost ready to execute another command. Loris continued to peer at him until his wrath boiled over. And what makes you think that's fine? We could be completely decimated by the time they could make a second move, he shouted, so loud that it got the attention of nearly everyone in the room. Yamaguchi was unmoved. To be perfectly honest, I've been anticipating this point of failure from the beginning. It was only a matter of time before we were outmatched. We've been soldiering on through a hopeless situation that long ago became evident was a suicide mission, and I knew that either human limitations or bad judgment would mark the end. Now, the course of action I recommend is to deploy the reactor and carry out the last stage of our desperate and foolhardy attempt to get revenge on the perpetrators of Earth's destruction. Loris was beside himself at what he was hearing. He looked around frantically to see if anyone else was as disgusted as he was by this revolting display. But no one batted an eye. Most of them hadn't been out there fighting. They hadn't been on the ground and seen the key to an incredible achievement firsthand. Well, we're not going to do that. The crew of the Balboa did not give their lives for us to abandon hope and allow ourselves to be annihilated. If no one else is still willing to fight, I'll do it alone. And then when I come back, you'll be transferred to the janitorial department, where you can use your utter resignation to keep the floors mopped. Forgive me, but I have no expectation that anything of the sort will come to pass, Yamaguchi said. Shrugging, he walked away toward the docking bay's exit. Incensed, Loris only needed one thing from one person. He stalked across the room to Trenton Quaid, a stringy guy with tufts of hair peeking out over his collar and sleeves. "What do you need?" he asked, perhaps more inclined to help after Yamaguchi had been shooed out. "All I want you to do is have them follow me out there. Every last one of them. And if you're able to connect with more, send those too, as soon as you can." Quaid nodded, and Loris returned to the Cortez. Its crew and the captains of the other vessels were much more supportive than Yamaguchi had been. Or perhaps they realized that anything was better than death without even putting up a fight. But Loris remained optimistic, because of something the boy told him about the Detonans. It was a short flight to confront the Armada, so short that from the position of the Cortez they would have been able to fire on the Magellan. But the few remaining ships in the fleet were joined by a wall of drones spanning in every direction. The Armada came to a halt in the face of this opposition, and a standoff ensued. The Detonans still had more ships and more firepower, but they didn't know that the Magellan's fleet was depleted of ammunition, understaffed even in some cases, and that the flanking drones were nothing more than scarecrows. "Don't move a muscle," Loris said into the comm. "They hate surprises. The last thing they could have expected is that they'd return home to find their own defensive measures standing against them." But when the boy described their distaste for the unexpected, He hadn't mentioned what form it took, or how they reacted. The last thing Loris wanted to do was provoke a fight they were sure to lose. So they sat there for 1, 2, 3 hours. By that time, the number of drones floating around had doubled. It was possible they were flustered to the point of paralysis, or perhaps they were contemplating a plan of attack. Worse, Loris wondered if they could somehow repossess their fighters. After another hour passed, and the waiting began to fatigue him, he saw that he was being hailed by the enemy. When he brought up the feed on the monitor, he had no way of knowing if this was the same creature he'd spoken to before, but it sure looked awfully similar. "If you're calling to offer terms of surrender, I'll tell you at the outset that we won't accept them," Loris said. The creature sneered. "You have no concept of what you do," it said, as translated by the ship's infrared system. Loris got up from his seat and held his elbow as he stroked his jaw. "Actually, we know exactly what we're doing. We've defeated you. Your people are dying as we speak, and your planet is becoming completely inhospitable to you. It is only a matter of time until none of you are left. You will suffer an excruciating death for the crimes you've committed. And then, we will be left in peace here. What you are looking at is our new home. Yours." The Detonin fidgeted anxiously for several minutes, during which time others in the background came and went, like loping boogeymen. After blinking spastically several times, it gurgled a few more words to the recorder. "The human experiment will conclude like previously determined. Your species has a destiny of extinction, and this task of which we will now relish. Anticipate a demise of the irrational and stubborn fools." The channel closed, leaving Loris to wonder what was going to happen next. Its threatening language would have suggested that they were ready to launch an imminent attack, but instead, the standoff continued unabated. With so many more drones, even sending them on one-command kamikaze missions could have brought some measure of success. Loris again spoke into the comm to the other pilots. "Their instincts of self-preservation are kicking in. It looks to them that to fight would be to die, and they're leaning in favor of cutting their losses. That's the difference between us and them. They've never before faced adversity enough to give them a sense of common cause." The clock continued to tick, until something flashed on the console, causing Loris to leave the cockpit and head to the rear window, where he could see the planet. Its dull red color suddenly flared up into a bright and shimmering glow, as if it were the sun at sunset, before that luster faded again. Though the color of the planet returned to what it was before, nothing on the surface would ever be the same again. When he returned to the cockpit, the Armada was already backing away slowly. Then they went into full retreat, apparently convinced that defeat was at hand, and nothing was left for them here. Loris had always imagined this moment would send him leaping into the air with glee, but he was so exhausted that sliding down in his chair with a sense of satisfaction seemed preferable at the moment. Some were cheering on the comm, and he knew that there'd be a chance to join them soon enough. The fight was over, and they had won. "You must be feeling pretty good about yourself," Brenna said. She was walking alongside Loris in the open and breathable air on Detonus, watching how the water vapor had condensed into rivulets and streams that were turning into pools and lakes. "Yes, being alive isn't so bad. I think I'll stick with it," he said. They sloshed through water that was a few millimeters thick, side by side, so close that their hips occasionally touched. "I can't believe you figured it out without the help of the boy," she said. "He still hasn't woken up, and I'm not sure he ever will." "It was dumb luck and desperation. Besides, I don't think I deserve more credit than anybody else. It took so much from each and every one of us to pull this off. Now we can send something back to Nova to let them know that the danger has passed." Brenna's hand brushed along his shoulder before lightly turning him toward her. She threw her arms around his neck and laughed.
"So unnecessarily modest,"
she said, her brown eyes large enough to get lost in.
"I hope you won't mind if I give you some of the credit."
Loris couldn't help but crack a grin. "I'll take it, but I better not let it go to my head. As long as those creatures and their warships are still out there in the galaxy, we won't ever be truly safe." This has been Earthless, the Survivors series. Written by Jason Letts. Narrated by Kirt Graves. Copyright 2016 by Jason Letts. Production copyright 2016 by Jason Letts.